Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Leave the light on, September 14th. Sweetheart, I'm writing to you tonight because it makes me warm all over inside to write to you. I know how much you like to hear that I adore you, but I don't only write it because you like it. I write it because it's true, and because saying it to you, even like this, feels like the most natural thing in the world. It's been such a terribly long time since I last sat down to write properly. Nearly 18 months, can you believe it? You'll excuse me, I know, because you understand how I am. Stubborn and realistic, always thinking there's no sense to certain gestures. But tonight, sitting at this desk we picked out together at that estate sale, I realise that this is exactly what I should be doing. The azaleas you planted are blooming again. Do you remember when you put them in? You wore those ridiculous gardening gloves with the sunflowers on them, and you insisted on digging every hole yourself, even though I offered to help. You said you wanted to know exactly where each one would go, wanted to picture how they'd look in 5 years, in 10. You were always thinking ahead like that, planning our future in flowers and paint colours and tiny beautiful details. They're the exact shade of coral you wore to the Hendersons' party. Margaret still talks about that night, how you two laughed yourselves silly in the kitchen over something Philip said. You have that way of making instant friends, of turning strangers into confidants over a single glass of wine. I want to tell you I love you. I want to love you. I always will love you. The house still smells like those lilac sachets you tucked into every drawer. I found one this morning when I was looking for stamps, and it still carries that scent you love so much. Remember buying them at the farmer's market? The woman who sold them told you they'd last 6 months, and you bought a dozen, insisting we'd need them all. You were right, as usual. Yours always, James October 2nd, my darling wife. I've been thinking about our projects today. You know the ones, the list we keep on the refrigerator, all those things we're going to do when we have time. Learn Italian from those records we bought at the church sale. Build raised beds for vegetables. Take up watercolours. Visit Maine in October to see the leaves. I found the list again today, tucked into your cookbook, the one with the broken spine and the sauce stains on page 47. Your handwriting loops across the page in that blue ink you always use. Learn Italian. Make our own pasta. Visit Maine in October. Read all of Dickens aloud. Learn to identify birds by song. Get a movie projector. Learn to sew our own clothes. Looking at it makes me smile. We made it through 3 Dickens novels, remember? You fell asleep during the 4th, and I pretended to be offended. But really I loved watching you drowse off with your head on my shoulder, your breath evening out into that soft rhythm that means you feel safe, enough to let go. I keep thinking we should pick one of these and actually do it. What do you think? The Italian lessons? You're always better with languages than I am. You'd be conjugating verbs while I'd still be stumbling over buongiorno, or maybe the pasta making, though I'd probably make a mess of it without your guidance. The truth is, you're the idea woman, the general instigator of all our wild adventures. I'm just the one who follows along, happy to be swept up in whatever enthusiasm has caught your attention that week. Do you remember when you decided we should learn to identify birds by song? You bought that field guide and made me sit on the back porch every morning for a week, listening. I complained about the early hour, but the truth is those were some of my favourite mornings. You with your coffee, me with mine, both of us quiet and listening to the world wake up around us. We should do that again this spring. What do you say? Early mornings on the porch, coffee, and birdsong, maybe actually learning to tell a chickadee from a nuthatch this time. Tell me what you think, darling. I adore you, sweetheart. All my love. James October 28th. Darling, the strangest thing happened today at the library. I was looking for that book on native trees. Remember we talked about learning to identify them properly, and I got to talking with one of the librarians. Caroline, her name is. She knows an astonishing amount about books. She recommended 3 others I should read, and we ended up discussing literature for 20 minutes. She's read everything, more than I have, certainly. Sharp mind, pleasant conversation. But here's the odd thing. The whole time we were talking, I found myself noticing the strangest details. How she kept adjusting her scarf while she talked, or how she paused mid-sentence to find exactly the right word. You know how you're always telling me I don't pay enough attention to people? Well, I was paying attention this time. I think your influence is rubbing off on me after all these years. It made me realise something. When I talk to other people, anyone else really, they seem less vivid somehow, less substantial, like I'm seeing them through fog while you're in sharp focus. Does that make any sense? I think it's because you taught me how to pay attention. Before you, I moved through the world half asleep, noticing nothing. But you notice everything. The way light falls through the kitchen window at 3 in the afternoon, the cardinal that nests in the oak tree every spring, the exact moment when bread dough is ready to rise. You taught me to see the world the way you see it, and now everyone else seems blurry by comparison. Is that strange, darling? Tell me what you think. I tried making pasta last week thinking about our list. The dough was impossible, too dry, then too wet, then some strange combination of both. I kept adding flour and water in increasingly desperate measures until I had a sticky blob that bore no resemblance to anything edible. I could hear your laugh the whole time, that delighted laugh you have when I'm making a mess of something domestic. You'd know exactly what it needs. You'd rescue it somehow, and we'd end up with a perfectly good meal and a funny story. Instead, I threw it away and ate toast for dinner. The house smelled like flour for hours, though, like Sunday mornings when you make bread. Write back and tell me the secret to pasta dough. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. I adore you, my darling wife. James, November 12th, sweetheart. The garden is preparing for winter now. I've been keeping up with it the way you do, weeding on Saturdays, deadheading the roses, making sure everything gets enough water before the cold comes. It's meditative work, the kind that lets your mind wander while your hands stay busy. I planted those climbing roses you want for the back fence. They won't bloom until spring, but I'm already picturing how they'll look. You always have such vision for these things. You can see what a garden will become while I can only see what it is. The azaleas are going dark and glossy with their winter leaves. They've grown so much since you put them in. Sometimes I stand at the window with my morning coffee and just look at them, remembering how you looked that day with dirt on your knees and that satisfied smile when you finished planting the last one. Your mother telephoned yesterday. She wants to know if we're coming for Christmas dinner. I said I'd ask you and call her back. She's planning that crown roast you love, the one she makes with the herb crust that's never quite as good when anyone else tries it. We should go, don't you think? It would make her happy. I've been reading that Mary Oliver collection you keep on your nightstand, the one with the dog on the cover. I still don't understand half the poems, but there's something soothing about reading words you love, seeing what you see in them. There's a line in here about attention being the beginning of devotion. I keep coming back to it, turning it over in my mind. That's what love is, isn't it? Sustained attention. The choice to keep noticing, to keep caring, to keep showing up to all the small details of another person's life. The way you notice when I'm quiet because I'm thinking versus when I'm quiet because something's wrong. The way I know you'll want tea, not coffee, when you're reading. The way we've learned each other so thoroughly that we barely need words anymore. 25 years of attention, 25 years of devotion. I'm still showing up, sweetheart. I'm still paying attention. What should we make for Christmas this year? Remember how we tried that chocolate souffle 2 years ago and it came out flat as a pancake? Maybe we should stick to something simpler, or maybe we should try again. What do you think? I adore you. All my love, James, December 30th. My darling wife, the holidays are winding down. Thank goodness. Your mother's Christmas dinner was lovely as always. That crown roast with the herb crust, the roasted vegetables, the pie that we all pretend is homemade, even though everyone knows she buys it from that bakery on Elm Street. She gave us a photograph before we left. Us at 24 and 26 standing in front of our first house on Elm Street. You're wearing paint-stained shorts and holding a paintbrush, grinning at the camera like you've just conquered the world. I'm standing behind you with my arm around your waist, looking at you instead of at the camera. We look impossibly young, impossibly certain that everything will work out. I have it on my desk now, propped against the lamp where I can see it while I write. Do you remember that day? We were painting the bedroom that terrible shade of yellow. You insisted it would be cheerful, and I told you it would look like the inside of a lemon. We were both right, in a way. It was cheerful, but it was also aggressively yellow. We repainted it 6 months later. But I loved that house. I loved how small it was, how we were always bumping into each other in the hallway, how we could talk from room to room without raising our voices. I loved that we ate spaghetti almost every night because neither of us knew how to cook anything else. I loved that you sang in the shower, perpetually off-key, and I pretended it bothered me even though it never did. New Year's is tomorrow. Are you making resolutions this year? You always do. Take up running, learn to bake bread, organise the photographs, and you never keep them, and I always tease you about it, and you tell me I'm impossible. I love that ritual of ours. The terrible dinner we try to make, the cheap champagne, the kiss at midnight, the feeling that we're starting fresh together, that we have a whole year ahead of us to fill with plans and projects and ordinary happiness. What should we resolve this year, darling? To actually finish one of the projects on our list? To take that trip to Maine we keep postponing? To learn Italian for real this time? Whatever it is, I'm looking forward to doing it with you. I adore you, sweetheart. Yours, James. February 14th. Darling, happy Valentine's Day. Our 26th, if I'm counting right. I bought you daffodils. They're in that blue vase you like, the one we found at the antique shop in Vermont. You'll see them when you get a chance. They're the first real promise of spring, you always say, and you're right. Looking at them makes me think of warmer days ahead, of the garden coming back to life, of windows thrown open to let in the breeze. Do you remember our first Valentine's Day? We were so poor that year. I bought you a single rose from the grocery store, and you acted like I'd given you a dozen of the finest roses in the world. You put it in a water glass on the kitchen table, and we ate scrambled eggs for dinner because it was all we could afford, and you said it was perfect. You meant it too. Or the year I forgot entirely. You pretended to be angry but couldn't keep a straight face. You laughed at how panicked I looked and told me you didn't need a holiday to know I loved you. You're right about that. You never need the gestures or the grand declarations. You just know. I've been thinking about us a lot lately, about how we built this life together. Not the big moments, but the small ones. The morning coffee routine we've perfected over 25 years. The way we can have entire conversations with just a look. The comfortable silence of Sunday mornings when we're both reading in the living room, not talking but completely together. Those are the things I treasure most. Not the vacations or the celebrations, but the ordinary dailiness of loving you. The way you hum when you're cooking. The way you mark your place in books with whatever's handy. Receipts, envelopes, once a dried leaf. The way you touch my shoulder when you walk past my chair. Spring is coming, sweetheart. The garden will be beautiful this year. The roses I planted are budding already, earlier than I expected. I think they're going to bloom spectacularly. You'll be so pleased when you see them. I'm still reading that Mary Oliver collection. I think I'm starting to understand it a little better, or maybe I just like feeling connected to something you love. What are you reading these days? Tell me about it. I want to know what's catching your attention, what you're thinking about. I adore you, my darling wife. James March 17th. Sweetheart, spring is here properly now. The whole garden is blooming. Your azaleas, the roses I planted, the daffodils that come up wild by the mailbox. Everything is green and alive and pushing toward the sun. You're going to be so pleased with how it all turned out. I wish you could see it now, though I know you will soon enough. The climbing roses are blooming. They're even more beautiful than I imagined. Deep red, the colour of wine. They climb up the back fence exactly the way you pictured they would. I stand in the garden sometimes and think about how you planned all this, how you saw the future in a handful of seeds and bulbs. You have such vision, sweetheart, such faith in things becoming what they're meant to be. I've been thinking about what it means to love someone across all these years, how love adapts and changes, how it finds new forms when circumstances shift. We're not young anymore, darling. We can't love each other the way we did at 24, when everything was new and urgent and we couldn't keep our hands off each other. But we can love each other in this way, through attention and care, and the daily choice to remain devoted, through letters and thoughts and the small gestures that say, "You matter to me still. You will always matter to me." I'm grateful for that. Grateful that love doesn't have just one shape, that it grows and changes with us, that it adapts to whatever life brings. What should we plant this year? The side garden needs something new. Nothing we've tried has ever thrived there. Maybe you'll have an idea. You always do. I adore you. All my love, James April 3rd. My darling wife, I don't know your new address. I've been writing these letters for a while now, folding them carefully and putting them in the desk drawer because I don't know where to send them. There are dozens and dozens now, a whole conversation going one direction, words flowing out into silence. But I keep writing anyway, because what else should I do? Tonight the house is cold and empty. There's no one to steal my covers in the night, no one to leave coffee cups on every surface, no one to hum off key in the shower. There's just me and these letters and the shape of a life we built together. I miss you, darling. I miss you so much that some days I can't breathe with it. I find it hard to understand in my mind what it means to love you now, but I still want to comfort and take care of you. I still want you to love me and care for me. I want to have problems to discuss with you. I want to do little projects with you. I never thought until just now that we can do that. What should we do? We started stupidly hard puzzle together. It's still sitting right where we left it. Can't I do something now? No, I am alone without you, and you were the idea woman, general instigator of all our wild adventures and the love of my life. When you were sick, you worried because you could not give me something that you wanted to and thought I needed. You needn't have worried. Just as I told you then, there was no real need because I loved you in so many ways so much. And now it is clearly even more true. You can give me nothing now, yet I love you so that you stand in my way of loving anyone else. But I want you to stand there. You, dead, are so much better than anyone else alive. I know you will assure me that I am foolish and that you want me to have full happiness and don't want to be in my way. I'll bet you're surprised that I don't even have a girlfriend except you, sweetheart, after 2 years. But you can't help it, darling, nor can I. I don't understand it, for I have met many amazing people, and I don't want to remain alone. But in 2 or 3 meetings they all seem ashes. You only are left to me. You are real. My darling wife, I do adore you. I love my wife. My wife is now hiking the most beautiful trails in the heavens. Truly your and always, James. P.S. Leave the light on, honey. I'll be home soon, but not yet. James. The letter is folded carefully, like all the other letters. The composer's Muse. New York City at dusk is a curious, shape-shifting place. Lights flicker on in high-rise windows, cabs honk impatiently in the streets, and the hum of a million stories pulses in every direction. Hidden in one of the quieter neighbourhoods sits a small, unassuming cafe. A chalkboard sign reads, Kira Stein's Espresso and Notes. though the subdued exterior rarely draws crowds. The reason people step inside, if they do, is whispered among the local night owls. Come for the coffee, stay for the piano. Tonight, Alex Peterson is at that very piano. He's a man defined by quiet intensity. Dressed in a black button-down shirt and simple trousers, he blends into the backdrop until he rests his fingertips on the keys. Then, the atmosphere around him transforms. His music is an undercurrent that calms the chatter, gliding through the air like an intimate secret. A few patrons pause to listen, though most remain lost in their conversations. Alex's eyes shift toward a crumpled newspaper lying beside a half-empty latte on a nearby table. The headline leaps out at him. Hazel Warner, disgraced violinist, returns to her roots. A familiar longing blooms in his chest. Once, years ago, Hazel was at the pinnacle of the classical world, a former child prodigy with a glow about her that dazzled both critics and fans. Now, the tabloids buzz with her downfall, a plagiarism scandal pinned on her by her charismatic ex-fiancé, Nathaniel Nate Caldwell. Alex exhales softly as he finishes his piece, letting the final chord linger. Then, he gently closes the fallboard of the piano. He's about to slip away from the spotlight, though to call it a spotlight is generous when barely anyone notices him, when a voice calls out, "Hey you, over here," says a man with a face that glows from the screen of his phone. "How about something more upbeat?" Alex musters a tight smile. He does not do requests, especially not from random men lost in their phone screens. Yet he nods politely, sits back down, and begins a tune that's lighter, a warm, melodic jazz standard he's well practiced in. It's easier this way, not stirring up too much of himself, not letting his heart bleed through the music. A few minutes later, the cafe's owner breezes by, wiping a table with brisk, confident strokes. Kira Stein, Alex's best friend since their days in music conservatory, is a petite woman with short, coppery hair that curls just at her chin. She has an uncanny ability to sense the mood of a room, especially where Alex is concerned. "You okay?" Kira asks once the last note fades. Alex shrugs, eyes darting again to the newspaper. Kira follows his glance. A sigh escapes her lips. "You know," she says, "you don't have to torture yourself reading about her. It's been how many years?" A question that hangs in the air without an easy answer. One might say 5 or 10, or maybe just enough. Years for the memory of Hazel Warner to become a continuous hum in Alex's life. He stands, carefully folds the newspaper, and follows Kira to the back of the cafe. The corridor there is narrow, walls lined with old concert posters, many from Kira's short stint as a travelling violinist. She gave that up to open this place, channeling her passion for music into the comfort of others. Alex has never fully understood how she can be so fearless in forging a new path, but maybe that's precisely why they've stayed so close. Once they reach the small kitchen, Kira hands him a mug of chamomile tea. She's well acquainted with his reluctance to drink coffee late at night. "Alex," she says, her voice low enough that the barista behind them won't overhear. "I'm serious. This obsession, it has to stop. You let yourself feel everything so deeply, and that's beautiful. But you have to remember what Hazel did. She never even noticed you, not really. Don't let her waltz back into your head now that she's all over the press again." He looks at Kira, wanting to believe her words but also unable to quiet the memories. She has no idea how many times he's replayed those old duets, the ones in the musty practice rooms at the conservatory. He still recalls the exact weight of Hazel's gaze when they performed an original piece he'd composed specifically for her. Yet, she never realised it was for her. She'd simply praised his musicianship and rushed on to the next rehearsal, her mind fixed on climbing higher and higher in her own career. And now she's back, battered by scandal, possibly more fragile than before. She might not ever glance in his direction again, but that doesn't stop the longing. "Let me worry about it," Alex finally mutters, taking a sip of tea. Kira shakes her head but decides not to push further. She knows well enough that coaxing truth from Alex is a slow dance. "All right," she concedes, "but promise me you won't bury yourself in heartbreak again. If you need to talk, I'm here." Alex sets down the mug and returns to the piano, but the mood in the cafe has shifted. Most patrons have gone. The few who remain seem content with hushed conversation. He runs his fingers over the keys but chooses not to play. No sense in pouring himself into a near-empty room. Instead, he helps Kira close up for the night, stacking chairs, wiping tables, flicking off the lights until the cafe is silent and dark, except for the glowing green exit sign. When they step outside, the street glistens under the lampposts. Wind rustles a stray piece of trash, sending it skittering along the sidewalk. Alex feels the chill against his skin, but it's a mild evening by New York standards. Kira rummages for her keys, the jingle echoing faintly in the urban hush. She locks the door, then turns to him. "You sure you don't want to stay with me? You look like you've got a lot on your mind," she says, softly. "I'm fine," Alex insists. He wonders what time it is. Probably near midnight, maybe later. The quiet can be disorienting in a city that rarely sleeps. He runs a hand through his hair and offers Kira a small, reassuring smile. "Thanks, though. I'll see you in the morning?" She nods, and they part ways. He heads down the block, each step feeling heavier. He's turned 31, an age that feels like a tide change. No longer the bright-eyed dreamer of his 20s, but not old enough to shed that same dream. A musician in a constant state of almost discovered, almost recognised, almost loved. He can't resist one last glance at the folded newspaper under his arm. Hazel Warner's face is captured in a photograph that seems to ache with unsaid words. She doesn't know he exists as more than a faint memory from the past. And yet, for Alex Peterson, she's been the silent impetus behind every piece he's ever composed. He rounds the corner to his small walk-up apartment. The building stands tired but proud. Up the creaky stairs into the narrow hall, and finally he slips the key into his door. Inside, the living room is cluttered with sheet music, some scribbled on loose-leaf pages, others meticulously noted in bound notebooks. His baby grand piano, a well-loved Steinway, is tucked in the corner. He flips on a small lamp, letting its warm glow caress the instrument. Setting the newspaper on the piano bench, he leans against a wall scrawled with half-finished compositions pinned up like puzzle pieces. He wonders if Hazel is reading about herself with the same sense of dread. He wonders if she's thinking back to the days before everything became complicated by fame and betrayal. In this moment, the past and the present collide in his heart. He wants to shut out the memories, but the notes of an old composition drift into his mind uninvited. Quietly, as if not to disturb the intangible ghost lurking, he hums a melody he once wrote for Hazel. It settles into the silence like a final lullaby for the night. He knows Kira's warning is wise. He knows he should let the memory of Hazel fade. But love, or something akin to it, has a way of burrowing into the soul, deeper than logic can reach. And so, with a flick of the lamp switch, he surrenders to the darkness, that intangible chord still resonating in him. He doesn't know what tomorrow holds, only that the world has suddenly tilted with Hazel's return. The shadows of unspoken feelings dance on the wall, and somewhere in the city that never truly sleeps, Hazel Warner might be hearing an echo of a past she never knew existed. A crisp morning light slices through Alex's thin curtains, waking him earlier than usual. The city hums in the background, delivery trucks roaring, car horns honking. But Alex hears another sound in his mind. the slow, melancholic chords he half composed last night before sleep claimed him. They remain incomplete, like a question begging for an answer he's not yet ready to give. He dresses, pulling on a sweater and dark jeans, and cradles a travel mug of tea on his way back to the cafe. The dawn light paints the sidewalks golden. Despite the bustle, Alex feels a sense of quiet. He wonders if Hazel is awake right now, perhaps scanning the headlines that mock her fall from grace. It's a futile thought. She's a world away, even if technically only a few subway stops separate them in Manhattan. When he steps into Kira's cafe, the place smells of freshly ground espresso beans and pastries. Morning regulars line up, bleary-eyed but hopeful for caffeine. Kira, cheerful but firm, manages them all with the efficiency of a seasoned conductor overseeing an orchestra. "Good morning," she calls, sliding a latte across the counter to a waiting customer. Then she turns to Alex, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sleep well?" He shrugs. Sleep was a cagey beast that refused to linger. "I'm managing." Kira arches an eyebrow. "You know, if you want real rest, you could try not reading that newspaper article 20 times. He tries to deny it, but the small, knowing tilt of her head stops him. "I just needed to see how the media's spinning it," he says. "She's back in the city after all. Doesn't that feel surreal to you?" Kira's expression softens. "I guess," she concedes. "She was always so driven when we were all at the conservatory. The star of every show, the top of every class. It's strange to picture her now, headlined as a pariah. But maybe," she pauses, measuring her words, "this is a chance for her to figure out who she is without that perfect veneer." A knock on the glass door distracts them. A harried supplier gestures at Kira, needing a signature for a delivery. She throws Alex a quick, sympathetic look and rushes off. Alone at the counter, Alex finds his thoughts drifting again to Hazel, the way her bow once glided, across violin strings, each note luminous, filled with a rare fervour. People called her a prodigy, but Alex saw the toll of that label in the deep circles under her eyes. He'd admired her from the audience seat as much as from behind the piano stand. But she never noticed, or if she did, she chose not to say a thing. Morning moves forward in a blur of coffee orders and pastries. Alex occasionally assists, clearing tables, refilling sugar canisters. A few hours later, just as the rush dies down, something almost fated happens. A figure slips through the door. She's shorter than he remembers, or perhaps it's the way her posture slopes inward, as if she's trying to vanish into her own coat. Her hair, once pinned in an elegant bun for performances, now falls loosely around her shoulders in unbrushed waves. Yet there's no mistaking that face. Hazel Warner stands in the doorway of Kira's cafe, scanning the room with uncertain eyes. Alex freezes. For an instant he contemplates, ducking behind the counter to avoid being seen. His heart pounds, and a rush of old emotions flood him. Admiration, yearning, fear that she'll glance right through him as if he's invisible. But she doesn't. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of recognition sparks across her features. "Alex," she says softly, her voice cracking as though she's unsure if she's allowed to speak his name. Time seems to stutter. Kira, returning from the back, practically leaps to intercept Hazel. "Hey," Kira says in polite but guarded tones. "Long time no see. Do you need something? Coffee? A place to sit?" Hazel's cheeks flush. She steps closer to the counter, ignoring the curious stares of a few remaining customers. I saw the sign. The name was familiar. I had no idea this was your place, Kira." Her gaze flickers to Alex. "Or that you'd be here too." The room feels charged, like the moment before a pivotal note in a musical composition. A part of Alex wants to unravel every memory he stored away. Tell Hazel how proud he was of her successes, how gutted he was when she fell from grace, how her face in that newspaper last night reignited every feeling he'd tried to bury. But he stands there, measured silence forming a barrier. Kira, stepping up, tries to dissolve the tension with a businesslike tone. "Welcome. If you'd like something, the menu's on the board. We also have fresh pastries." Hazel glances at the blackboard, though she seems more focused on Alex's face. She opens her mouth, closes it, and then tries again. "Actually, Could we talk? All of us, maybe. I know a lot has happened since forever." She gives a half laugh that lacks humour. "I just wanted to see you both. Maybe apologise." Kira folds her arms. Apologise for what exactly? Hazel's gaze drops to the floor. For never being around, for shutting people out, especially after everything. You probably heard about the scandal. Nate Caldwell accused me of stealing a concerto from him. It wasn't true. Her voice tightens, but no one believed me. I lost everything. My reputation, my bookings, sponsors, everything. A silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine behind the counter. I should have reached out sooner. Alex feels a pang of sympathy, then quickly reminds himself of Kira's warning. Hazel had always been too wrapped up in her own ambitions to notice the people who truly cared about her. But is it fair to blame her entirely? Or is this vulnerability genuine? Finally he lets out a breath and in a measured voice says, "It's been a while, Hazel. Let's grab a table." The three of them settle at a corner table by the window. Passers-by rush along the sidewalk outside, glimpsing the cafe's interior without understanding the emotional undercurrents swirling in that small space. Hazel fiddles with her fraying jacket sleeve, as though searching for the right words. "I'm sorry to just barge in like this," she begins again. "I know I have no right to ask for help after everything that's happened. But the truth is, I don't know if I can play violin the way I used to. I can't trust my own instincts anymore. Everyone's eyes are on me, waiting for me to fail again." Kira's expression softens just a fraction. "What do you want from us?" Hazel looks directly at Alex and he feels his heart skip. "Back in school, you wrote a piece for me once," she says, her voice tender. "You might not remember," he interrupts. "Of course I remember. I remember every piece I've ever composed." She nods, looking grateful for a moment of connection. "It was unlike anything else. I felt a sincerity in your notes that I never felt in any other composition. After what I've been through, I want to feel that again. I need to rediscover why I love music. I was hoping, maybe, you could compose something new for me. It's the only way I know how to start over." A jolt of conflicting emotions grips Alex. Part of him bristles at the idea. Why should he cater to Hazel's request now, after years of quiet neglect? But another part of him, the composer who thrives on raw emotion, can't ignore the stirring of inspiration. The guard dog in his mind barks that this is dangerous, that he'll be hurt again. Yet the flicker of hope in Hazel's eyes is undeniable. "You're asking a lot," Alex manages to say. Hazel lowers her gaze. "I know, but I'm lost, Alex. And I thought, if anyone could help me find my way, it would be you." The sincerity in her voice, mixed with desperation, forms a chord that resonates too deeply to ignore. Kira catches Alex's eye, a silent caution passing between them. This is exactly what she was worried about. Alex stepping into the old role of caretaker, the silent composer who burns for a woman who barely registers his presence beyond his music. But now that Hazel is here, physically, tangibly broken, can he turn away? He leans back, crossing his arms. "Let me think about it," he says, trying to sound detached. Hazel nods, her shoulders slumping in what seems like relief that he hasn't outright refused. "Thank you," she whispers. They linger in an uneasy quiet until a customer approaches the counter, drawing Kira away to take another order. Alex and Hazel remain at the table, separated by a gulf of unspoken history. For a fleeting moment, Alex wonders if this is fate or a twisted encore of heartbreak. Either way, the music that once bound them together might soon play again. And if it does, Alex senses it won't be the same gentle harmony. It might be a tempest, or something more complicated. Something that could break them both. For the rest of that day, Alex is caught in a whirlwind of old melodies and new uncertainties. After Hazel's departure, he and Kira exchange few words about the encounter. She simply hands him a cloth to wipe down the counters, eyes narrowed in a stern, silent message. "I'm watching you. Don't get in over your head." That night, Alex heads home with a restless surge of creativity swirling within. The second he enters his apartment, he sits at his baby grand. His fingers hover over the keys. A phrase forms in his mind, soft, tentative. It's reminiscent of the compositions he wrote in his conservatory days for Hazel, but now there's an undercurrent of regret and longing that wasn't there before. He plays a few chords, testing the waters. An image flashes in his mind of Hazel in the cafe, her coat too big, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. He remembers how vibrant she used to be, standing tall on stage, commanding the spotlight with her violin's brilliance. Now, that bright energy seems dimmed by betrayal and scandal. The tabloids can be vicious, especially when a revered figure falls from grace. Accusations of plagiarism are a hard stain to remove, even when you're innocent. Alex shuts his eyes, letting the notes speak. When he was younger, he believed music was enough to convey his feelings, but he never found the courage to tell Hazel directly, "Hey, I love you. This composition is a testament to how you captivate my entire being." She never guessed, or if she did, she brushed it aside, too focused on her own ambitions. He wonders, is it masochistic to compose something new for her? Probably. But the thought of turning her away feels worse. He can't deny the electric thrill that runs through him at the notion of creating a piece worthy of resurrecting her spirit. Late into the night, he scrawls ideas onto staff paper, half-formed melodies, eerie chord progressions, a shift to a major key that hints at hope. By the time he looks at the clock, it's nearly 2 a.m. He rubs his tired eyes and forces himself to bed, mind racing with chord structures and harmonic layers. Over the next several days, Hazel and Alex meet in his small Brooklyn apartment. They sit across from each other, a battered coffee table between them, strewn with his handwritten sheets. Hazel traces the notes with her fingertips, as though they're braille revealing secrets. "I don't know if I can do these justice," she confesses one afternoon, setting the pages aside. She glances around at the cluttered living space. Alex's apartment is modest, but the stacks of music carry a certain magic, as if each page vibrates with potential. "I haven't performed in months, and when I do try to play, I get in my own head. My technique is shaky, my confidence is shot." Alex finds her vulnerability unsettling. The Hazel he recalls was proud, sometimes to a fault, certain of her abilities. This Hazel seems humanized by pain. A small voice in his mind warns him that heartbreak often paves the way to manipulative apologies, but he can't help feeling sympathy. "You'll get it back," he says gently. "If you want to, that is. But it'll take practice and patience." She gives him a weary smile. "Thanks for not sugarcoating it." Then she shifts her gaze. "I'm curious, Alex. Why did you even agree to help me? You could have refused, told me to figure it out on my own." The question lingers, thickening the air. He could mention that maybe it's because he spent years tethered to her without her noticing, or that Kira's protective stance only half deters him from diving headlong into a new composition for the woman who once spurred his greatest pieces. Instead, he offers a careful truth. because I understand what it's like to love music to the point that you can't let it die, no matter how many times it betrays you. A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She nods as though she senses the deeper layers in his words. But before either can elaborate, Kira strides in, carrying a paper bag of groceries. She's been dropping by regularly, partly to keep them fed and partly, Alex suspects, to ensure he isn't blindly falling into old patterns. "I've got fresh vegetables and some pasta," Kira announces. "Thought I'd whip up lunch." She sets the bag on the kitchen counter, pausing to look at Hazel. "You look tired. Are you resting enough?" Hazel shrugs. "I've been trying to rebuild a routine. Mornings at the library researching old compositions, afternoons practicing, evenings here with Alex." Kira raises an eyebrow at Alex. "Don't overwork her, composer boy." Alex holds up his hands in mock defense. "She sets the pace, not me." Hazel smiles faintly, sensing the playful protective tone in Kira's voice. Then she helps unload the groceries. In the next few minutes, the apartment is filled with the aroma of simmering tomatoes, sizzling onions, and fresh basil. The domesticity of it all surprises Alex. It's been ages since he's had something resembling family or close friends gathered around for a meal. As they eat, talk meanders from music to old stories about the conservatory. Hazel recounts how she once got locked in a practice room for hours because Nate Caldwell forgot she was there and left with the only key. Kira scoffs at the mention of that name, setting her fork down a little too aggressively. "Of course he did," Kira mutters, eyes narrowing. "Nate never gave a damn about anyone but himself." Hazel glances at her plate. "I defended him for years. I even believed him at first when he said he was doing it for my own good, claiming that my compositions were overshadowing his. It's all so messed up." Alex stays quiet, letting Hazel's confession sink in. He recalls seeing Nate from afar during their conservatory days, a magnetic presence who drew a crowd wherever he went. Nate had an uncanny ability to charm people, a skill that masked his darker inclinations. That same charm, ironically, is what made the world believe his lies about Hazel's plagiarism. Eventually plates empty, and the three of them clear the table. Hazel steps to the corner of the living room where her violin case rests. Carefully she lifts the instrument out, running her fingers over the polished wood. It's still a magnificent violin, though now bearing the emotional weight of her scandal. Alex moves to the piano. "Let's try a few bars from that piece I showed you," he suggests, flipping open the pages on the stand. Hazel nods, positioning the violin under her chin. She draws in a breath, and her bow meets the strings. The first note wavers. She stops, breath ragged. "It's okay," Alex says calmly. "Again." A second attempt produces a slightly steadier sound, though far from her old brilliance. Her technique is rusty, but there's a tremor of emotion that travels from her bow into the air. It's not just skill that's missing, it's belief in herself. Alex begins to play the supporting piano line, a gentle ripple of chords meant to cradle the violin melody. It's a new composition with hints of an old longing. For a moment, Hazel meets his eyes. Something sparks, as if she recognizes that the music is built around her essence, her timid reawakening, her heartbreak, her hope. The notes intertwine, delicate but fraught with tension. It's imperfect, but genuine. When they finish, Hazel lowers her violin, tears brimming. She blinks them away quickly, her voice shaking. It's like the music understands me better than I understand myself." Kira watches quietly, arms folded but not unkindly. "That's Alex for you," she finally says. "He hears what's unspoken." Hazel's eyes never leave Alex's face. "You once wrote for me, years ago, and I barely thanked you," she says. "But I want you to know now that it meant the world, even if I didn't say it. I just didn't realize how much I needed it." Alex's heart clenches with an odd mix of longing and frustration. He has waited so long for any kind of acknowledgement from Hazel, yet hearing it now stings. It reminds him of the lost time, the night spent pining for a woman who was only a dream. Clearing his throat, he says, "Let's refine that second section tomorrow. The tempo shift might help you transition better." Hazel nods, cheeks flushed. Kira, sensing the emotionally charged atmosphere, speaks up. "I'm going to do the dishes. Hazel, why don't you pack up your violin for the day? We've done enough for now." Hazel lingers only a moment longer before setting her instrument down and heading to the kitchen to help Kira. Alone, Alex flips through the sheets of music on his piano stand. His eyes land on a line that reads, "Dedicated to HW." It's an echo of the secret dedications he made back in school, though he never had the courage to show them to her. In the kitchen, he hears the murmur of Hazel and Kira's voices. They're talking quietly, maybe about him, or maybe about the scandal. He wonders if Hazel is telling Kira about the heartbreak she endured with Nate, or the raw guilt she carries for not noticing Alex's devotion all those years ago. He wonders if Kira is cautioning Hazel not to hurt him again. He closes the music folder, pressing down gently on the pages as though sealing them into his own heart. Despite his caution, he's already invested. Too much. His walls are crumbling, and the music of her presence is slipping in once more. He can't help but think, if this collaboration heals Hazel, what will it do to him? Will he finally find closure? Or is he walking straight into heartbreak for a second time? As he sits there, the lingering resonance of their duet still vibrating through the apartment, one truth emerges. Though he spent years composing in the shadows, a flicker of light has found him, and as dangerous as it might be to step into that brightness again, he knows that sometimes music is worth the risk. Tension curls like a wary cat in the corners of Alex's apartment. Though Hazel is determined to rebuild her career, she struggles under the weight of public disapproval, which she experiences even in small ways. Side glances from strangers on the subway, or hushed whispers when someone recognizes her on the street. Each new day at Alex's apartment, she tackles the violin with increasing rigor. Bit by bit, her confidence emerges, but so does a new emotion, a deepening awareness of Alex. One evening, after Kira has locked up the cafe and left Alex and Hazel alone to rehearse, Hazel notices an old spiral-bound notebook on the piano bench. Its edges are frayed, the cover faded. Without thinking, she picks it up and flips through the pages. Her breath catches. The dates go back nearly a decade, each composition titled with cryptic phrases: Moonlight Before Dawn, The Red Scarf Elegy, Her Heart's Allegro. The margins are filled with half-erased doodles, sometimes a single initial, H. The dedication lines read differently, for HW, or simply for her. It's as if the entire notebook is an ode to a mysterious muse. She glances at Alex, who's busy in the small kitchenette, washing a couple of mugs. Music from a local jazz station filters through a tinny radio on the counter. She wonders if she should ask permission to read further, but the curiosity is too strong. She turns the page. The notes swirl off the staff lines, raw, unpolished, but brimming with a fervour she recognises from their earliest rehearsals at the conservatory. In each melody she senses a confession, like love letters etched in music. Her mind whirls back to fleeting memories, the way Alex would watch her from across the practice room, the flush on his face whenever she praised his compositions. Could it be? Hazel snaps the notebook shut when Alex walks in, concern etched on his features. "Where did you find that?" he asks, drying his hands on a dish towel. She holds it out, cheeks burning. "It was on the bench. Alex, these pieces, you wrote them. For me. Didn't you?" His silence is answer enough. Slowly he sets the towel aside, tension in his jaw. That was a long time ago. Her hands tremble. Why didn't you ever tell me? Alex's gaze falls to the floor. You never asked, and you never seemed interested in anything that wasn't about your own spotlight. She flinches as though struck. That's not fair. I didn't know. I was focused, he finishes. Driven. You were unstoppable, Hazel. I admired that. But you never looked back. For a moment neither speaks. The radio crackles out a lonely saxophone line punctuating the silence. Finally, Hazel musters the courage to meet his eyes. I see that now. I was young and foolish. I was so consumed with being the best that I didn't stop to see who was right beside me. Alex exhales, running a hand over the piano's worn finish. Why are we talking about the past? It can't be changed. She clutches the notebook to her chest. Because it matters to me, she confesses, voice quavering. I thought nobody understood me or my passion, but all this time you were writing for me, fueling me, loving me through your music, and I never even thanked you. A storm brews in Alex's dark eyes. Pain, longing, frustration. Don't read too much into it, he says, though his tone betrays him. I was just a naive composer in love with an idea. An idea? Hazel echoes, feeling her throat tighten. Or was it me? He's silent for a long beat, then quietly responds, I don't know anymore. She sets the notebook down gently, returning it to him like something fragile. For what it's worth, those pieces are some of the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wish I could have heard them played. Maybe one day I still can. Alex avoids her gaze, gathering the notebook and tucking it away. We should call it a night. The next morning, Hazel confides in Kira. They meet at the cafe, before opening, in that in-between time when the city is just waking. Hazel sits on a stool near the counter, arms resting on her violin case. She looks pensive, as if she hasn't slept. Kira pours them both a cup of strong coffee, ignoring Hazel's mention that she's more of a tea person these days. Trust me, you need the caffeine, Kira jokes softly. Now spill. What's going on in that head of yours? Hazel hesitates, then sighs. I found a notebook of Alex's compositions from years ago. All of them. They're dedicated to me. I had no clue he felt so strongly. My mind is reeling. Kira's expression is guarded, though not entirely surprised. I warned him not to get hurt again. He's been carrying this torch for so long. Hazel lets out a broken laugh. I never meant to be so blind. I was just so caught up in my career, in Nate, in everything. And now that I see the depth of Alex's devotion, I feel... She searches for the right word. Guilty, and more than that. Something else I can't quite put my finger on. Like I'm seeing Alex for the first time, but it's too late. Kira sets her coffee mug down. It's not too late if you're sincere, but you need to figure out if what you feel is truly for him or for the music he creates. Hazel grips her mug, the warmth seeping into her hands. I wish I knew how to separate the two. I keep hearing his compositions in my head, and they fill me with this emotion I can't describe. Is it him I love or the music? It's all so tangled. Untangle it, Kira says firmly, or at least try, because if you give Alex false hope and then realise you only wanted the music, he'll never recover. The gravity of Kira's words sinks in. Hazel nods, her eyes clouded with worry. Thank you, she whispers. I know you're just trying to protect him. And maybe protect you too, Kira replies softly. She stands, finishing her coffee in one gulp, because heartbreak, in any direction, cuts deep. Across the city, rumblings of a major gala at Carnegie Hall start making their way through the classical music grapevine. It's an annual fundraiser featuring top-tier musicians, and rumour has it the organisers are desperate for a headlining performer with a fresh story. Hazel's scandal, ironically, makes her a compelling choice. Her potential comeback could grab headlines and sell tickets. That afternoon, the call comes in. An invitation to Hazel Warner to perform at the prestigious event. She's startled by the sudden opportunity. "They want me," she blurts into the phone. "After everything that happened." "We believe in second chances," the event coordinator says diplomatically. This could be a triumphant return, and frankly, it's good for publicity. That last line stings, but Hazel forces a grateful tone. "I'll do it. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to make it a success." The moment, she hangs up. Her heart flutters with both excitement and dread. She calls Alex, voice trembling. "They've asked me to play at Carnegie Hall next month. It's huge, but I don't feel ready to stand on that stage alone." "You can do it," Alex says, though she detects uncertainty in his words. "We'll work twice as hard. I'll compose something new, something bold. But you have to trust yourself." She bites her lip. "Actually, I want it to be your piece, front and centre, if you're willing. Something you've been working on. Something that means everything." She doesn't mention the old notebook, but the implication is there. "I'll dedicate the performance to you." A pause. When he speaks again, Alex's voice sounds guardedly hopeful. "I'll finish the composition. Meet me tomorrow at the apartment." The clock ticks relentlessly toward the gala date. Rehearsals intensify. Hazel pours every ounce of her being into the new composition Alex is finalising. The tension between them simmers, unspoken truths weaving into the notes. On the surface, they're a formidable duo, a rising star seeking redemption, and a composer stepping out of the shadows. But under the veneer of professional collaboration, the old heartbeat of love flickers. One night, after a grueling session, Hazel musters the courage to speak up. "Alex," she begins, meeting his eyes. "There's something I need to say." He lowers his hands from the piano keys. The expression on his face is caution mixed with yearning. What is it? She tries to form the words, but fear knots her stomach. "I love you," she wants to say, but is it him, or is it the music? In the end, she can't force the confession, not yet. "Thank you," she says instead, her voice trembling with intensity, "for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself, for writing what you write, for everything." His gaze lingers on her, vulnerability flickering. That's enough, for tonight. He stands to walk her out. The closeness between them as they walk down the hall is electric yet unclaimed. Outside, the city's neon haze bathes them in swirling colour. She longs to reach for him, to test if the connection she feels is real. But the swirl of confusion holds her back. They say goodnight at the curb. As Hazel steps into a waiting cab, she watches Alex disappear into the shadows of his building. She wonders if she'll ever find the words, or if she'll lose him just as she's finally beginning to see him. The gala day looms, a culminating crescendo, and neither Hazel nor Alex can predict whether the final chord will strike salvation or heartbreak. Carnegie Hall stands regal under the city lights, a beacon of artistry and ambition. The night of the gala arrives, and Hazel Warner slips in through the stage door, violin case in hand, nerves jumping like frantic creatures inside her. Stagehands bustle about, directing performers, checking lights. The roar of an anticipatory audience seeps through the walls, a distant thunder that rattles Hazel's heart. Backstage, Alex sits at a piano bench, running through the final bars of his new composition one last time. The piece is raw and unfiltered, a reflection of everything he's carried for years: unrequited love, quiet devotion, and the heartbreak of being unseen. He glances up as Hazel approaches, her eyes flickering with both anxiety and determination. "You ready?" he asks softly, a note of sincerity in his voice. She exhales. "Ready as I'll ever be. I want to play your music perfectly. Not just to prove something to the world, but to show you that I hear you. Finally. He nods, swallowing hard. No words come, but the moment is charged with a deeper understanding. They step onto the stage together. The hall's grand interior dazzles with chandeliers and plush red seats packed to capacity. Reporters, critics, and patrons crane their necks. The entire room crackles with the tension of this high-stakes performance. Hazel stands under the spotlight, violin at her chin. Alex takes his seat at the Steinway Grand. A hush settles, a collective inhale. Then, with a single nod, Hazel draws her bow across the strings, and the first note emerges, a trembling whisper that blossoms into a forceful lament. The composition sweeps from a plaintive melody to a fierce crescendo, each movement telling a story of regret, devotion, and redemption. As they play, Hazel feels the music flowing through her like a second heartbeat. She catches Alex's eye in fleeting moments, sensing that the lines between them, between composer and muse, between two hearts separated for too long, are dissolving. Midway through the performance, the emotion surges. The violin's cry echoes with raw intensity, and the audience leans in as though catching a confession. Hazel's vision blurs with tears she refuses to shed. She channels every ounce of feeling into the bow, her body trembling with the piece's climax. Alex's piano supports, guides, and complements every note, no longer just an accompaniment, but a duet of souls. When the final chord resolves, the silence is almost unbearable. Then thunderous applause erupts, sweeping the hall. Hazel lowers her violin, chest heaving. She searches for Alex amid the standing ovation, finds him gazing at her with a mix of awe and heartbreak. For a fleeting second, she wants to run to him, to fling her arms around him and say everything she's kept locked inside. But the curtain call pulls them both into formal bows. They step forward, and the applause crescendos, cameras flashing like frenzied fireflies. Backstage afterward, the chaos is immediate. Congratulations, interview requests, critics fawning. Hazel stumbles through it, her mind spinning. She wants to find Alex, but he's swallowed up by the crowd, ushered away by well-wishers. Someone thrusts a microphone at her, demanding a statement. Another tries to take her photograph. Over the din, she hears a familiar, contemptuous voice. "So, you've found a new composer to sponge off, have you?" The voice stops her cold. Nate Caldwell, her ex-fiancé, emerges from the throng. His tailored suit and polished shoes shine under the harsh backstage lights. His smile is razor-sharp. "Brilliant performance, Hazel. Almost had me convinced you wrote that piece yourself." Hazel's blood runs cold. "I never claimed to write it," she hisses, stepping closer to keep the conversation private. "Alex composed it, as anyone who bothered to read the program would know." Nate chuckles, low and menacing. "Ah, but they'll still talk. Word around is that your dear Alex has been inspired by your old ideas. Maybe you fed him your scraps, then let him do the grunt work. I wonder which story the tabloids will run with." She clenches her teeth. "You can't poison this, Nate. Not this time." He raises an eyebrow. "Watch me." Before he can say more, Kira arrives, practically shoving him aside. "Move!" she snaps, her voice low. Then she turns to Hazel, ignoring Nate's predatory grin. "You okay?" Hazel's heart pounds. A swirl of anger and fear grips her. "I need to find Alex," she mutters. Kira nods, leading Hazel away from Nate's spiteful presence. They wind down a backstage corridor, where a few straggling stagehands and performers congratulate Hazel. She politely nods, but keeps moving, scanning for Alex. She spots him near a side exit, slipping away from the throng. Adrenaline surging, she rushes to him, catching his arm before he can disappear outside. He turns, surprise flickering across his face. "Hazel?" She breathes heavily. What are you doing? Everyone's looking for you. There's a million congratulations to be had. The words tumble out breathless. I needed air, he explains, glancing toward the exit. It's overwhelming. Hazel studies him for a moment. Is this about me? Or the composition? Or everything we haven't said? Alex's shoulders sag, a weary vulnerability. Part of me never believed this would happen, he admits. You, on stage, playing my music, applauded by so many people who once overlooked me. It's surreal. She places her violin case on the floor and steps closer. Then let it be real. Let this be the moment you finally acknowledge how extraordinary you are. He lowers his gaze. I can't help feeling like you're in love with the music, not the man behind it. The corridor feels like a quiet echo chamber, the muffled claps and chatter of the gala drifting from afar. Hazel lifts a trembling hand, brushes it against Alex's cheek. I won't lie. The music is a part of you, and it's what first spoke to me, even before I had the sense to listen. But over these past weeks, she hesitates, tears brimming. I realised it's you I see when the music stops. It's you I ache, for when I'm not holding my violin. I love what you create, but I love who you are more. Alex's breath catches, doubt wars with longing in his eyes. Hazel? She silences him by resting her forehead against his. A wave of relief washes through her as he leans into the contact. Then, with delicate care, she steps back just enough to meet his gaze. I'm sorry it took me this long. He closes his eyes, exhaling as though letting go of years of pent-up emotion. I've wanted to hear those words for so long. His voice is unsteady. I was convinced it'd never happen. Hazel smiles through her tears. If it's too late, tell me now. Instead of answering, Alex pulls her into a tentative hug. She melts against him, the shape of his arms around her feeling like the home she never knew she needed. The distant sound of applause continues behind them, but here, in this quiet hallway, they share a different symphony, a duet of hearts finally in tune. Kira appears at the end of the corridor, noticing their embrace. She steps back, a soft smile curving her lips. Quietly she slips away, letting them have their moment. Years later, Hazel Warner and Alex Peterson sit side by side in a high-ceilinged concert hall in Vienna. The stage is set for a performance, with spectators chatting excitedly in hushed tones. Hazel holds her violin, leaning into Alex with effortless intimacy. Their world tours have garnered both of them acclaim. Alex, once an overlooked pianist, is now recognised as a brilliant composer in his own right. Hazel, once disgraced, has risen from the ashes with the authenticity that only heartbreak and redemption can bring. A journalist from a European music magazine takes a seat beside them for a brief interview, flipping through her notes. She looks at Hazel. You're known worldwide for your electrifying performances, but in your own words, what inspires you the most? Hazel glances at Alex, a gentle laugh escaping. Gentle, her. I used to think I played music for the entire world's approval, but I realise now I was always playing for him. She squeezes Alex's hand. And once I understood that, everything changed. The journalist turns to Alex. And you, Mr. Peterson? What's it like to compose for such a celebrated violinist, and to share more than just a stage? He offers a thoughtful smile. It's like having your heart walking round outside your body, weaving your notes into magic. There's nothing quite like it. The journalist jots down a few more comments, then leaves them with a warm goodbye. As the audience begins to fill in, Hazel and Alex steal a final moment of quiet. She leans her head on his shoulder. They step onto the stage together, a married couple now, and an even stronger musical partnership. The lights dim, and a hush falls over the audience. Alex takes his seat at the piano. Hazel positions the violin beneath her chin, meeting his eyes with a look that says, "I hear you, always." The first note resonates through the hall, and it's clear to everyone listening that this music is born of two hearts that once ran parallel, never touching. Now, at last, they converge in perfect harmony, and somewhere, in the quiet corners of their souls, they remember the years of distance, the heartbreak, the unspoken dedications. For them, the journey wasn't just about reclaiming a career or proving a tabloid wrong. It was about finally discovering that what they truly needed was to recognise the love that had been in front of them all along. Patient, unwavering, ready to be embraced. They play on, each measure speaking of second chances and the beauty that comes from letting yourself be seen, not just in the glow of the stage lights, but in the silent dawn of everyday life. And as the music swells to its final chord, one truth stands above all else. Some compositions are written not just for the world, but for the one who finally hears your heart. Beyond the horizon of time. Louis Doyle's fingers danced across the console of Astralis 5, the experimental spacecraft's cabin humming with the quiet intensity of cutting-edge technology. The holographic displays cast a blue glow across his features as he ran through the pre-jump checklist for the third time. At 32, he had already logged more test flights than pilots twice his age, but today's mission carried stakes that made his palms sweat beneath his flight gloves. Reading normal on all fractal alignment matrices, called Malcolm Park from the co-pilot's chair. At 35, Malcolm's salt and pepper temples betrayed the stress of their profession, but his eyes still held the eager spark that had drawn Louis to him as a friend and colleague years ago. Malcolm, if these calculations are even slightly off. They're not, Malcolm interrupted, shooting Louis a knowing look. I triple-checked them myself. We'll be back in time for Sophia's ultrasound, tomorrow. The mention of his wife and their unborn daughter brought a smile to Louis's face. The image of Sophia that morning flashed in his mind, standing in their kitchen, her honey-brown hair catching the sunlight, one hand resting on her swollen belly while the other held their 3-year-old son Oliver on her hip. "Promise you'll be careful," she had whispered against his lips as they parted. "Emma and I will be waiting for you." "Initiating fractal expansion sequence," Louis announced into his comm, pushing the thought away. "Quantum space-time dynamics. This is Astralis 5. We are go for FDL jump in T-minus 60 seconds. The response from mission control was immediate. "Copy that, Astralis 5. All systems are nominal. Proceed with jump protocol." Louis exchanged a glance with Malcolm. "Ready to make history?" Malcolm grinned. "Just another day at the office." But it wasn't. If successful, this would be the first human-piloted craft to achieve true faster-than-light travel using the revolutionary fractal expansion drive. The technology promised to compress the space ahead of the vessel while expanding it behind, creating a sort of bubble that could slip between the conventional laws of physics. "Fractal field generator at maximum capacity," Louis reported, watching the readings climb. "Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation sequence and the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality itself appeared to fold around them, stars stretching into impossible lines of light, the blackness of space rippling like disturbed water. "Field stabilization holding at 98%, Malcolm called out, his voice strained with concentration. Wait, Louis, I'm getting anomalous readings in the navigation array." Louis's fingers flew across the controls. What kind of anomalous? "The fractal pattern is destabilizing. It's like something's pulling at the edges of our field." A warning klaxon blared through the cabin as red indicators flooded the displays. Louis felt his stomach drop as he recognized what was happening. "Gravitational interference," he muttered, then louder. Malcolm, we're being pulled off course. There's a massive gravity well directly in our modified path. Malcolm's face paled as he pulled up the stellar charts. Via BH1, we're being drawn toward a black hole. The next moments were chaos as they fought to regain control of their trajectory. The ship's engines whined in protest as Louis pushed them beyond their designed limits, attempting to break free from the inexorable pull. "Thrusters failing," Malcolm shouted over the growing cacophony of alarms. "Field integrity dropping below 60%. Louis made a desperate decision. "We need to shut down the fractal drive and attempt a conventional emergency jump out of here." As his fingers moved to execute the command, a strange calm settled over him. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into minutes. Through the viewport he could see the terrible beauty of Bayer BH1, a perfect circle of absolute darkness rimmed with the ghostly light of dying stars being consumed. "Louis," Malcolm's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Something's happening to our chronometric readings. The time dilation effect is..." Before Malcolm could finish, a blinding flash of light engulfed the cabin. When Louis could see again, a new presence appeared on their sensors, an unknown vessel, its design unlike anything in Earth's registry. It moved with impossible grace, positioning itself between Australis 5 and the black hole. "Are they helping us?" Malcolm whispered. As if in answer, their communications array lit up with an incoming data packet. Not words or images, but pure mathematics. Equations of such complexity and elegance that Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "It's a correction to our fractal field formula," he realised with sudden clarity. "They're showing us how to compensate for the gravitational distortion." Working with frantic precision, Louis integrated the new calculations into their navigation system. The alien vessel maintained its position, seemingly holding back the full force of the black hole's pull. "Field reforming," Malcolm reported, wonder in his voice. "Fractal integrity at 105%. How is that even possible?" Louis didn't answer, focusing entirely on executing their escape. With the alien mathematics guiding their path, Australis 5 slipped free of the gravitational well and made the jump back toward Earth. The return journey seemed deceptively normal. Their instruments showed they'd been gone for less than 6 hours, enough time for some concern at mission control, but nothing catastrophic. It wasn't until they approached Earth orbital space that the truth became clear. "Louis," Malcolm's voice cracked as he stared at the dating display. "According to mission control, we've been gone for 52 years." Louis felt the world fall away beneath him. 52 years. Sophia would be 78 now, Oliver 55, and Emma, his unborn daughter, would be 52 years old, older than he was. As Australis 5 docked with the gleaming orbital station that hadn't existed when they left, Louis stared out at an Earth that looked both familiar and alien. The blue-green marble still spun serenely below, but new orbital structures and unfamiliar spacecraft patterns told of decades of advancement. "What do we do now?" Malcolm asked quietly. Louis unbuckled his harness with numb fingers. "We go home," he said, "whatever's left of it." The descent to Earth felt surreal. Louis stared out the shuttle window at the transformed skyline of New Seattle, where impossibly tall structures of transparent materials caught the sunlight like crystalline forests. Air traffic moved in precise three-dimensional patterns that would have been chaos in his time but now seemed to follow some intricate dance only these future pilots understood. The medical and psychological evaluations had taken 3 days. 3 days of poking, prodding, scanning, and endless questions while he and Malcolm tried to grasp the enormity of what had happened. The time dilation effect nearby a BH1 had slowed their subjective experience to a crawl while decades rushed by on Earth. They were living relics, perfectly preserved specimens from the 2120s. Your cellular structure shows no abnormalities, the chief medical officer had explained, her eyes constantly darting to a neural interface rather than meeting Lewis's gaze directly. Physically, you're both exactly as you were when you left. Your chronological age is 84, but biologically you're still 32. Now, as the shuttle descended toward the landing pad of what had once been downtown Seattle, Louis clutched a small holographic projector in his hand. It contained the current information about his family, data that the officials had, reluctantly provided after his insistence. Sophia was alive. She had remarried 15 years after his disappearance to a man named Thomas Mathies. They'd had no children together, but Thomas had helped raise Oliver and Emma. Thomas had passed away 7 years ago. Sophia now lived in a life extension community in what used to be called Bellevue. Oliver was married with 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Emma had married twice, with 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Louis had 11 grandchildren he had never met, some of whom were now older than he was. The shuttle touched down with barely a whisper, and Louis stepped out into a world he no longer knew. A sleek transport pod waited to take him to Sophia. Malcolm had family to find as well, a younger sister who was now an elderly woman living in Tokyo. "We'll meet soon," Malcolm had promised before they parted. "We're probably the only people in the world who understand what the other is going through." The transport pod moved silently through the city, its automated systems requiring no input from Louis. He watched the unfamiliar landscape blur by, catching glimpses of everyday life in 2107. People dressed in fabrics that seemed to shift and change with their movements. Many had visible tech integrated into their bodies, subtle glowing lines beneath the skin, eyes with pupils that adjusted mechanically, hands with extra digits that looked both natural and artificial. When the pod finally stopped, Louis found himself before a sprawling complex of elegant buildings integrated with the natural landscape. Trees grew through and around structures in a harmony of design that would have been impossible in his time. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, waited at the entrance. Her professional smile and the subtle glow of interface tech at her temples marked her as staff. "Captain Doyle," she greeted him. "I'm Mira. I'll be facilitating your reunion with Mrs. Mathis Doyle. She's been informed of your arrival and is waiting in the garden pavilion." Louis followed Mira through winding paths lined with flowers he couldn't name and trees engineered to bloom year-round. His heart hammered against his ribs. How do you face a woman you said goodbye to yesterday, who has lived more than half a century since then? The pavilion appeared ahead, a graceful structure of living wood and transparent panels that caught the afternoon light. And there, seated in a hover chair near a small fountain, was Sophia. Time had etched deep lines into her face and turned her honey-brown hair to silver, but her eyes, those eyes that had looked at him with love just days ago in his timeline, were unmistakably hers. They widened as he approached, her weathered hand lifting to cover her mouth. "Louis," she whispered, the single word carrying 5 decades of grief, acceptance, and shock. Louis dropped to his knees beside her chair, words failing him entirely. His wife, yet not his wife anymore, reached out, with trembling fingers to touch his face. "They told me, but I couldn't believe it," she said, her voice stronger than he had expected. "You haven't changed at all." "Sophia, Louis began, but what could he possibly say? "I'm sorry I disappeared for 52 years. I still love you as if I saw you yesterday." Instead, tears came, hot and unexpected. Sophia's hand cupped his cheek, her touch both familiar and strange. "Oh, my dear Louis, what a cruel trick time has played on us both." They talked for hours as the sun moved across the sky. Sophia told him of the years after his disappearance, the grief, the long wait, the eventual acceptance. She spoke of raising their children alone until meeting Thomas, a kind man who never tried to replace Louis but instead honoured his memory. Oliver was so angry when I decided to marry again, she recalled with a sad smile. He was 8 by then, and he had convinced himself you were coming back any day. Emma was easier, she only knew you, from stories and pictures. Louis listened, trying to piece together the lives that had continued without him. Will they see me? Sophia nodded. Emma is coming tomorrow. She's been the most open to this. Oliver, she hesitated. Oliver needs more time. This is difficult for him in ways I think neither of us can fully understand. As evening approached, Sophia grew tired. Her caretaker, a man with subtle mechanical augmentations, appeared to take her back to her residence. We've prepared accommodations for you here in the community, Mira informed Louis. Mrs. Mathis Doyle requested you stay close. That night, alone in a room designed for comfort but feeling utterly alien, Louis stared out at the unfamiliar stars. Light pollution had been nearly eliminated, and the sky was clearer than he remembered. Even the constellations seemed slightly shifted, or perhaps it was just his perception that had changed. The next morning brought Emma, his daughter, the child he had never held, stood before him as a woman of 52, her eyes Sophia's but her jawline unmistakably his own. She approached cautiously, studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. "My whole life," she said finally. "I've seen your pictures, heard stories about you, but they never said how young you'd be." Her voice caught. "You're younger than my youngest son." Louis stood awkwardly, unsure if he should embrace her or keep his distance. "I don't know what to say, Emma. In my mind, you're still—" He gestured vaguely toward her midsection. A smile broke through her reserve. "Still unborn? Well, I did turn out rather well, if I do say so myself." She stepped forward and, after a moment's hesitation, wrapped her arms around him. "Welcome home, Dad, even if it's not the home you left." Over the next weeks, Louis met most of his grandchildren. Some approached him with curiosity, others with wariness. To them he was both family and stranger, a figure from history, books suddenly animated and walking among them. Ethan, Emma's youngest at 24, showed the most interest. "It's like meeting a time traveller," he enthused during one visit, peppering Louis with questions about life in the 2120s that made Louis realise just how much had changed. Olive remained distant, agreeing only to a brief video call where tension radiated through the connection. "I need more time," he said stiffly. 52 years wasn't enough to get over losing you. I can't just flip a switch because you've returned." As the weeks passed, Louis felt increasingly displaced. Sophia was kind, but the romantic love they had shared had transformed into something else, a gentle affection tinged with melancholy for what might have been. His children had lives fully formed without him. His grandchildren viewed him more as a curiosity than a grandfather. He had no place in this future, no job. His piloting skills, once cutting edge, were now hopelessly outdated. No purpose, beyond being a living reminder of a past most had forgotten. It was during this time of growing despair that Ethan arrived one day with a colleague. "Grandpa Lewis, this is Dr. Jasmine Patterson," Ethan said, introducing a striking woman with dark curls and keen, intelligent eyes. "She's a geneticist at the New Pacific Research Institute. She's been working on the longevity programs that keep Grandma Sophia and others so healthy into their later years." Jasmine extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. "Captain Doyle, your grandson hasn't stopped talking about you since your return. From a scientific perspective, your case is fascinating." Louis shook her hand, noting the lack of visible tech enhancements that had become so common. "Just Louis, please. I'm not sure Captain applies anymore." "Well, just Louis," she replied with a smile that transformed her serious demeanour. "I have about 1,000 questions for you, if you don't mind." Your unique temporal situation presents implications for my research that I never anticipated having the opportunity to explore. There was something refreshing about Jasmine's directness. Unlike others who tiptoed around him as if he might shatter, she looked at him with clear-eyed curiosity and, to his surprise, genuine interest in who he was rather than what had happened to him. "Ask away, Dr. Patterson," he found himself saying. "It's not like I have a busy social calendar these days." She laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to brighten the room. "Call me Jasmine, and don't worry. I won't subject you to all 1,000 questions today. Maybe just the first 100 or so." As they talked, something inside Louis began to stir, a feeling he had thought lost in the void of Bayer BH1. For the first time since his return, someone was looking at him not as a relic of the past, but as a man with a future. "You're avoiding the gravitational constant question," Jasmine accused, pointing her fork at Louis across the table of the small cafe that had become their regular meeting spot over the past month. Louis couldn't help but smile. "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just not convinced your theory about chronometric entropy makes sense." "That's because you're thinking in linear terms," she countered, her eyes bright with the thrill of intellectual challenge. "The mathematics we've developed since your departure suggest time isn't as straightforward as we once believed." Their debates had become the highlight of Lewis's weeks. What had begun as research interviews had evolved into something more. Conversations that range from the technical aspects of time dilation to philosophy, art, and the small details of daily life that reveal the true character of a changing world. Jasmine, at 25, represented the best of this new era, brilliant and forward-thinking, yet with a respect for history that many of her peers lacked. Her work in longevity genetics had given her a unique perspective on time and aging that resonated with Louis' unusual situation. "Maybe I'm stuck thinking linearly," Louis admitted, watching the way the afternoon light played across her features. "In my mind, it still feels like 2125 was just a few months ago." Jasmine's expression softened. "How are things with your family? Has Oliver agreed to meet in person yet?" Louis shook his head. "Baby steps. He's agreed to bring his wife for a visit next month. His children, my grandchildren, are still keeping their distance." "And Sophia?" "She's—" Louis paused, searching for the right words. "She's been wonderful. More understanding than I have any right to expect. But we both know we can't go back to what we were. Too much life has happened for her." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. "Time creates different kinds of distance. Physical distance can be bridged, but temporal distance—" She trailed off, then reached across the table to touch his hand briefly. "I can't imagine how difficult this is for you." The simple gesture of comfort sent an unexpected warmth through Louis. He'd grown comfortable with Jasmine, but this was the first moment he recognised that his feelings might be evolving beyond friendship. The realisation troubled him deeply. How could he contemplate feelings for another woman when Sophia, his wife, the mother of his children, was still alive? The fact that over 50 years had passed for her but only months for him created an ethical and emotional quandary he hadn't prepared for. That evening Louis found himself walking the peaceful grounds of the life extension community, his thoughts in turmoil. He was so distracted that he nearly collided with Sophia, who was enjoying the evening air in her hover chair. "Louis," she greeted him with a knowing smile, "you look like a man carrying the weight of the universe. Walk with me." He fell into step beside her slow-moving chair, the familiar scent of the jasmine flowers she had always loved filling the air between them. The irony of the scent wasn't lost on him. "Ethan tells me you've been spending considerable time with Dr. Patterson," Sophia observed, after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, like a teenager caught passing notes in class. "She's been helping me understand this new world." "Is that all she's been helping you understand?" He stopped, turning to face the woman who'd been his wife in another lifetime. "Sophia, I would never—" "Louis Doyle, don't you dare finish that sentence," Sophia interrupted, her aged eyes flashing with the same spirit that had captivated him when they first met. "Do you think I expect you to live the rest of your life alone? You're 32 years old. And I'm 78, she finished for him. "I've lived a full life, Louis. I've loved 2 good men. I've raised our children. I've held our grandchildren. And yes, I mourned you. Deeply and completely." Her voice softened. "But I also moved forward, because that's what living requires." Louis knelt beside her chair. "I still love you, Sophia. That hasn't changed for me." She reached out to stroke his cheek, her touch gentle. "I know you do, my dear. And I love you. The you I remember, and the you kneeling before me now. But we both know it's not the same love we shared before. It can't be." Tears welled in Louis's eyes. "I feel like I'm betraying you." "No," Sophia said firmly. "The only betrayal would be denying yourself the chance at happiness because of misplaced loyalty to a past that's gone for everyone but you." She took his hand, her grip still surprisingly strong. "I've seen how you look when you talk about Jasmine. It reminds me of how Thomas used to look at me, like he couldn't quite believe his good fortune." Louis didn't know what to say. The wisdom of her words warred with the guilt that had taken root in his heart. "The universe has already taken so much from you, Louis," Sophia continued. "Don't let it take your future too." Their conversation stayed with Louis for days afterward. He went through the motions of his increasingly structured life, meetings with specialists helping him integrate into modern society, visits with Emma and her family, virtual reality sessions to update his piloting knowledge in case a suitable position became available. But his thoughts kept returning to Jasmine, and to Sophia's blessing that felt both liberating and terrifying. When Jasmine called to invite him to a symposium on quantum temporal mechanics, Louis nearly declined. But Sophia's words echoed in his mind. "Don't let it take your future too." "I'd be delighted," he heard himself say instead. The symposium was held in what had once been the Seattle Art Museum, now transformed into a combined cultural and scientific hub. As Louis and Jasmine entered the grand hall, he became acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. By now, the story of Australis 5 and its time-displaced pilots had become public knowledge, making Louis something of a reluctant celebrity. "Ignore them," Jasmine murmured, seeming to sense his discomfort. "They'll find some new fascination next week." The lectures were largely beyond Louis's understanding, despite his background in aerospace engineering. The field had advanced so dramatically that he often felt like a student from the medieval era, trying to comprehend quantum physics. But watching Jasmine in her element, asking incisive questions, debating points with the presenters, her face animated with the joy of scientific discovery, stirred something profound in him. She was fully present in her time, embracing its challenges and possibilities with an enthusiasm that made him ashamed of his own reluctance to do the same. After the symposium, they walked along the waterfront where eco-restoration projects had transformed what had been a deteriorating shoreline in Louis' time into a vibrant ecosystem. The Puget Sound glittered under the moonlight, cleaner and more alive than he remembered. "You know," Jasmine said as they paused to watch a pod of bioluminescent jellyfish pulse beneath the surface, "the first time Ethan told me about you, I thought he was exaggerating. The test pilot grandfather who disappeared into a black hole and came back 50 years later without aging a day? It sounded like a plot from those ancient science fiction novels my father collects." Louis chuckled. "Sometimes I still hope I'll wake up and find it was all just a dream, that I'm back in 2125, and Sophia is young and Oliver is still a toddler." Jasmine turned to face him, her expression serious in the moonlight. "Would you really want that? To erase everything that's happened?" The question caught him off guard. I don't know. A few months ago I would have said yes without hesitation. And now? Louis looked out at the water, considering. Now I think about what Sophia told me, about the life she built, the happiness she found even after losing me. I think about Emma, who never knew me but became this incredible woman anyway. And I think... He hesitated, then turned to meet Jasmine's gaze. I think about the people I wouldn't have met if things had happened differently. Something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of feelings that had been growing despite both their efforts to maintain professional boundaries. Louis, Jasmine began, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain. I need to be clear about something. I didn't continue our meetings just for my research. I know, he said softly. This is complicated. You have history, literal history, that I can't possibly compete with. Louis shook his head. It's not a competition, Jasmine. The past is the past, even if for me it feels like present. But I can't live there anymore. Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned forward and kissed her. It was gentle and questioning, a kiss that asked permission rather than presumed it. To his relief and joy, she responded, her hand coming up to rest against his chest. When they parted, Jasmine's smile held a hint of wonder. Well, now I can tell people I've kissed a man from another time. Louis laughed, the sound surprising him with its freedom. Is that going in your research notes, Dr. Patterson? Definitely, she replied with mock seriousness, under extremely promising developments. Their budding relationship was not without complications. When news reached Louis's family, reactions were mixed. Emma expressed cautious support while Oliver, during their long-awaited in-person meeting, reacted with stunned disbelief. She's younger than I am, he pointed out during their tense lunch. She's younger than your grandchildren. Chronologically, yes, Louis acknowledged. But Oliver, I'm not the father you remember. I'm not even the man who would have been your father if I'd stayed. He struggled for the words. I'm someone new, trying to find my place in this. Time. Oliver's wife, Jana, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. Oliver, remember what we discussed. Your father didn't choose this. Oliver's expression remained troubled, but he nodded slowly. I just need time to adjust to all of this. First you returned from the dead, and now you're dating someone barely out of university. She has 2 PhDs, Louis felt compelled to point out, then added more gently, and she makes me happy, son. After everything, don't you think we all deserve a little happiness? The question seemed to reach something in Oliver that Louis's other attempts had not. His son's rigid posture softened slightly. I suppose we do, he conceded. Just be patient with me, okay? I'm still trying to reconcile the father from my childhood memories with the man sitting across from me. I can do patient, Louis promised. I've got time. The irony of his statement made them both smile, breaking the tension. Jasmine faced her own challenges, her parents, while, welcoming to Louis, worried their daughter was setting herself up for heartbreak. He's still processing a massive trauma, her mother pointed out during a family dinner, and eventually he'll have to make peace with his original family. Where does that leave you? I don't know, Jasmine admitted honestly, but I'm not asking for certainty. I'm just following what feels right. As winter turned to spring, Louis and Jasmine settled into a relationship that defied conventional categorization. They were partners in exploring, he learning a new world, she seeing her familiar one through fresh eyes. The gap in their chronological ages became less relevant than their shared curiosity and growing affection. One afternoon, as they picnicked in a floating garden that drifted above Lake Washington, one of the marvels of 2007's architectural innovations, Jasmine broached a subject they had been circling for weeks. The New Pacific Institute is funding an expedition to Europa, she said, trying to sound casual but unable to hide her excitement. They're looking for specialists in extreme environment adaptation, which is basically what I've been studying for the past 3 years. Louis set down his glass of synthesized wine, another modern innovation he'd grown to appreciate. Europa? Jupiter's moon? She nodded. The subsurface ocean has shown remarkable potential for supporting modified human habitation. We're talking about establishing the first permanent research base. The implications were clear. How long would you be gone? 3 years Earth time, she replied, watching his reaction carefully. But here's the thing. They need a pilot with experience in gravitational anomalies. The Jupiter system is tricky to navigate, even with AI assistance. Your experience with Bayer BH1 makes you uniquely qualified. Louis stared at her, stunned. Are you saying... I'm saying, Jasmine continued, taking his hand, that if you wanted to apply, I have it on good authority that the mission director would be very interested. The prospect was dizzying. To return to space, to have purpose again, using the very skills that had once torn him from his time, felt like a gift he hadn't dared hope for. What about your research here? What about... He hesitated. What about my family? Jasmine squeezed his hand. My research can continue there. Better, in fact, with access to completely new environments. As for your family... She looked at him with understanding. That's a decision only you can make. But Louis, they've built lives that will continue with or without your daily presence. The question is, what life are you going to build? As Louis considered her words, he gazed out at the Seattle skyline, at once familiar in its geography and utterly transformed in its details. In that moment he realized something profound. He'd been given not just a second chance at life, but at love, at purpose, at future. Whatever he decided about Europa, he would no longer be merely a visitor from the past. He would be a participant in the present, with all its complications and possibilities. Jasmine watched the shift in his expression, recognizing the moment when something fundamental changed. She leaned forward to kiss him, not caring who might see. "Welcome to tomorrow, Captain Doyle," she whispered against his lips. And for the first time since returning to an Earth that had moved on without him, Louis truly felt he had come home. 3 months later, Louis stood in Sophia's garden, watching as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the genetically modified cherry trees that bloomed year-round. At 79, Sophia had begun to show signs of slowing down. The life extension treatments could only do so much, but her mind remained sharp as ever. "So you've made your decision," she said, more statement than question. Louis nodded, taking a seat on the bench beside her hover chair. "I have. Europa mission leaves in 6 weeks, Jasmine, and I will both be going." Sophia smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Her skin felt paper-thin against his, the contrast between his artificially preserved youth and her natural aging more pronounced than ever. "You know, when Thomas asked me to marry him, I almost said no," she confessed, her eyes distant with memory. "I felt like I was betraying you, even though you'd been gone for 15 years by then. Oliver was so angry about it. He was still holding on to the hope you'd return." Louis squeezed her hand gently. "I'm glad you said yes. You deserved happiness, Sophia." "As do you," she replied firmly. "I've watched you these past months, Louis. When you first returned, you were a ghost, present in body, but your spirit was still trapped in 2125. Now," she gestured to his face, "now I see life in your eyes again." They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the kind that can only exist between people who have shared a lifetime of love, even if that lifetime took very different forms for each of them. "I wanted to ask you something," Louis said finally. "Something important." "Anything, dear." Louis took a deep breath. "Your blessing. Not just your acceptance or your understanding, but your true blessing. For whatever future Jasmine and I might build together, Sophia's eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. "Oh, Louis, you've had that from the moment I saw how she looks at you and how you look at her." She reached up to touch his cheek. "Our time together exists in a different world now, but it was real and precious. Nothing can diminish what we shared. But love isn't meant to be preserved like a museum piece. It's meant to grow, to change, to find new expressions." Louis leaned forward to embrace her, careful of her fragility. "I will always love you, Sophia. Always." "I know," she whispered against his shoulder. "And I will always love the young man who promised to come home to me after his test flight. But we're both different. People now. You have centuries ahead of you, Louis. Live them fully." As they parted, Louis felt a weight lifting, the last lingering threads of guilt that had bound him to a past he could never reclaim. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. The Europa mission required extensive training, even for someone with Louis's experience. The technology had advanced considerably, and while his intuitive understanding of spaceflight principles remained valuable, the practical applications had transformed. Jasmine threw herself into final research preparations, her excitement infectious as she described the study she hoped to conduct in Europa's unique environment. They spent long evenings discussing the possibilities, her scientific vision complementing his practical experience in ways that made them ideal mission partners. Oliver finally began to thaw, especially after Louis made it clear that his departure for Europa wasn't an abandonment but an opportunity for both of them to move forward. "I missed your childhood," Louis told his son during a rare moment alone. "I can never get that back, but I can be present for whatever time we have now, and when I return from Europa, I want to know the man you've become, not just the memory of the boy I left behind." Something in those words seemed to reach Oliver in a way nothing else had. "I've spent most of my life angry at you for leaving," he admitted, "even knowing it wasn't your choice. I think I need to finally let that go." Their reconciliation wasn't instantaneous or complete, but it was a beginning. Oliver even brought his children, Louis's grandchildren, to the farewell dinner Emma organised 2 weeks before the mission launch. The gathering was held at Emma's home, a beautiful structure nestled in the mountains outside the city. Nearly the entire extended family attended, creating a chaotic blend of generations that left Louis both overwhelmed and deeply moved. "To think," Emma mused, as they stood watching the family mingle, "all of this came from you and Mom. All these lives that wouldn't exist if not for you two." Louis felt a profound sense of wonder at her words. Whatever had been lost in his displacement through time, this legacy, these people, had been gained. Jasmine fit seamlessly into the gathering, her natural warmth and genuine interest in each family member earning her acceptance even from the initially sceptical. Louis watched with pride as she engaged Oliver's oldest grandson in a spirited debate about the ethics of genetic enhancement, a topic that would have been purely theoretical in Louis's original time. As the evening wound down, Louis found himself on the terrace with Malcolm, who had travelled from Tokyo for the occasion. In the months since their return they had kept in regular contact, but the demands of building new lives had limited their time together. "So," Malcolm said, leaning against the railing, "Europa. Never thought we'd get back out there, did you?" Louis shook his head. "After everything that happened with Astralis 5, I assumed my flying days were over." "Funny how things work out," Malcolm mused. "You know, I've been offered a position too, consulting on the Ganymede project. Different moon, same neighbourhood." Louis turned to his old friend in surprise. "You didn't mention this before." Malcolm shrugged, a smile playing at his lips. "Just finalised yesterday. Seems the Jupiter system is the place to be for time-displaced pilots." They laughed together, the sound carrying out over the valley below. For a moment, Louis could almost imagine they were back in flight training, young and certain of their invincibility. the future stretching endlessly before them. "Do you ever regret it?" Louis asked suddenly. "The test flight?" Malcolm considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. I missed watching my niece grow up. I missed my sister's middle age. I came back to find many of my friends gone." He paused, looking out at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "But then I think, how many people get to see the future, really see it, not just imagine it? We've been given something extraordinary, Louis. Not just longevity, but perspective." Louis nodded, understanding exactly what his friend meant. "To new horizons, then?" Malcolm raised his glass. "To new horizons." The night before the launch, Louis took Jasmine to watch the sunset from Kerry Park, a spot that had somehow survived the decades of urban transformation. The view of the city was dramatically different, with buildings that seemed to defy gravity and transport systems that wove through the air like luminous rivers, but the fundamental geography remained unchanged. "My father proposed to my mother here," Jasmine said as they looked out over the bay. "It's funny how some traditions persist, isn't it?" Louis glanced at her, catching the hint of something in her voice. "Traditions?" She turned to face him fully, reaching into her pocket to withdraw a small object that gleamed in the fading light. Not a ring, as might have been traditional in Louis's time, but a delicate bracelet crafted from a material he didn't recognize. "In my family, this is the bonding gift," she explained, her voice steady but her eyes revealing her nervousness. "It's designed to be worn by both partners. It splits into two complementary pieces." She demonstrated, separating the bracelet into two identical bands. "The material is quantum linked. No matter how far apart we are, they'll always respond to each other's presence." Louis stared at the bands, understanding the significance of what she was offering. "Jasmine, are you asking you to be my partner?" "Yes," she said simply. "Not necessarily in the traditional married sense. That feels too bound to old conventions for what we are to each other. But as my chosen one, the person I want beside me as we explore worlds neither of us has seen before." Louis felt his heart swell, with emotion. This woman, who had seen him not as a relic or a curiosity, but as a man worthy of a future, was offering him exactly that, a future unconstrained by the past. "I can think of no greater honour," he said, taking one of the bands and slipping it onto his wrist. It adjusted automatically to fit perfectly, glowing with a soft inner light. "No greater joy than discovering new worlds with you, both out there and within ourselves." As Jasmine placed the companion band on her own wrist, both bracelets pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing in a dance of quantum connection. She stepped into his embrace, and as they kissed beneath the stars, Louis felt the final piece of his new life click into place. The launch day dawned clear and bright. The spaceport, located on what had once been an island in the Puget Sound, hummed with activity as the Europa mission prepared for departure. The ship, the Galileo's Dream, stood gleaming on its launch pad, a marvel of engineering that made Australis 5 look primitive by comparison. Louis's family had gathered to see them off, even Oliver, who had arrived early to have a final moment alone with his father. "I brought something for you," Oliver said, handing Louis a small, weathered object. "Mum saved it all these years. After she married Thomas, she put it away, but she never got rid of it." Louis opened his palm to reveal his original wedding band, a simple gold ring that had been removed during the medical evaluations after Australis 5's return and never reclaimed. "I don't know if it means anything to you now," Oliver continued, "but I thought you should have it. Not to wear," he added quickly, glancing at the quantum bracelet on Louis's wrist, "but to remember." Louis closed his fingers around the ring, deeply moved by the gesture. "Thank you, son. It means everything to me." They embraced, and for the first time since his return, Louis felt like he was truly holding his son, not just the stranger who had grown from, the boy he remembered. The final goodbyes were emotional but not devastating. There was a sense of rightness to this departure that had been absent from his unintentional one 52 years earlier. Promises were made to communicate regularly. The quantum entanglement networks allowed near real-time communication even across the vast distances of the solar system. As Louis and Jasmine boarded the Galileo's Dream, Sophia raised her hand in a final farewell. Their eyes met across the distance, and volumes were spoken in that silent exchange, acknowledgement of a love that had endured across time, even as it transformed into something new. In the cockpit, Louis took his position as lead pilot, the familiar sensation of pre-flight anticipation flooding his system. Beside him, Jasmine prepared her biological monitoring systems, her movements confident and precise. "Ready for another leap into the unknown, Captain Doyle?" she asked, a smile playing at her lips. Louis looked at her, this brilliant, compassionate woman who had helped him find purpose when all seemed lost, and then out at the stars that waited beyond Earth's atmosphere. The quantum bracelet on his wrist pulsed warmly, a reminder of the connection they shared. "With you," he replied, initiating the launch sequence. "Always." As the Galileo's Dream rose into the clear blue sky, Louis felt no fear, only anticipation. Whatever waited for them in the cold depths of space, or the mysterious oceans of Europa, they would face it together, two explorers bound not by the accidents of time, but by the deliberate choice to build a shared future. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. And for the first time since emerging from the temporal distortion of Bayer BH1, Louis looked forward to turning the page. The observation dome of Europa Station Alpha offered a panoramic view that never failed to take Louis's breath away. Above, Jupiter dominated the sky, its massive presence both beautiful and intimidating, banded clouds swirling in perpetual motion. Below, Europa's icy surface stretched to the horizon, cracked and ridged like a giant puzzle waiting to be solved. 3 years had passed since their arrival. 3 years of discovery, challenge, and growth. The research station, buried beneath 20 meters of ice and extending into the subsurface ocean, had become home to 47 scientists, engineers, and support staff, all dedicated to understanding the moon's unique environment. Jasmine had thrived here. Her work on adapting human physiology to the high radiation, low gravity environment had led to breakthroughs that would benefit future missions throughout the solar system. The respect she commanded among her peers filled Louis with pride. "Thought I'd find you up here," came her voice from behind him, contemplating the infinite again. Louis smiled as she joined him at the viewport. "Just thinking about how far we've come. From Australis 5 to Europa," she mused, leaning against him. "Not the journey either of us expected. Not just that distance," he clarified. "The other kind too." She understood immediately, as she always did. The quantum bracelets they wore pulsed in synchronization, their connection as strong as it had been the day they exchanged them. "I got a message from Emma this morning," Louis continued. "Oliver's youngest granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, just graduated from university. Astrophysics, if you can believe it. She says I inspired her choice, though I've never even met her in person." Jasmine squeezed his hand. "The ripples we create extend far beyond what we can see." Louis nodded, remembering Sophia's last message before her passing 6 months earlier. She'd been 91, a remarkable age even with life extension treatments, and at peace with her extraordinary life. "She said she always knew I'd find my way back to the stars," Louis said softly. "Not just back to Earth, but back to where I truly belonged." The intercom chimed, interrupting their moment of reflection. "Captain Doyle, Dr. Patterson, your presence is requested in Subsurface Lab 3. Dr. Dorsey believes they've identified a new form of extremophil bacterium in today's samples. Duty calls, Jasmine said with a smile. Race you there? As they made their way through the station's corridors, Louis marvelled at how seamlessly they had integrated into this community. Here, his unusual temporal displacement was just another interesting fact about him, not the defining characteristic that had overshadowed everything on Earth. The lab was buzzing with excitement when they arrived. Dr. Leon Dorsey, the expedition's chief biologist, looked up from her microscope with barely contained enthusiasm. "You're going to want to see this," she said, gesturing them over. "The new extremophil isn't just surviving in Europa's ocean, it's manipulating its environment in ways that suggest rudimentary intelligence." As Jasmine bent over the microscope, her face lighting up with scientific curiosity, Louis felt a surge of gratitude for the strange, twisted path that had brought him here. The black hole that had stolen his original future had, in its way, given him this one instead. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed in their shared quarters, Louis retrieved a small box from his desk drawer. Inside lay his original wedding ring from Sophia, the one Oliver had returned to him before the launch, alongside a worn photograph of his first family and a small vial of water. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, noticing the vial. "Malcolm brought it back from Earth on the last supply run," Louis explained. "It's from Puget Sound, near where Sophia's ashes were scattered. I thought tomorrow we might take the shuttle to the Western Ice Plains. There's a crevasse there that leads directly to the subsurface ocean. I'd like to pour this into Europa's waters." Jasmine's eyes softened with understanding. "A way of connecting your past to your present." Louis nodded. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "It's one of the things I love most about you. Your ability to honour what was while still embracing what is." They stood together by the small viewport in their quarters, Jupiter's reflected light casting a gentle glow across the room. At 55, chronologically 87, Louis had noticed the first subtle signs of aging since arriving on Europa. The preserved youth gifted by the time dilation was finally giving way to the natural progression of life. Strangely, he welcomed these changes. They connected him to the normal flow of time, to the rhythm of existence that all living things shared. Jasmine, now 28, had committed to aging alongside him, declining the more aggressive longevity treatments that might have maintained her youth far beyond his lifespan. "Do you ever wonder what happened to them?" we asked suddenly. "The aliens who saved us from Bayer BH1? Jasmine considered the question. "Sometimes. The mathematical formulas they shared have revolutionized our understanding of space-time, but we've never encountered anything like their vessel again. I like to think they're still out there," Louis mused. "Maybe they make a habit of rescuing foolish explorers who venture too close to black holes. Perhaps we'll meet them again someday," Jasmine suggested. "Space is vast, but time is longer." "Time," Louis repeated with a soft laugh. "My old adversary and strange benefactor." They fell silent, content in each other's presence as Jupiter continued its stately progress across their window. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, new wonders. The day after might bring something entirely unexpected. Perhaps the decision to extend their mission, or to return to Earth to finally meet the great-granddaughter, following in Louis's footsteps. Whatever came next, Louis knew with bone-deep certainty that he would face it without regret. The universe had given him not one life, but two, each with its own joys and sorrows, its own unique forms of love. As if reading his thoughts, Jasmine turned in his arms to face him, her eyes reflecting the light of a world neither of them could have imagined in their separate pasts. "To borrowed time," she said softly, echoing the toast they had shared on their first anniversary. Louis smiled, his heart full, and to making every moment count. Outside their window, Europa continued its eternal dance around Jupiter, carrying them forward into a future limited only by their courage to embrace it. And in that moment, Louis understood the final lesson of his extraordinary journey through time, that love, in all its forms, was the one force capable of transcending even its relentless passage. For love, unlike time, knew no horizons it could not cross. The end. What We Renounced. The conference hall in Geneva smelled of filtered air and ambition. Outside, Lake Léman lay grey and impassive beneath October clouds, while inside 200 delegates debated the calculus of survival. How many calories per person per day? Which border crossings could remain open? Whether dignity could be quantified in metric tons of grain? Dr. Mira Curie had attended 17 such summits in the past decade. She knew the rhythm, the opening addresses thick with statistics, the breakout sessions where real decisions were made in euphemism, the late-night emails sent to camps where mothers queued for water with infants on their hips. She had learned not to expect transformation, only incremental mitigation. Hope was a luxury she had surgically excised somewhere between her second and third deployment. She was reviewing case files in the atrium when she heard his voice. Not the words. Those were diplomatic, measured, directed at a cluster of EU observers, but the timbre, the particular weight he gave to certain syllables, the pause before difficult truths. She knew that voice the way one knows the sound of rain on a childhood roof, not by conscious memory, but by the body's involuntary response. Mira did not turn immediately. She finished reading the paragraph about malnutrition rates in the eastern camps, closed the folder with deliberate care, and only then allowed herself to look. 13 years had carved new lines beside his eyes. His hair, once uniformly dark, now showed silver at the temples. He wore a suit that fit too well, the armour of someone who had learned to move in rooms where power was a language spoken in nods and strategic silences. But his hands, those were unchanged. Long fingers, a small scar on his left thumb from the time he'd helped her move medical supplies in the rain, and dropped a crate on his own hand. Daniel Roth, the man who had chosen history over her and been right to do so, and broken her anyway. He saw her perhaps 2 seconds after she saw him. The recognition moved across his face like wind over water, a moment of absolute stillness followed by something she couldn't name. Not quite pleasure, not quite pain. The complicated relief of seeing someone who knows exactly how much you've survived. "Dr. Curie," he said, crossing the atrium with that same measured stride. "I didn't know you'd be attending." "Mr. Roth." She extended her hand. His grip was firm, professional, and lasted precisely 1 second longer than protocol required. "I wasn't certain you still involved yourself in field operations." A flicker of something, irony, regret, crossed his features. "I find I can't quite abandon old habits." He stood in the atrium's calculated light, surrounded by the hum of translated conversations and the soft click of laptop keys. 13 years compressed into the space between their bodies. 13 years since the border city, since the makeshift hospital, since the night he'd told her he was leaving for the capital, for politics, for the chance to change policy rather than simply witness its failures. She'd understood, even then, had even agreed, in the theoretical way one agrees that amputations sometimes save lives. Understanding didn't prevent the wound. "You look well," Daniel said, and she heard what he didn't say. "You look like you survived." "So do you," Mira replied, meaning, "You look like success tastes exactly as bitter as you feared." The summit's architecture forced proximity. Mira served on the medical advisory panel. Daniel chaired the Intergovernmental Working Group on Food Security. Their meetings overlapped, their briefings converged, their recommendations required coordination. By the third day, they had fallen into an old rhythm. her clinical assessments complementing his strategic frameworks, her refusal to soften data balancing his need to find politically viable solutions. On the fourth evening, they found themselves sharing a car to a dinner with regional representatives. Rain streaked the windows. Geneva's streets glowed with wet light. "Do you remember," Daniel said quietly, "the night it rained in the camp? When the medical tent flooded and we moved everything to the administrative building?" Mira watched the city slide past. "I remember you carried 12 boxes of antibiotics on a sprained ankle and refused to admit you were injured. You noticed. I was a medical student. Noticing was my job. You were more than that." His reflection in the window met hers. "You saw things the rest of us had learned not to see." She didn't answer immediately. The silence between them had texture, weight. Finally, "I saw that you would leave. I was right about that." "Yes." No deflection, no defence. "You were." The dinner was interminable. Courses arriving with diplomatic precision, conversations circling the same territorial disputes, the same funding shortfalls, the same careful avoidance of the word failure. Mira sat 3 seats from Daniel and felt the distance like a physical ache. Twice their eyes met across the table. Once his hand moved toward his water glass at the same moment hers did, and they both stopped, the near collision somehow more intimate than touch. Later, much later, she found herself alone in the hotel lounge, too restless for sleep. She was reading incident reports when Daniel appeared, still in his dinner clothes, tie loosened. "May I?" He gestured to the chair across from hers. She nodded. They sat in silence for a long moment. Outside, the city's lights reflected on the lake, doubling themselves. "I kept your letter," Daniel said finally. "The one you wrote after I left." Mira's hand stilled on her tablet. "I never sent a letter." "I know. I found it in the medical tent after you'd been reassigned. It was in your handwriting, addressed to me unsealed. You must have set it down and forgotten it, or decided against sending it." He paused. "I've never..." "Read it." She felt something crack in her chest. 13 years, and you never... "I was afraid," he said simply. "Afraid it would confirm what I already knew. That I'd chosen wrong. That I'd sacrificed something irreplaceable for something merely important. And now? Now I know I was right to be afraid." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. "Mira, I've brokered treaties, prevented famines, moved millions of dollars of aid. I've done exactly what I set out to do. And not a day has passed when I didn't wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed." She should have been angry. Should have reminded him that wondering changed nothing, that good intentions were just another form of poverty, that she had built an entire life on the foundation of his absence. Instead, she heard herself say, "The letter wasn't what you think." What was it? It wasn't an accusation. It was... She searched for the right word. It was a release. "I was giving you permission to leave, without guilt. Telling you that I understood, that I would be fine, that your work mattered more than my feelings." She met his eyes. "I was lying, of course, but it was a kind lie." "You were always kind," Daniel said softly, "even when kindness was the most expensive thing you owned." The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of everything they hadn't said, hadn't allowed themselves to say. The air between them felt charged, magnetic. Mira was acutely aware of the distance between their chairs, less than 2 feet, more than an ocean. She was aware of his breathing, of the way his fingers had tightened on each other, of the small muscle working in his jaw. "I should go," she said, not moving. "Yes," Daniel agreed, staying precisely where he was. Neither of them moved. The moment stretched, taut and trembling. Then Daniel stood, slowly, and extended his hand to help her up. It was a gesture from another era, courtly and careful. She took his hand. He drew her to her feet. They stood closer than they'd stood since the day he left. Close enough that she could see the exact shade of his eyes. Not quite brown, not quite gold. That particular amber that had once seemed to her the colour of honesty. "Good night, Mira," he said, releasing her hand. "Good night, Daniel." She left first, feeling his gaze follow her to the elevator. In her room, she stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake, trying to remember why renunciation had once seemed noble rather than simply wasteful. The crisis came on the 7th day of the summit, during a closed session on resource allocation. Daniel presented the working group's final recommendations. On paper, they were brilliant. A graduated system that would stabilise food distribution across 17 camps, leveraging existing infrastructure while creating sustainable supply chains. It would save thousands of lives. It would also require closing 3 humanitarian corridors and consolidating resources in centralised distribution points. The vulnerable populations in the smaller, more remote camps would have to relocate or accept reduced provisions for a transitional period of 4 to 6 months. Mira listened to the presentation in mounting disbelief. When Daniel finished, she raised her hand. "Dr. Khoury," the moderator acknowledged, "I have a question about the transitional period." Her voice was calm, clinical. "Has the working group considered the medical implications of relocating populations that include acute malnutrition cases, untreated tuberculosis, and pregnant women in their 3rd trimester?" Daniel's expression didn't change. "We've factored in medical considerations. The relocation would be phased and supported." "Supported how? With what staff?" "The camps you're proposing to close house the medical personnel who've been treating those populations for years. The centralised points are already operating at capacity. The efficiencies gained from consolidation would free up resources in 4 to 6 months," Mira cut in. "What happens in month 2, month 3, when women miscarry because they're travelling in the back of trucks? When children die of entirely preventable infections because the clinic that knew their medical history no longer exists?" The room had gone very quiet. Daniel's jaw tightened. "Dr. Khoury, I understand your concerns, but the alternative is systematic collapse. If we don't consolidate now, there won't be any clinics in 6 months. Not in the remote camps, not anywhere." "That's a hypothesis," Mira said. "What I'm describing is a certainty. It's a calculated risk. It's a death sentence phrased in the passive voice." They stared at each other across the conference table. 13 years collapsed into nothing. They were back in the border city, back in the argument they'd had the night before he left. His conviction that systemic change required impossible choices. Her insistence that impossible choices had names and faces and medical histories. The moderator intervened, calling for a recess. Delegates filed out, murmuring. Mira gathered her materials with shaking hands. She was halfway to the door when Daniel caught up with her in the corridor. "Mira, please, don't." She turned on him. "Don't ask me to understand. I've spent 13 years understanding why you left, why you chose policy over people, why you convinced yourself that distance equals objectivity. I understood it all, Daniel. I forgave it all. But I will not watch you do it again." "This isn't the same," he said, and she could hear the desperation beneath his control. "Then I had a choice. Now I'm out of choices. The funding isn't there. The political will isn't there. If I don't propose this compromise, someone else will propose something worse. So you've absolved yourself before you've even acted." Mira's voice was cold now, surgically precise. "How convenient. That's not fair." "Fair?" She laughed, a sound without joy. "Daniel, you've built an entire career on being the reasonable one, the pragmatic one, the one who makes the hard choices so others don't have to. But there's a word for what you're doing, and it isn't pragmatism. It's cowardice." She saw the words land, saw him flinch. Good. She wanted him to flinch. She wanted him to feel something other than the terrible calm of the morally certain. "You don't understand," he said quietly. "You've never had to make these decisions." "No," Mira agreed. "I've only had to live with their consequences. I've held the children you decided weren't worth saving. I've told the mothers that yes, help is coming. Just hold on a little longer, knowing it was a lie. I've done the work you were too important to do." "I know." His voice cracked just slightly. "Mira, I know. Do you think I don't know?" They stood in the corridor, close enough to touch, separated by everything that mattered. "I'm withdrawing from the summit," Mira said. "I won't lend my credibility to this. If you leave, it changes nothing. The policy will still pass." "I know," she said, "but I'll be able to live with myself." She walked away then, and didn't look back. In her hotel room, she packed methodically, checking flight options, composing her resignation email to the medical advisory board. Her hands were steady. She'd survived Daniel Roth once before. She could survive him again. What surprised her was how much it still hurt. How, after all these years, all this careful distance, the wound was exactly where she'd left it. 3 weeks later, Mira was in her apartment in Berlin when her phone rang. An unknown number. She almost didn't answer. "Dr. Curie, it's Daniel Roth." She closed her eyes. "How did you get this number?" "I asked someone who cared less about professional ethics than I should have." A pause. "I'm in Berlin. The summit concluded yesterday. The policy passed, if you were wondering." "I wasn't." A lie. She'd checked the summit. Proceedings daily, hating herself for it. "Could I see you? Just to talk. I'm flying out tomorrow morning." She should have said no. Should have told him that they'd said everything there was to say, that talk was just another form of postponement. Instead, "Where are you?" "The Adlon. But I can come to you if..." "No." Her apartment was too small, too personal. "I'll come to you. Give me an hour." She dressed carefully, as if for surgery. Clean lines, dark colours, nothing that could be misinterpreted. On the U-Bahn, she practiced the things she would say. Calm things. Final things. The conversation that would let them both move on. The hotel lobby was all marble and muted gold. Daniel was waiting in one of the leather armchairs, still in his conference clothes, but somehow diminished, as if the past weeks had taken something from him. He stood when he saw her. "Thank you for coming," he said. "I wasn't sure you would." "I wasn't sure either." They took the elevator in silence. His room was on the 7th floor, a suite with a view of the Brandenburg Gate. It was the kind of room where history was made in careful increments. Mira stood by the window, arms crossed, waiting. "The policy you opposed," Daniel said from behind her. "It was modified. Not enough, probably not nearly enough by your standards, but the transitional period was extended to 9 months. Additional mobile medical units were allocated, and there's a provision for emergency exceptions." "Because I left?" "Because you were right." He moved closer, but not close enough to touch. "And because enough other people were brave enough to say so. You started something when you walked out, Mira. You made it possible for others to object." "That's a political answer," she said. "I asked you for the truth. The truth is that I spent 3 weeks defending a policy I didn't believe in, because I was too afraid to admit I was wrong. The truth is that I've spent 13 years making pragmatic compromises and calling it wisdom. The truth is," his voice faltered, "the truth is that I left you once because I thought I could do more good without you than with you, and I've regretted it every single day since." Mira turned to face him. "Don't do this." "Don't do what?" "Don't rewrite history because you're lonely. Don't turn this into a romance because you've had a crisis of conscience." Her voice was fierce, protective of something she couldn't name. "You made the right choice, Daniel. You've saved lives. You've changed policy. Everything you've done has mattered." "And what if it wasn't enough?" He stepped closer. What if I saved thousands and lost the one thing that made me human? Stop. She held up a hand. Just stop. I've survived you once. I've built a life. A good life. I don't need you to validate it or complicate it or... I love you, he said. The words fell into the space between them like stones into deep water. Mira stood very still. I've always loved you, Daniel continued, quieter now. I loved you when I left. I loved you when I didn't read your letter. I loved you in every meeting, every negotiation, every time I made a choice that required me to forget what it felt like to be fully human. And I know that saying it now after all this time is unfair and selfish and probably too late. But I'm tired, Mira. I'm tired of choosing the world over the person I love. You can't, she whispered. You can't do this. You can't just... I know I have no right. But I need you to know that it wasn't lack of love that made me leave. It was having too much love and no faith that I deserved to keep it. Mira felt something breaking in her chest, something she'd sealed over years ago with scar tissue and deliberate amnesia. And what do you want from me now? Forgiveness. Permission. I want... He stopped, struggling for words. I want one moment where I don't choose duty over desire, where I don't calculate costs and benefits, where I just... He reached for her hand, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. Where I just choose you. His thumb traced a small circle on her palm. Such a tiny gesture. 13 years of longing compressed into that small, repetitive motion. Daniel, she said, and his name in her mouth felt like coming home and burning alive all at once. This won't fix anything. I know. It won't change the policy or the past or the fact that you'll leave again because that's who you are. I know. And I can't promise you anything. I can't promise I won't regret this tomorrow, or hate you for making me feel this again, or... He kissed her. Not frantically, not desperately. Slowly, carefully, with the reverence of someone touching something they'd believed forever lost. His hand cupped her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. She tasted salt and didn't know if it was from his tears or hers. When they broke apart, she was shaking. I never stopped, she said against his mouth. I never stopped loving you, and I hated myself for it. And I still... I know, he breathed. I know. He kissed her again, deeper this time, and she felt 13 years of careful distance collapse into hunger. Her fingers found his tie, loosened it with trembling hands. He made a sound low in his throat when she pulled it free, when her hands moved to his collar. Each button she opened felt like a confession. They moved to the bed, not with passion, but with something older, more fundamental. Permission. Witness. The acknowledgement that some hungers survive on denial but die from starvation. Daniel's hands found the zipper at the back of her dress. He drew it down so slowly she thought she might shatter from anticipation. The fabric whispered as it fell away. His fingers traced the line of her spine, each vertebra a point of contact that made her breath catch. When he reached the small of her back, he pressed his palm there, spanning the width of her, and she felt claimed in a way that had nothing to do with possession and everything to do with recognition. You're shaking, he said softly. So are you. He was. She could feel it in his hands as he touched her, could see it in the tight control of his breathing. She reached for him, fingers working the buttons of his shirt with more urgency now. She needed to see him, needed to map the ways time had changed him, needed proof that this was real. When his shirt fell away, she saw that he'd lost weight, the ribs too prominent, the collarbones sharp, evidence of the ways he'd been consuming himself. She pressed her lips to his sternum, tasted salt and the faint bitterness of hotel soap. He shuddered, hands tightening on her waist. Mira. Her name was a question and an answer all at once. She traced kisses along the ridge of his collarbone, felt his breath stop entirely. His hands moved to her waist, thumbs pressing into the curve there with delicious pressure. She remembered this, the way he always held her as if she might dissolve, as if touch required absolute attention. Slowly, she said, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to him or to herself. He nodded, but his hands were already moving with aching deliberation. When he lowered his head to kiss the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, a sound escaping her that was half plea, half surrender. They finished undressing with the focused intensity of ritual. Each garment removed revealed new territory to be explored, remembered, worshipped. His gaze moved over her with such raw need that she felt it like a physical touch. He reached for her, then stopped, hands hovering. "Can I?" "Yes," she breathed. "Please, yes." His touch was reverent, exploratory, relearning the landscape of her body. She gasped, head falling back, and he took advantage, mouth finding the curve of her neck, teeth grazing skin that had forgotten this particular electricity. They had undressed with trembling urgency, the last barriers falling away with a gracelessness that made it all the more intimate. She loved him for it, for the crack in his careful control, for being human enough to be desperate. When they were finally skin to skin, the contact was almost overwhelming. She pressed against him, and the heat between them was staggering. The evidence of his desire sent warmth flooding through her entire body. His response to her touch was immediate, visceral, a groan that was the most honest sound she'd ever heard. "Mira, if you... I won't... I know," she said softly. "Bed," he managed. "Now." They fell onto the mattress in a tangle of limbs, all pretense of patience abandoned. He covered her body with his, and she welcomed the weight, the delicious pressure of him against her, his presence, his warmth, the solid reality of him. It was everything she'd been starving for. "I want to know you again," he said against her ear, voice rough, "every part of you." "Yes," she said, though she wasn't sure she could survive the intensity of it. He kissed a slow path down her body, lingering at her neck, her collarbone, moving to her ribs, her navel, the sensitive skin of her hip bones. Every touch was deliberate, worshipful, as if he were memorizing her all over again. When his touch found her centre, she cried out, hands fisting in the sheets. He was methodical, thorough, learning her responses with the same focused attention he brought to everything. When he found the rhythm that made her hips lift helplessly, he stayed there, building sensation with devastating patience. She felt it gathering, that bright tension spiralling tighter. Her hands found his hair, and he made a satisfied sound that vibrated through her entire body. The pleasure built and built until she shattered, back arching, a sound torn from her throat that was his name and a prayer and pure sensation. He gentled her through it, kissing her hip, her ribs, working his way back up her trembling body. When he reached her mouth, she felt desire spike, again, impossibly. "I need you," she whispered, "all of you." The moment of preparation was tender, fumbling, beautifully human. The vulnerability of it, the awkward necessities, somehow made it more intimate. When he settled between her thighs again, she wrapped her legs around him. He moved slowly, carefully, giving them both time to adjust, to remember this particular joining. They both went still, breathing together, overwhelmed. 13 years, he said, voice breaking. 13 years I've wanted this. "I know," she whispered. "I know." He began to move, and it was everything and not enough. The heat of skin on skin, the building rhythm, the way their bodies remembered how to move together even after all this time. She met him completely, holding him close, leaving marks she hoped would last for days. The pleasure built differently this time, slower, deeper, a tide rather than a wave. She felt it in every nerve, every cell, a recognition that went beyond physical, sensation. This was what she'd been missing. Not just desire, but this. Being known completely, being chosen, being held as if she mattered more than anything. "Look at me," Daniel said, and she opened her eyes, met his gaze. The intimacy of it, seeing him seeing her in this moment of absolute vulnerability, nearly undid her. "Don't stop," she pleaded. "Please don't stop." "Never," he promised, and shifted, finding an angle that made stars explode behind her eyes. "Is that—" "Yes, yes, perfect." He moved with renewed purpose, and she felt herself climbing again, higher this time, everything in her body straining toward release. When it came, she cried out, a sound he caught with his mouth, kissing her through the waves of sensation that seemed endless. She felt him follow moments later, the tension in every muscle, the way he buried his face in her neck and groaned her name like a man saved or damned. She couldn't tell which. His body shuddered, and she held him through it, hands gentle on his back, whispering words that had no meaning beyond comfort. Afterwards they lay tangled in sheets that smelled of hotel lavender, and them not speaking. His hand rested on her hip, thumb making those same small circles, her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow from gallop to canter to something approaching normal. She felt marked by him, not just physically, but something deeper, as if the past 13 years had been provisional, and this was the signature that made them real. "I don't know what happens now," Daniel said finally. "Nothing," Mira replied. "Everything. I don't know either. I can't promise I'll be better at this. At choosing. I know." She lifted her head to look at him. "And I can't promise I'll forgive you the next time you choose duty over us. But maybe," she hesitated, "maybe love doesn't have to be all or nothing. Maybe it can just be what it is." "Which is?" "This," she said simply. "Right now. True." He pulled her closer, buried his face in her hair. "I'll take it," he whispered. "However much you can give, I'll take it." They fell asleep as the city lights came on outside, two bodies finally at rest after years of running from the same wound. Mira woke alone. For one terrible moment she thought he'd left, that the night had been a dream or a mistake or both. Then she heard water running in the bathroom, heard him humming something tuneless. The relief was disproportionate, embarrassing. She found her clothes, dressed quickly. When Daniel emerged, hair damp, shirt half-buttoned, he stopped at the sight of her. "You're leaving," he said. "I have a clinic in 3 hours." "Right, of course." He didn't move to stop her. "Mira, last night was last night," she said gently. "We don't have to define it. I want to see you again. You will. The world is small and we're both stubborn." She crossed to him, rose on her toes to kiss him softly. "But Daniel, don't make promises you can't keep. Don't tell me you'll change your life for this. Just," she touched his face, "just let it be what it is." "And what is it?" "Real," she said. "That's enough." She left before he could argue, before either of them could complicate the simplicity they'd found. In the taxi, she watched Berlin slide past and felt something loosening in her chest. Not happiness exactly, but possibility, the acknowledgement that renunciation wasn't the only form of honour. 6 months passed. They didn't speak every day. Sometimes weeks went by with only brief emails, updates on projects, articles shared, the small gestures of continued presence. Mira treated her patients, published papers, mentored new doctors. Daniel brokered agreements, testified before committees, slowly and carefully built coalitions for the modified policy she'd opposed. And sometimes, not often, but enough, they found themselves in the same city, Geneva, Berlin, once Brussels, where they spent a single night in a hotel near the European Parliament talking until dawn about everything except whether what they had could be called a future. It was Daniel who proposed the clinic. "There's funding available," he said during one of their rare phone calls, "for a medical centre in one of the consolidated camps. It could be your design, your staffing model. I could help navigate the bureaucracy, but it would be yours." "Why?" Mira asked, suspicious of grand gestures. "Because you were right," he said simply, "about the cost of consolidation, about the need for local expertise, about—" he paused. "About most things, actually." She laughed, surprised. "Most things? You were wrong about one thing." "What's that?" "You said I would leave again because that's who I am." His voice was quiet, serious. "But I'm trying to learn that leaving and choosing aren't the same thing. That maybe I can do the work and love you too. That maybe—" he took a breath. "Maybe renunciation isn't the only path to doing good." Mira sat with that for a long moment. Outside her apartment window, Berlin was settling into evening. "The clinic," she said finally. "Tell me more about the funding." They designed it together over the next 3 months. Video calls at odd hours, shared documents filled with their competing annotations, occasional arguments about staffing ratios that somehow always ended in laughter. When the clinic opened, a modest building with clean lines and solar panels, named simply the Community Medical Centre, with both their names listed as advisors on a small plaque by the door. Mira stood in the doorway and felt something she'd almost forgotten. Hope that wasn't naive, but earned. Daniel couldn't attend the opening. He was testifying in The Hague about humanitarian corridor protections, but he sent a message that Mira read alone in her new office. "Thank you for letting me choose this. Choose you. Choose both." She folded the message into her wallet next to a photograph of the clinic, next to a 13-year-old letter she'd finally asked him to return, still unsealed. That evening she called him. He answered on the second ring, sounding exhausted. "How did the testimony go?" she asked. "Brutal, necessary, the usual." She heard him shifting, could picture him loosening his tie. "How was the opening?" "Perfect. You would have hated the speeches," he laughed. "Probably. Mira." "I know," she said softly. "I know." "Do you?" "Because I'm not sure I've said it clearly enough. What you've built, what we've built, it matters more than anything I've done alone. You make me better, not just at the work, but at being—" he struggled for the word. "Human," she supplied. "Yes, that." They talked for another hour, about nothing and everything. When they finally said goodbye, Mira stood at her window watching the camp settle into evening, lights coming on in tents, children's voices raised in some game, the ordinary evidence of life persisting. She thought about Daniel in his hotel, room in The Hague, about the distance between them and the closeness that distance could no longer diminish. She thought about renunciation and how it had seemed, once, like the highest form of love. How wrong that had been, how much they'd lost believing it, but also how much they'd found in finally letting go. Love, she understood now, wasn't about choosing the world or the person. It was about allowing both to exist, to inform each other, to make demands that sometimes conflicted and sometimes aligned. It was about being brave enough to want something beyond duty, and wise enough to know that wanting didn't diminish the duty. It made it matter more. Her phone chimed. A message from Daniel. "When you're next in Geneva, I have something for you." "What is it?" she wrote back. "Time," he replied. "Just time." Mira smiled. Outside, the stars were beginning to emerge. Inside, she felt something unfurling in her chest. Not the wild hope of youth, but something steadier. The knowledge that what they'd renounced hadn't died, had only been waiting. and that what bloomed from waiting might be more resilient than anything that came easy. She wrote back, "I'll be there in 3 weeks." His response was immediate, "I'll be waiting." And for the first time in 13 years, Mira believed that waiting might finally lead to arrival. Not to a perfect ending, but to something better. A beginning that knew its own cost and chose itself anyway. Outside, the camp settled into the particular peace of evening. Inside, Mira closed her laptop and allowed herself just for a moment to imagine 3 weeks from now. Daniel's hand in hers. Time that belonged to them alone. The possibility of tomorrow. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Still you. The dashboard clock read 3:27 a.m. when Ivy Monroe decided her life as she knew it was over. Not literally, of course, though the tabloids would certainly frame it that way. They'd splash her face across their covers tomorrow. Pop Princess melts down mid-concert. The video was probably already viral. Ivy Monroe, frozen centre stage at Portland's Moda Centre, staring blankly at 20,000 fans before dropping her microphone and walking off. No explanation, no apology, just gone. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel of her vintage Thunderbird convertible, the one purchase her management team had fought her on. Too recognisable, they'd said, too impractical. Perfect for someone escaping south down Highway 101 in the grey pre-dawn hours. "Breathe," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind and the rumble of the engine. When had she last driven herself anywhere? 3 years. 4. Her phone buzzed for the 47th time since she'd left. Delia, her manager, her friend. The only person who might actually be worried rather than just concerned about their investment. The only one who might understand that after 7 years, 3 world tours and 5 platinum albums, Ivy Monroe, the construct, the brand, the carefully calibrated machine, had finally crushed Olivia Jameson beneath its weight. The last text read, "Liv, please, just tell me you're safe." She typed back with one hand, "I need air, space, time. I'm okay. I promise." Then she silenced the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. The sky was beginning to lighten when the first sputters rattled through the car. The engine coughed, then whined, then died completely, leaving her coasting to a stop along a stretch of coastal highway, bordered by wind-gnarled pines on one side and the vast, indifferent Pacific on the other. "Perfect," she muttered, letting her forehead rest against the steering wheel. Just perfect. 3 hours and 1 tow truck. Later, Ivy stood in the main street of Port Isabel, Oregon. Population 2,883 according to the weathered welcome sign. The mechanic, Walt, according to his oil-stained name patch, had delivered the news with apologetic resignation. Custom part, from Italy. 2 weeks, minimum. She'd nodded, numb. 2 weeks. Her tour had 18 dates left. Delia would be filing missing persons reports by nightfall. "Any place to stay around here?" she'd asked, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. Her hair was tucked under a baseball cap, her famous face bare of makeup and half hidden behind the dark lenses. No one had recognized her yet. A miracle that felt like taking a full breath after years of shallow ones. Walt had directed her to Greta's cafe, where she now stood in front of a corkboard cluttered with community notices. Most were faded and sun-bleached, but one caught her eye, a handwritten note on crisp cardstock, room for rent, month to month, private bath, ocean view, no smokers, no drama. The no drama part made her smile grimly. If only they knew. She copied down the number and walked to the cafe counter. "Excuse me," she said to the silver-haired woman wiping down the espresso machine. "Could I use your phone? Mine's dead." The woman, Greta presumably, gave her an appraising look. "Sure, honey. Local call?" Yes, about a room. 10 minutes later, she was sitting at a corner table with a mug of surprisingly excellent coffee when the bell above the door chimed. The man who walked in made several heads turn, not because he commanded attention, but because he seemed so completely at ease in his own skin that it was almost magnetic. Tall, with warm brown skin and close-cropped dark hair going silver at the temples, he wore paint-splattered jeans and a faded Henley pushed up to the elbows. His eyes found hers immediately. "You called about the room?" His voice was quiet, deeper than she had expected. She nodded. "Rowan?" "That's me." He didn't offer his hand, just tilted his head slightly. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "No, just passing through. Car trouble." She hesitated. "I'm Lee." Almost Liv. Close enough to her real name to feel honest, distant enough from Ivy Monroe to feel safe. If he found the single name strange, he didn't show it. "The room's nothing fancy. It's above my studio, separate entrance. I teach during the day, so I'm not around much." "You're a teacher? Art? High school?" He shifted, a flicker of something crossing his face. Wariness, perhaps. "Look, I should be up front. I'm not renting for the money. I'm renting because this town gossips, and having someone staying in my guest room shuts down speculation about the poor widower who can't move on." The blunt honesty stunned her. When was the last time someone had spoken to her without calculation? "I don't gossip," she said finally, "and I mind my own business." Something in his expression softened minutely. "Good. That's good." He glanced at his watch. "I need to get back for 5th period. If you want to see the place, I can show you after school. Around 4? She nodded, and he wrote an address on a napkin. "The key's under the blue pot if you get there before me. Look around, see if it works for you. If not, no hard feelings." He left without another word, leaving Ivy staring after him. For the first time in years, someone had looked at her, really looked, and seen nothing but a stranger needing a place to stay. No expectations, no projections, no recognition. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was exactly what she needed. The room was better than she had expected. Simple but beautiful. Whitewashed walls, wide plank floors, a wrought iron bed with crisp white linens, and windows that framed the ocean like a living painting. She'd found the key exactly where Rowan said it would be, and spent an hour just sitting on the small balcony, watching waves crash against the rocky shore. Below, she heard him before she saw him, the sound of boots on wooden steps, a door opening and closing downstairs. She tensed, suddenly uncertain. Was this insane? Renting a room from a stranger in a town she'd never heard of, while the world wondered where Ivy Monroe had disappeared to. A knock at the door interrupted her spiral of doubt. "It's open," she called. Rowan entered, carrying a small tray with 2 mugs and a plate of what looked like homemade cookies. "Thought you might want some tea. It gets cold up here when the sun starts going down." The simple kindness caught her off guard. "Thank you." She accepted the mug gratefully, warming her hands around it. "So?" He gestured around. "Will it work?" She nodded. "It's perfect, actually." She reached for her bag. "I can pay you now." "Tomorrow's fine," he said, waving it off. "House rules are simple. Quiet after 10. No parties. The door at the bottom of the stairs locks automatically. Your key works for it. Kitchen. Downstairs is shared if you want to use it, but no obligation." He turned to leave, then paused. "You said your car's in the shop. Do you need a ride somewhere tomorrow? I can drop you off on my way to school." "Actually," she said, "is there anything in town? Places that might be hiring? Just temporary work." The idea had formed gradually throughout the afternoon. If she was staying for 2 weeks, she needed something to occupy her time. Something normal. Rowan raised an eyebrow. "Few places, maybe. The school's always looking for volunteers, particularly in the arts program. Budget cuts." He studied her face. "What do you do?" Usually, I mean. The question should have been simple. What did she do? She performed. She recorded. She smiled for cameras and answered the same questions 1,000 different ways. She existed for consumption. I write, she said finally. It wasn't a lie. She'd written most of her early songs before the label started pairing her with professional songwriters. And I play music. Teach it sometimes. Also true, once upon a time. Something in Rowan's expression shifted. Interest, maybe. We lost our music teacher last semester. Been trying to keep the programme alive with parent volunteers, but he shrugged. If you're interested, I could introduce you to the principal. Even a couple of weeks would help. I'd like that, she said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. The next morning she found herself walking alongside Rowan to Port Isabel High School, a low-slung building of brick and large windows perched on a bluff overlooking the ocean. The principal, a brisk woman named Martinez, had taken one look at Ivy's driver's licence. Olivia Jameson, her real name practically foreign to her now, and offered her a 2-week volunteer position on the spot. Music rooms down the hall from Rowan's art studio, she explained. Nothing formal, just keep the kids engaged. Previous teacher left lesson plans. You play piano? Ivy nodded. 15 years of classical training before she'd ever stepped on a stage. Perfect. Start tomorrow if you can. That afternoon, Ivy wandered into Rowan's classroom during his planning period. The space was alive with colour. Student artwork covered the walls, clay sculptures in various stages of completion lined the shelves, and large windows let in streams of natural light. Rowan sat at a large wooden desk, bent over what appeared to be a massive sketch. "Is that for the school?" she asked, nodding toward the paper. He glanced up, seeming unsurprised by her presence. "Town, actually. I paint murals between semesters. This one's for the community centre." He hesitated, then turned the sketch toward her. "What do you think?" The design was stunning. A lighthouse on rugged cliffs, its beam transformed into musical notes that swirled into the silhouettes of dancing figures. Something about it caught in her chest, the way the light became music, the way the music created movement. "It's beautiful," she said softly. A small smile, the first she'd seen from him, curved his mouth. "Thanks." He rolled up the sketch. "How'd it go with Martinez?" "I start tomorrow. Thank you for suggesting it." He shrugged. "Selfish of me. The kids have been using my room for impromptu jam sessions. Now they can bother you instead." She laughed, a genuine laugh that startled her with its unfamiliarity. When had laughter become something choreographed, something performed rather than felt? A whirlwind of activity burst through the door. A small girl with a cloud of dark curls and Rowan's same warm brown skin, carrying a backpack almost as big as she was. "Uncle Rowan, Miss Patel let me leave math early because I finished all my problems and..." She skidded to a stop when she spotted Ivy. "Oh, hello." "Sophie, this is Lee," Rowan said. "She's staying in the guest room for a couple of weeks. Lee, this is my niece, Sophie." "Do you like art?" Sophie asked, eyeing her with frank curiosity. "Uncle Rowan only lets people who like art come to his classroom." "I do," Ivy said, charmed by the girl's directness. "And music." Sophie's eyes widened. "Really? What kind?" "I like all kinds, but especially pop music, even though Uncle Rowan says it's all auto-tuned commercials these days, which is not fair because Ivy Monroe writes her own songs. At least she used to, and her voice is really pretty without any computers helping." Ivy felt the blood drain from her face. Rowan must have noticed because he gently interrupted. "Soph, why don't you set up at your usual table? Lee's going to be helping with the music programme while Ms. Winters is on leave." As Sophie bounced away, Rowan gave Ivy an apologetic look. "Sorry about that. She's enthusiastic." "It's fine," Ivy managed. "She's sweet." That night, Ivy sat on her balcony watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of gold and violet. For the first time in years, no one knew where she was. No cameras followed her. Movements. No fans asked for selfies. No handlers directed her day. She felt invisible in the most liberating way possible. The sound of guitar chords drifted up from below. Simple at first, then more complex. Curious, she leaned over the railing. Rowan sat on his back deck, head bent over an acoustic guitar, playing with the absent focus of someone who played for themselves rather than an audience. She recognised the song, one of hers ironically. Not a radio hit, but a ballad from her second album, one she'd written alone in a hotel room after her first major tour. It was about homesickness for a place you'd never been. Without thinking, she began to hum along, the melody rising with the evening breeze. The guitar faltered for a moment, then continued, softer now, as if inviting her voice to take the lead. She closed her eyes and let herself sing, quietly, just for herself and the moon and the distant crash of waves. When she opened them again, the guitar had stopped. Rowan was looking up at her balcony, his expression unreadable in the gathering darkness. "Sorry," she called down. "Didn't mean to interrupt." "You didn't," he answered. After a pause, he added, "You have a beautiful voice." "Thank you," she hesitated. "That song, just something that's been stuck in my head," he said. Then with a small smile, "Good night, Lee." "Good night, Rowan." She watched him disappear inside, guitar in hand, and wondered if anything would ever feel as honest as this moment. Singing to the ocean with a stranger who didn't know her name but somehow played the song of her heart. Days slipped into a rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar, like returning to a childhood home you'd forgotten you missed. Each morning Ivy walked to school with Rowan, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. She spent her days in the music room, guiding students through scales and chord progressions, rediscovering the joy of music without the weight of expectations. Afternoons often found her at Greta's cafe, where the owner kept her supplied with coffee and minimal conversation, a kindness Ivy deeply appreciated. Evenings were for long walks on the beach or quiet reading on her balcony, occasionally punctuated by impromptu duets when Rowan played guitar below. A week into her stay, she found herself helping Sophie with piano practice in the living room of Rowan's house, a space she'd initially avoided to maintain boundaries but had gradually been welcomed into. "Uncle Rowan says you're a writer," Sophie said, fingers picking out a simple melody. "Do you write songs?" Ivy tensed slightly. "Sometimes." "Could you help me write one? For the talent show next month?" Before Ivy could answer, Rowan appeared in the doorway, flour dusting his hands. "Soph, don't pressure Lee. She's already volunteering at school." "It's okay," Ivy found herself saying. "I'd be happy to help." Sophie beamed. "Can we start now? Please." The next hour dissolved into laughter and music as Sophie dictated increasingly fantastical lyrics about mermaids and treasure, while Ivy helped shape them into an actual song. Rowan moved around them, preparing dinner, occasionally offering a rhyme or chuckling at his niece's dramatic vocal flourishes. It felt like family. The thought struck Ivy with such force that she missed a chord, her fingers faltering on the keys. "You okay?" Rowan asked, noticing immediately. "Fine," she managed. "Just tired." Later, after Sophie had been picked up by her mother, Rowan's sister, Ivy learned, they sat on the back deck sharing a bottle of wine. The night was clear, stars scattered like diamond dust above the dark expanse of ocean. "Thank you," Rowan said quietly, "for helping Sophie. Music was her mother's domain before." He trailed off, taking a sip of wine. "Before your wife passed," Ivy finished gently. He nodded. 3 years ago. Cancer. Fast and brutal. His voice was steady, but pain shadowed his eyes. Sophie was 5, too young to lose an aunt she adored. "I'm sorry," she said, meaning it more deeply than the platitude usually allowed. He shrugged slightly. Life continues. Not the same life, but it goes on. He turned to look at her directly. "What are you running from, Lee?" The question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm running?" The way you flinch when someone takes a photo, even if it's not of you. The way you check exits in rooms. The way you're clearly comfortable with money but took a volunteer position. The way you've never once mentioned friends or family wondering where you are. His voice remained gentle, without accusation. "I recognize the signs of someone who needs space. I'm just wondering what from." The moment balanced on a knife's edge. She could lie, had become expert at crafting palatable versions of truth. Or she could tell him everything. Who she was, why she'd fled, how the person he'd come to know this past week was more real than the version of herself that filled stadiums. "Expectations," she said finally. "I'm running from who everyone needs me to be." He studied her face, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. He didn't push further, and the relief of that simple acceptance nearly undid her. They sat in companionable silence until Rowan spoke again. "There's a bonfire on the beach tomorrow night. Town tradition before tourist season starts. Would you like to go? With me?" He added, "As friends, of course." The clarification made her smile. "I'd like that." The bonfire was magical. Driftwood flames casting blue-green light over laughing faces, local musicians trading instruments and songs, children roasting marshmallows and chasing each other through shallow waves. Ivy found herself drawn into conversations, included in jokes, pulled into an impromptu dance circle by Sophie and her friends. Rowan stayed nearby, a steady presence that somehow both grounded and freed her. When the unofficial band took a break, he nudged her toward the abandoned guitar. "They'd love to hear you play," he said quietly. "I don't think... just one song, for yourself, if not for them." Somehow she found herself seated on a driftwood log, guitar settled familiarly in her lap. She began to play, not one of Ivy Monroe's hits, but a new melody that had been forming in her mind these past days. No lyrics yet, just a haunting progression that spoke of finding something you didn't know you were seeking. The crowd grew quiet. In the firelight she caught Rowan's expression, a mixture of admiration and something deeper that made her heart skip. When she finished, the applause was genuine and unpretentious. No one asked for selfies or screamed for encores. They simply appreciated the music for what it was, a gift freely given. Later, walking home along the moonlit beach, Rowan took her hand. The simple contact sent warmth spiraling through her chest. "That was beautiful," he said. "Something new?" She nodded. "Still working. On it." They stopped, facing the ocean. His eyes, when they met hers, held no demand, no expectation. Only a question she wasn't sure she was brave enough to answer. "Rowan, The flash came from their left, bright, unmistakable. A camera. She turned instinctively, raising her hand to shield her face, but it was too late. A young woman lowered her phone, eyes wide with recognition. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You're Ivy Monroe." The name fell like a stone between them. Ivy felt Rowan's hand slip from hers, felt the careful piece she'd constructed begin to fracture. "I'm such a huge fan. Can I get a picture? No one will believe..." "I think you should go," Rowan said, his voice cool. The fan blinked, confused. "I just want..." "Please," Ivy managed. I'm not working right now." Something in her tone must have registered, because the young woman nodded slowly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." She backed away, but the damage was done. The photo existed, and in the age of social media, that was all it took. The walk home was silent, heavy with unspoken questions. At the base of the stairs to her room, Ivy finally turned to face him. "I can explain. Rowan's expression was carefully neutral. "You don't owe me an explanation." "I do," she insisted. "I lied to you about who I am." "Did you?" He looked at her steadily. "Or did you just tell me the parts that matter?" She didn't have an answer for that. After a moment he sighed. "It's late. We should both get some sleep." He turned to go inside, then paused. "For what it's worth, I don't care about Ivy Monroe. I care about the person who helps my niece write songs about mermaids and sings to the ocean when she thinks no one's listening." The door closed softly behind him, leaving Ivy alone with the weight of a truth she'd tried to outrun, and the dawning realization that perhaps, with Rowan, she didn't need to run at all. By morning, everything had changed. Ivy woke to the sound of car doors slamming, and voices outside, too many voices for the quiet street. One glance out her window confirmed her worst fears. 3 vans with satellite dishes, reporters setting up cameras, locals gathering to stare. Her phone, which she'd finally charged and checked sporadically for messages from Delia, was exploding with notifications. The photo had gone viral overnight. Pop star Ivy Monroe found in coastal hideaway with mystery man. The headlines made her stomach churn. A text from Delia stood out among the chaos. "I'm coming to get you. This is out of control." She didn't bother replying. Instead, she dressed quickly and made her way downstairs, dreading the conversation to come. Rowan sat at his kitchen table, coffee mug cradled between his hands, looking out at the growing crowd with a resigned expression. He glanced up when she entered. "Your secret's out," he said mildly. "Rowan, I'm so sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I never thought." "That anyone would recognize you?" Raised an eyebrow. "You're kind of hard to miss, even incognito." The lack of anger in his voice confused her. "You're not upset?" "About the press circus on my lawn?" "A little," he shrugged. "About you being famous?" "Not really my business." "But I lied to you." "Did you? You said your name was Lee. Short for Olivia, I'm guessing." She nodded, stunned that he'd made the connection. And everything else. The music, the writing. That was true, wasn't it? "Yes, but..." "Then what's the problem?" He stood, moving to refill his coffee. "Look, I get it. Everyone needs space sometimes. You found yours here. I'm just sorry it got interrupted." A knock at the door cut through the moment. Rowan sighed. "That'll be Chief Mendez, town's only police officer. Good guy, but he's probably here about crowd control." The conversation with Mendez was brief but definitive. The situation was escalating. More press was arriving. Fans had discovered her location. The quiet town was rapidly becoming overwhelmed. "Ms. Monroe," Mendez said respectfully, "I understand you value your privacy, but this is disrupting the whole community. Is there someone who can help manage this situation?" She thought of Delia, already on her way, of the tour she'd abandoned, of responsibility she couldn't outrun forever. "Yes," she said quietly. "My manager is coming. She'll handle it." When Mendez left, silence settled heavily between them. Finally Rowan spoke. "So you're leaving?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "I have to. I can't let this circus continue. Not here. Not around you and Sophie and everyone who's been kind to me." Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, perhaps, or understanding. "When?" "Today, as soon as Delia arrives." She hesitated. "Rowan, these past 2 weeks, they've meant more to me than I can explain." He nodded slowly. "For what it's worth, I think Ivy Monroe is pretty amazing, but Lee, she's extraordinary." The simple statement nearly broke her. "I don't know how to be both," she whispered. "I don't know if I can." "Maybe you don't have to choose." He moved closer, his hand finding hers. "Maybe you just need to remember which one is real." When Delia arrived 3 hours later, immaculate as always in her tailored suit, expression a mixture of relief and exasperation. Ivy was waiting on the porch with her small bag packed. The press had been temporarily contained behind barricades at the end of the street, but cameras with long lenses caught her emergence, the flashbulbs like lightning in her peripheral vision. "You look terrible," Delia said by way of greeting, pulling her into a fierce hug. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been? How close we came to filing a missing persons report? I texted you. Once. 2 weeks ago." Delia stepped back, eyes scanning her face. "Are you okay? Really?" Ivy nodded. "I am. Or I was." Delia's expression softened slightly. Was it worth it? This little vacation? Ivy looked past her friend to where Rowan stood in the doorway, his face carefully neutral. "Yes," she said quietly. "It was worth everything." The drive away from Port Isabel was surreal, moving from the cocoon of peace she'd found back into the harsh light of her real life. Delia filled the silence with updates and plans. "We've rescheduled the tour, told everyone you had laryngitis, needed complete vocal rest. New dates start next month. The label's actually thrilled. All this mystery has generated more buzz than any planned publicity stunt." Ivy stared out the window, watching the town recede in the side mirror. "I can't go back to how things were, Del," she said finally. "I won't." Delia glanced at her sharply. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I need changes, real ones. I want control of my music again, my image, my life." She turned to face her oldest friend. "I've been writing again. Real songs, my songs." "That's good? But honey, we have contracts, obligations. I don't care." The steel in her voice surprised them both. "Figure it out. That's what I pay you for. But I'm done being whoever everyone else needs me to be." The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of negotiations, legal meetings, and carefully controlled press appearances. Ivy refused all interview requests, instead releasing a simple statement apologising for the disruption to her tour and promising something new was coming soon. In her rare moments alone, she wrote. Song after song poured out of her, raw, honest reflections on fame, identity, and the quiet revelation of being seen for who she truly was. When she had 12 that felt right, she booked a small studio and recorded them in 3 days. Just her voice, a piano, and occasionally a guitar. No production tricks, no auto-tune, nothing but truth. The EP was titled simply Still You. The night before its surprise release, she stood on the roof garden of her Portland penthouse, phone in hand, staring at the contact she had added but never called. Gathering her courage, she pressed dial. "Hello?" Rowan's voice slightly wary. "It's me," she said softly. "Lee, or Ivy, or Olivia. I'm still figuring that part out." A pause, then, "I wondered if I'd hear from you again. I'm releasing something tomorrow, something new, something real." She took a deep breath. "I wanted you to hear it first." "Why?" "Because it exists because of you. Because you saw me when I couldn't see myself anymore." The silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken words. "I'll be in Portland tomorrow," she continued, "at the secret garden on Jefferson Street, 8 o'clock, if you wanted to hear it in person." She didn't ask if he'd come, didn't want to pressure him, didn't know if she deserved another moment of the peace she'd found in his presence. "Good night, Olivia," he said finally. Just that. No promise, no rejection. It would have to be enough. The secret garden was exactly what its name suggested. A hidden rooftop sanctuary in the heart of the city, all fairy lights and potted trees and intimate corners. She'd rented it for the evening, invited no press, no industry people, just herself, a piano, and the hope that one particular art teacher might appear. At 8:15 she began to play. The first song on the EP, called Lighthouse, was inspired by his mural sketch. the one where light became music, became movement. Her voice, stripped of stadiums and spectacle, filled the small space with a vulnerability she'd hidden for years. She was midway through the chorus when she felt it, the subtle shift in the air that told her she was no longer alone. She didn't look up, didn't falter, just continued to sing the truth she'd finally found the courage to speak. When the last note faded, she finally raised her eyes. Rowan stood at the entrance, wind-tousled and beautiful in a simple way, watching her with an expression that made her heart stumble. "You came," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to hear the song." He moved closer, steps measured. "It's beautiful, like everything real about you." "Rowan, I never fell for Ivy Monroe," he interrupted gently. "I fell for Olivia, the woman who sings to the ocean, who helps little girls write songs about mermaids, who sees beauty in broken things." She stood, moved toward him as if drawn by gravity. "Is that who I am? Olivia?" His smile was soft, warming his eyes. "That's who you've always been. The rest is just noise." When he kissed her, it felt like coming home to a place she'd never been. Familiar and new all at once, like finding the missing chord in a song she'd been trying to write her entire life. "Stay," she whispered against his mouth. "Not forever. Just stay a while." His arms tightened around her. "I'm not going anywhere." The music room at Port Isabel High School had transformed over the past year. Walls now covered with student artwork depicting sound waves and musical notes, instruments arranged in careful clusters, large windows thrown open to catch the ocean breeze. Ivy, though the world still knew her as Ivy Monroe, she felt more like Olivia with each passing day, sat at the piano, guiding a small group of students through a complicated arrangement. Her short EP had become a full album, had won critical acclaim if not the massive sales of her earlier work. She didn't mind. Quality over quantity, in fans, in music, in life, had become her new measure of success. Ms. Monroe, one of her students, a shy girl with remarkable talent, raised her hand. "Will you play something from your new album, please?" The request was frequent but always genuine. These kids, who had initially been starstruck but now treated her with the casual respect of any beloved teacher, never tired of hearing her perform. "One song," she agreed with a smile, and back to work. She had just finished the final chorus when she spotted Rowan in the doorway, leaning against the frame with that quiet smile that still made her heart race. The students followed her gaze and a chorus of "Mr. Blake" rose from the group. "Don't let me interrupt," he said, but Ivy was already dismissing the class 5 minutes early. As the room emptied, Rowan crossed to where she sat, bending to kiss her softly. "Ready for this afternoon?" She nodded, fingers nervously twisting the simple engagement ring he'd given her 3 months earlier. Today was the official unveiling of his latest mural, the one she'd first seen as a sketch over a year ago. The lighthouse whose beam became music became dancing figures. Only now the central figure in the dance bore a subtle resemblance to her. "Nervous?" he asked, taking her hand. "A little. It's still strange sometimes, letting the two worlds overlap." She smiled up at him, but in a good way. The ceremony was small, just the town council, some students, and a handful of locals who had become friends rather than fans. Rowan spoke briefly about the inspiration behind the mural, the way art and music intertwined in the town's identity. He didn't mention Ivy Monroe or her fame. He didn't need to. Sophie, now 9 and more exuberant than ever, bounced at her uncle's side as the mayor cut a ceremonial ribbon. The crowd applauded, then dispersed to examine the mural more closely and enjoy the refreshments Greta had provided from her cafe. Ivy found herself standing slightly apart, watching Rowan accept congratulations with his characteristic quiet grace. A year ago she couldn't have imagined this life. teaching music in a small coastal town, planning a small wedding with the man who had seen through her carefully constructed persona, weekends filled with Sophie's recitals and long walks on deserted beaches. It suits you, you know? She turned to find Delia beside her, elegant as always in her city clothes that looked slightly out of place in Port Isabel. Her former manager, visited occasionally, still handled the business side of Ivy's now scaled-back career and had become an unexpected ally in her transformation. "What suits me?" Ivy asked. Delia gestured vaguely at everything: the town, the school, Rowan. Peace, authenticity, whatever you want to call it. She smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I always knew Ivy Monroe was killing Olivia Jameson. I just didn't know how to stop it." Ivy squeezed her friend's hand. "Neither did I." She paused, looking back at the mural, at the lighthouse beam that transformed into musical notes, at the dancing figures finding joy in its light. "But I'm learning." Later that evening they gathered on Rowan's back deck, now their deck, since she'd officially moved in 6 months ago. Sophie was there with her mother, Greta and Chief Mendez had stopped by, and even Walt from the garage had come bearing a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. As twilight settled over the ocean, Rowan quietly tuned his guitar while conversations ebbed and flowed around them. Without fanfare, he began to play the opening notes of Lighthouse, her most personal song from the album. A hush fell over the small gathering. He looked up at her, a question in his eyes, and she nodded, joining him in the chorus. "And still you see me, through the dark and stormy nights. Still you find me, when I've lost my own guiding light. In a world of echoes, your voice rings clear and true, and the miracle of miracles, I'm still me, and still you." When the song ended, Sophie clapped enthusiastically while the adults exchanged knowing smiles. No one asked for selfies or autographs. No one treated the moment as special beyond the simple joy of music shared among friends. Later, after everyone had gone and they were cleaning up together in comfortable silence, Rowan paused, dish towel in hand. "Happy?" he asked simply. Ivy considered the question. Not just the easy answer, but the complex truth of it. Was she happy? Fame still occasionally interrupted their life. Her music reached fewer people now, but touched them more deeply. She missed performing sometimes, but had found a different kind of fulfillment in teaching. She had traded spotlights for starlight, stadiums for classrooms, adulation for understanding. "Yes," she said finally, meeting his gaze with absolute certainty. "I'm happy. Not because I escaped Ivy Monroe, but because I found Olivia Jameson again." She moved into his arms, resting her head against his chest. "And because you see me, all of me, and love me anyway." His arms tightened around her. "Not anyway," he corrected gently. "Because of who you are. All the versions, the star and the teacher, the celebrity and the woman who helps my niece with piano lessons, the singer and the person who laughs at my terrible jokes." "They're not terrible," she protested automatically. "They're pretty bad," he chuckled, "but you laugh anyway. Because I love you. And I love you. Ivy, Olivia, Lee, whatever name you choose. I love the person beneath all the noise. Outside, waves crashed against the shore in their eternal rhythm. Inside, in the quiet kitchen of a home that had once felt borrowed but now felt entirely her own, Ivy Monroe, pop sensation, volunteer music teacher, fiancé, friend, finally felt the fractured pieces of herself mending into something whole, not perfect, not flawless, but authentic, real, still her. Night Takes Queen. Andrew Welsh had always been more comfortable with algorithms than emotions. In the soft glow of his laptop screen, he moved chess pieces across a digital board, with the kind of precision that had earned him a 2600 rating online, a fact known only to the anonymous usernames he regularly defeated. Here, in his darkened NYU dorm room, he could be brilliant without having to be seen. The autumn sun was setting over Washington Square Park, painting his sparse room in shades of amber. His economics textbooks lay untouched on his desk, his latest problem set only half completed. On his screen, another victory flashed. Grandmaster X99 has resigned. Andrew leaned back in his chair, feeling the familiar hollow satisfaction of winning without risk, of being exceptional in a void. His phone buzzed. Probably Liam, his roommate, trying to drag him to another party he'd only pretend to enjoy. Andrew ignored it, opening another chess game instead. This was safer. This made sense. Here, every move had a clear consequence, every choice a logical outcome. Unlike life, unlike relationships, unlike... A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Dude, you're not seriously staying in again?" Liam's voice carried through the wood, tinged with equal parts concern and exasperation. "It's Friday night. The whole city's alive, and you're in here playing computer games?" "Chess isn't just a computer game," Andrew muttered, but he opened the door anyway. Liam stood there, already dressed for a night out, his easy smile a stark contrast to Andrew's perpetual overthinking. "Look," Liam said, leaning against the doorframe, "I'm not saying you need to come clubbing, but at least get some fresh air. Central Park's beautiful this time of year. Who knows? Maybe you'll even find someone to play chess with in real life." Andrew almost smiled at the irony. If Liam only knew how good he really was, how many grandmasters he'd defeated online. But explaining would mean revealing himself, stepping out of the shadows he'd grown so comfortable in. Ever since that crushing defeat in his one and only tournament at 16, he'd learned that being exceptional came with expectations he wasn't sure he could handle. "Fine," Andrew conceded, more to end the conversation than anything else. "I'll take a walk." The crisp October air hit his face as he stepped onto Fifth Avenue, his hands tucked deep in the pockets of his navy peacoat. The city thrummed with its usual energy, students rushing to Friday night plans, tourists snapping photos, street vendors calling out to passers-by. Andrew walked north, letting his feet carry him while his mind wandered through potential chess variations, safe in the abstract. He was halfway through Central Park when he noticed the crowd. A circle of people, phones raised, excited murmurs rippling through the gathering. Curiosity drew him closer, though he usually avoided crowds. Then he heard it, the distinctive sound of chess pieces on wood, followed by scattered applause. "Another challenger," a voice called out, bright and confident. "Come on, New York, show me what you've got." Andrew's heart skipped. He knew that voice. He'd heard it countless times in YouTube videos, watching her take on players around the world. Sky James, the chess prodigy turned content creator who'd made the game accessible to millions. He'd studied her matches, admired her aggressive style, even while telling himself he could probably beat her if they ever played. The crowd shifted, and suddenly he could see her. Blonde hair catching the late afternoon light, her blue eyes sparkling with the thrill of competition as she reset the pieces on a wooden board. She was even more striking in person, her presence magnetic in a way videos couldn't capture. She wore a cream sweater that caught the autumn light, her hands moving with practiced grace over the board. "No one else wants to try?" Sky asked, scanning the crowd with a playful smile. "I promise to go easy on you." Andrew's feet moved before his brain could stop them, pushing through the crowd until he stood at the edge of the circle. Sky's eyes met his, and for a moment the city seemed to hold its breath. "Well," she said, her smile warming, "looks like we have a challenger. What's your name?" His throat felt dry. "Andrew," he managed, his voice steadier than he expected. Andrew Welsh. Nice to meet you, Andrew Welsh. She gestured to the empty chair across from her. Fair warning, I've won my last 17 games today. As he sat down, his hands nearly trembling, Andrew noticed a detail that almost made him smile. She'd set up the board wrong. The white queen was on the wrong square. She was testing her opponents, seeing if they'd notice. Most wouldn't. Without comment, he reached out and corrected the piece's position. Sky's eyebrows rose slightly, a flash of genuine interest crossing her face. Well, she said softly, just for him to hear. This might be interesting after all. Their fingers brushed as they shook hands, and Andrew felt an electric current run through him, not just from her touch, but from the recognition in her eyes. She saw him, really saw him, and for the first time in years he wasn't sure if he wanted to hide anymore. The game began, and with it, everything changed. The first game lasted exactly 27 minutes. Andrew played white, opening with the Queen's Gambit, a choice that made Sky's eyes light up with appreciation. What followed was a dance of minds, each move carrying whispers of possibility, of paths not taken. The crowd around them grew, their murmurs fading into white noise as Andrew lost himself in the game. He won with an elegant bishop sacrifice that brought a genuine smile to Sky's face. Well, she said, leaning back in her chair, I definitely wasn't expecting that today. The setting sun painted Central Park in shades of gold, the autumn air crisp with possibility. Sky studied him with curious intensity, as if trying to solve a puzzle. You said you've never played in tournaments? Just one, Andrew admitted, his fingers absently tracing the edge of a captured pawn. A long time ago. And yet you play like... Sky trailed off, then started resetting the pieces with practiced efficiency. Another game. They played until darkness fell, the park lights casting long shadows across the board. With each game, their conversation flowed more freely, chess terminology giving way to personal revelations. Sky told him about growing up in Los Angeles with her poker-playing mother, about the freedom and loneliness of travelling the world for her channel. Andrew found himself sharing things he'd never told anyone, about the tournament that broke his confidence, about finding refuge in anonymous online matches. You're hiding, Sky said during their fifth game, her knight capturing his pawn with a decisive click. Why? The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Andrew stared at the board, seeing not just the current position but all the games that had led him here. Sometimes, he said finally, it's easier to be exceptional in theory than in practice. Sky's hand paused over her bishop. And sometimes, she countered, the theory isn't worth anything until you test it. Their eyes met across the board, and Andrew felt something shift in his chest, a recognition of someone who saw through his carefully constructed walls. Sky wasn't just beautiful, she was dangerously perceptive. That night turned into coffee the next morning, which became daily games in Washington Square Park between Andrew's classes. Sky postponed her next trip, claiming New York had unexplored content potential. They developed a routine. She would try new opening tactics for her channel, and he would counter with strategies he'd perfected online, their games becoming increasingly personal conversations. Your style, Sky observed one afternoon, her coffee growing cold beside the board. It's like you're always holding something back, playing it safe, even when you could win with a riskier move. Says the woman who turns every game into a performance, Andrew replied, surprising himself with his boldness. Always giving the crowd what they want to see. Sky's laughter caught in her throat. For a moment, her carefully maintained persona cracked, showing something vulnerable underneath. Touché, she said softly. Maybe we're both hiding something. The weeks blurred together, autumn deepening into winter. They played chess in cafe corners while snow fell outside, their games lasting longer as neither wanted them to end. Sky's YouTube subscribers began to notice her extended New York stay. speculating about her reasons. Andrew found himself watching her videos at night, seeing how she edited their games, how she presented herself to the world. It was a version of Sky that felt both familiar and distant, like looking at a reflection in warped glass. The breaking point came during a late-night game in Sky's hotel room, the city lights twinkling below like fallen stars. They'd been analysing a particularly complex endgame, their heads bent close over the board, when Sky's phone buzzed with an email from her manager. "They want me in Dubai," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "There's a major tournament next month. Good content opportunity." Andrew felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the fear of being left behind, of returning to his solitary world of online matches and silent victories. But something else too, a growing certainty that if he let Sky leave without taking a risk, he'd regret it forever. "You should go," he heard himself say. "But before you do..." He reached for his phone, pulled up a chess tournament website he'd been staring at for weeks. "There's a qualifier here in New York next weekend." Sky's eyes widened with understanding. "Andrew, I think..." He swallowed hard. "I think I'm ready to stop hiding." She reached across the board, her fingers intertwining with his. The pieces between them toppled, forgotten, as the game they'd really been playing all along reached its crucial moment. "About time," Sky whispered, and closed the distance between them. Their first kiss tasted like coffee and possibility, like all the moves they'd been afraid to make until now. But as Sky's lips met his, as his hands tangled in her hair, neither noticed the notification lighting up her phone, an email that would soon test everything they'd built. The subject line read, "Exclusive interview opportunity, the real Sky James, life, love, and the future of chess." The interview appeared online 3 days before Andrew's first tournament. Sky's name was trending. Her face splashed across chess forums and social media, but it wasn't her latest victory-making headlines. It was a single quote taken from an hour-long conversation, stripped of context and served up for maximum impact. "My relationship with Andrew Welsh? We're just friends. Chess is my priority right now." Andrew read those words on his phone screen in the pre-dawn quiet of his dorm room, feeling them sink into his chest like stones. Around him, the pieces of his life were arranged exactly as they had been for months. His laptop open to chess tutorials, Sky's latest video paused mid-smile, tournament preparation notes scattered across his desk. But suddenly, everything felt different, off balance, like someone had shifted the board when he wasn't looking. His phone buzzed. Sky's name lit up the screen. He let it ring. The tournament venue was a converted ballroom in the Marriott Marquis, all crystal chandeliers and burgundy carpets. Andrew arrived early, his tie feeling too tight, his new blazer stiff across his shoulders. Sky was already there, filming an introduction for her channel. Their eyes met across the room, and she started toward him, but he turned away, heading for his assigned table. "Andrew, wait!" Her voice carried over the pre-tournament buzz, but he kept walking. He couldn't face her, not now, not when every move felt like it could be his last. The games began. Andrew played like he was underwater, each decision taking too long, each choice feeling wrong. His first opponent, a teenage prodigy from Boston, took advantage of his distraction. By move 30, Andrew was in trouble. That's when he heard it. A familiar voice from the past cutting through his spiral. "You're playing scared, kid." Manny Ross, the old chess hustler from Central Park, had somehow materialised in the spectator area. He stood against the wall, his weathered face creased with concern. "The board doesn't care about your feelings," Manny continued, just loud enough for Andrew to hear. "Neither does she, but both of them deserve your best game." Something clicked in Andrew's mind. He looked at the position with fresh eyes, seeing not just the pieces but the patterns beneath. His opponent had overextended, eager for the kill. 3 moves later, Andrew had turned the game around. 5 moves after that, he'd won. Between rounds, Sky cornered him in the hallway. She looked different, smaller somehow, her usual confidence replaced by something raw and uncertain. "That interview," she started. "They twisted everything. I was trying to protect you from—" "Protect me?" Andrew's laugh felt bitter in his throat. "Or protect your image? That's not fair." "No." He met her eyes fully for the first time that day. "You've been filming this whole time, Sky. Even now. Even us. Where does the content end and the real you begin?" She flinched as if he'd slapped her. "You think this isn't real? You think what I feel for you is just— what? Content?" "I think," Andrew said carefully, "that you're afraid of anything you can't edit. And I think I'm tired of being afraid." The director called for the next round. Andrew turned to go, but Sky caught his arm. "I'm leaving for Dubai tomorrow," she said, her voice tight. "Early flight. I needed you to know." He nodded once, not trusting himself to speak, and walked back into the playing hall. His next opponent was already waiting, the pieces set up, the clock ready. But as Andrew sat down, his hands shaking slightly, he realised something. He wasn't playing for Sky anymore. He wasn't even playing for himself. He was playing for the truth, whatever that turned out to be. The games blurred together after that. Andrew played with a clarity he'd never felt before, each move a declaration. He wasn't hiding anymore, not from his opponents, not from himself. By the final round, he'd qualified for the national championship, his ratings soaring past expectations. Cameras flashed, questions were shouted. Someone thrust a microphone in his face, asking how it felt to be the tournament's breakout star. "Chess," Andrew said quietly, "isn't about being a star. It's about being honest, with the board, with your opponent." He paused, his heart pounding. "And with yourself." He looked around the room, but Sky was already gone. Later that night in his dorm room, Andrew opened his laptop. His hands hovered over the keyboard for a long moment before he pulled up Sky's latest video. It had been posted an hour ago, titled simply, "Why I Play." The video opened not with her usual high-energy introduction, but with silence. Sky sat alone in what he recognised as her hotel room. No makeup, no carefully curated background. Just her, looking directly into the camera. "I've spent years turning chess into content," she began, her voice rough with emotion, "making it digestible, entertaining, safe. But the truth is, there's nothing safe about this game, and there's nothing safe about falling in love." She took a deep breath, and Andrew found himself holding his. "Today, I watched someone I care about choose truth over fear. So here's my truth. I'm scared. Not of losing. I've lost plenty of games. I'm scared of what happens when you can't edit out the hard parts, when you can't control the narrative, when you have to trust that what you feel is enough." She looked down at something off camera, and Andrew realised with a start that it was the scorebook from their first game in Central Park. "Someone once told me I was afraid of anything I couldn't edit," Sky continued. He was right. But here's the thing about chess, and about love. Sometimes the most powerful moves are the ones that leave you completely exposed. The video ended there. No outro, no call to subscribe. Just Sky, raw and real, putting everything on the line. Andrew's phone lit up with a text. "My flight leaves at 6 a.m. Gate B23. It was 2 a.m. Outside his window, New York hummed with possibility. The next move was his. He looked at his reflection in the darkened screen, seeing not just himself, but all the versions of himself he'd hidden away. The scared 16-year-old who'd run from his first tournament, the anonymous online player who'd racked up victories in silence, the man who'd fallen for a girl who turned chess into stories. It was time for a new story. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. There was a cab to catch, a gate to find, and a truth to tell, if he was brave enough to make the move that counted. JFK Airport hummed with pre-dawn energy, a liminal space where time felt suspended between moments. Andrew bought a plane ticket so he could meet Sky before she boarded her plane. He ran through Terminal 4, his heart pounding against his ribs, checking gate numbers as he passed. B21, B22. He saw her before she saw him. Sky sat alone at gate B23, her golden hair tied back messily, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept. Her camera equipment lay packed beside her, but her hands were occupied with something else, a travel chess set, the pieces arranged in a familiar pattern, their first game. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening with recognition, hope and fear dancing across her face. "Andrew?" "The Queen's Gambit," he said, gesturing to the board in her hands. "That's how I opened." "And I declined," Sky replied softly, her fingers touching the black pawn she'd moved that day in Central Park. "We both played it safe." Andrew sat down beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her presence, but leaving space for the words that needed to be said. "I watched your video. I meant every word." "I know." He took a deep breath. "That's why I'm here. Because for the first time since I've known you, you weren't performing. You were just you." Sky's hands trembled slightly as she closed the travel board. "The interview," she started. "I've spent so long crafting this image, this persona that people want to see. When they asked about us, I panicked. I thought if I acknowledged what was happening between us, it would become content, something for public consumption. And I couldn't bear that because..." She met his eyes. "Because what I feel for you is the one thing I don't want to share with my subscribers." "I get it," Andrew said. "I've been hiding too. Behind screens, behind ratings, behind this idea that if no one sees me fail, it doesn't count." He smiled slightly. "But yesterday, at the tournament, I realised something. The games I played after our fight, they were the best games of my life. Not because I won, but because for the first time I wasn't afraid of losing." The first call for Sky's flight came over the speakers, making them both flinch. "Come with me," Sky said suddenly, "to Dubai. We could..." "No." Andrew's response was gentle but firm. "You need to go, and I need to stay. I have the national championship to prepare for, and you have your career. But maybe..." He reached for her hand. "Maybe we don't have to choose between love and ambition. Maybe we just need to trust that what we have is strong enough to survive being real." Sky interlaced her fingers with his, a tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm terrible at long distance. I've never..." She swallowed hard. "I've never cared enough to try. Then we'll get better at it. Together." Andrew pulled out his phone, opening his chess app. "We can play every day. Not for content, not for ratings, just for us. The time zones will be hell," he finished. "But I'm willing to lose some sleep if you are." Sky laughed through her tears, the sound pure and unedited. "You know what's crazy? I've played thousands of games for my channel, but the ones I keep replaying in my head, they're all with you." The final boarding call echoed through the terminal. Around them, passengers hurried to the gate, creating a bubble of chaos that somehow made this moment feel more intimate. "I have something for you," Andrew said, reaching into his coat pocket. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, the score sheet from the tournament. "My first official rating. I want you to have it." Sky took the paper with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. Her eyes widened as she saw the number. "Andrew, this is proof," he said simply, "that sometimes the scariest moves are the ones most worth making." She stood, gathering her bags, but hesitated before turning to the gate. "Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that when I come back, you'll be ready to play without holding back. No safety moves, no protective strategies, just us. All in." Andrew stood, pulling her close. "I promise. But only if you promise something too." "What's that?" Promise me that the next time someone asks about us in an interview, you'll tell them the truth, that some things are too important to turn into content. Sky's answer was a kiss that tasted of tears and possibility, of mornings to come and games yet to be played. When they finally parted, she pressed her forehead to his. "Your move, Grandmaster." "No," Andrew smiled. "Our move." He watched her walk through the gate, her blonde hair catching the first rays of dawn through the terminal windows. But unlike every other goodbye in his life, this one didn't feel like an ending. It felt like an opening, the kind that required courage to play, but promised something beautiful if you were brave enough to see it through. His phone buzzed as he walked out of the terminal, a notification from the chess app. "Sky James has invited you to a game." Below it, a message. "Day 1 of forever. Don't you dare let me win." Andrew smiled, the morning sun warm on his face as he stepped out of the airport. Some games, he was learning, were worth playing in the light. 1 year later, the World Chess Championships playing hall was silent except for the gentle click of pieces and the steady rhythm of chess clocks. Andrew sat at the central board, his opponent, Viktor Novikov, the reigning world champion, studying the position with cold intensity. The crowd pressed against the barriers, their phones raised to capture what could be the final game of the match. But Andrew wasn't looking at Viktor, or the crowd, or even the critical position on the board. His eyes were fixed on a familiar figure in the front row, her camera steady in her hands, her blue eyes locked on him with the same intensity he'd felt that first day in Central Park. Sky hadn't just come to film. She'd flown in from Tokyo, interrupting her Asian chess tour because she'd promised to be here. Not as a content creator, but as herself, as his. The past year had been a maze of long-distance calls, late-night chess games, and brief, precious reunions in cities around the world. They'd learned to navigate time zones and tournament schedules, to share victories and defeats across continents. Sky's channel had evolved, becoming more personal, more authentic. She'd started showing the harder parts of professional chess, the struggles behind the glamour. Her subscribers had doubled. Andrew had risen through the ranks with a style all his own, aggressive yet thoughtful, willing to take calculated risks that left commentators breathless. Chess websites called him the hidden grandmaster, at first, then just the grandmaster as his reputation grew. But only Sky knew that his greatest games weren't played in tournaments. They were played in hotel rooms at midnight, over video calls, both of them laughing as they analysed positions in their pyjamas. Now, in the most important game of his career, Andrew faced a critical decision. The position was complex, full of hidden traps and subtle possibilities. Viktor had played brilliantly, pushing Andrew to the edge of defeat several times. But there was something there, a combination so risky it was beautiful. 6 months ago, he and Sky had analysed a similar position during one of their late-night calls. She'd challenged him to find the winning line, and when he did, she'd smiled that brilliant smile and said, "Promise me you'll play it like that if you ever get the chance. No holding back." Andrew touched his queen, feeling the smooth wood beneath his fingers. In that moment, he remembered everything, the fear that had kept him hiding for so long, the girl who'd helped him step into the light, the journey that had brought him here. He wasn't that scared 16-year-old anymore. He wasn't even the same person who'd walked into Central Park a year ago. He looked at Sky one more time. She wasn't filming now. Her camera had lowered, and she was just watching, just being present. She gave him a slight nod, and he knew she was thinking of the same late-night analysis, the same promise. Andrew moved his queen, not the safe move, not the expected move, but the true one. The crowd gasped. Viktor's eyes widened. The commentators began speaking rapidly into their microphones. But Andrew sat back, perfectly calm, watching as his opponent realised what was coming. 5 moves later, it was over. "Checkmate," Andrew said softly. The hall erupted. Cameras flashed. People were shouting, cheering, trying to get quotes and reactions. But Andrew stood up, walked past the press line, and went straight to Sky. She met him halfway, her eyes shining. "You played it," she whispered. "The line we found." "I made a promise," he said, pulling her close. "No holding back." Sky laughed, the sound both joyful and tearful. "You know this is all being filmed, right? We're giving them quite a show." "Let them watch," Andrew smiled. "Some things are worth being seen." Later that night, after the interviews and ceremonies, they sat in Andrew's hotel room with a chessboard between them. But for once they weren't playing. Sky was curled against him on the couch, both of them watching the city lights sparkle through the window. "I have a confession," Sky said, tracing patterns on his palm. "I'm tired of airports." Andrew kissed her temple. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying..." She sat up, meeting his eyes. "I'm saying I want to make New York my home base. Keep travelling for tournaments, but come home to you, if that's something you want." Instead of answering, Andrew reached for his phone, pulled up their chess app and started a new game. On the first move, he placed his king in the centre of the board, the most vulnerable position possible. Sky looked at the screen, then back at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That's your answer." "That's my answer," he said softly. "I'm all in if you are." She took his phone, made her move, placing her king right next to his. "Checkmate," she whispered, and kissed him. Outside, New York hummed with its endless energy. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, new games, new adventures. But tonight they had this, a quiet room, a shared future, and the knowledge that some victories aren't won on a chessboard. They're won in the moments between moves, in the courage to be seen, in the choice to stay. In the end, it wasn't about winning or losing. It wasn't even about chess, really. It was about finding someone who made you brave enough to play the game with your whole heart. No moves held back, no pieces left in reserve. It was about learning that love, like chess, isn't about perfect moves. It's about making the move that counts together. The last runway light. The desert heat made mirages of everything. Sarah Olson watched them shimmer across the tarmac as she pulled her rental car into the gravel lot of Meridian Field. If you could call 3 hangars and a single runway a field. The place looked like ambition's graveyard. Paint peeling from corrugated metal, windows opaque with dust, one windsock hanging limp as a broken promise. She'd come because the programme was affordable, and the instructor had logged more hours than pilots half his age. She'd come because commercial aviation didn't care about the poetry of flight, only precision, repetition, and the muscle memory of competence. Meridian could give her that. What it couldn't give her was air conditioning. She stepped from the car into heat that struck like a physical thing. "You're early." The voice came from the shadow of Hangar 2. He emerged slowly, as if testing his welcome in the light. Tall, weathered, maybe 55, with a kind of economy in his movements that spoke of hard-won discipline. His eyes were the colour of dark thunderheads. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected. "If our session starts at 0600, it does." He extended a hand. David Carver. His grip was brief, calloused, impersonal. She'd read about him. Or rather, she'd found fragments online. Record-setting stunt pilot in his 30s, then nothing for 15 years, then this. A quiet instructor gig at the edge of nowhere. The gaps interested her less than the hours. 10,000 of them at least. "I assume you can follow instructions," he said. "I assume you can give them clearly." Something flickered in his expression. Not quite approval, but acknowledgement. "Hangar 2. We'll start with ground school." The weeks that followed were austere, exacting, almost monastic. David taught as if flight were a language more precise than words, a grammar of physics, weather, and consequence. He praised nothing and corrected everything. When Sarah executed a perfect crosswind landing on her third solo, he simply said, "Again." She learned to read him in small occurrences. The slight nod when she remembered to clear the pattern, the way he leaned back in the instructor's seat when her radio calls improved, the particular quality of his silence when she got something exactly right. There was a rhythm to their days that felt almost sacred. Dawn broke pink and gold over the desert, and they would be there already. Sarah running her pre-flight check while David reviewed the weather briefing with the same intensity he might bring to scripture. The Cessna 172 they flew was older than Sarah, its panels worn smooth by thousands of hands, but David maintained it with meticulous care. "An aircraft will forgive you many things," he told her during their second week, his hand resting on the cowling, "but neglect isn't one of them." She learned that he'd rebuilt this plane himself over the course of 3 years, learned that he knew every rivet, every seam, every quirk of its particular engine. He taught her to listen, really listen, to the sound of the propeller, the quality of the vibration through the airframe, the subtle music of a machine operating at the edge of its capabilities. "Feel that?" he'd ask, his hand over hers on the yoke as they climbed. That's the stall warning. Not the horn, before the horn. The way the controls get soft, like they're asking permission instead of responding to command. Sarah felt it. More than that, she began to understand that David was teaching her something beyond the mechanics of flight. He was teaching her to be present, to notice, to develop the kind of attention that meant the difference between competence and mastery. Pre-dawn became their shared country. They met before the sun broke, when the air was still cooperative and the desert offered up coolness like a secret. He made coffee in a battered percolator that looked older than the aircraft. She brought pastries from the highway gas station, which he ate without comment. Words came slowly, if at all, but in the cockpit they spoke fluently, his hand occasionally steadying the yoke when she overcorrected, her instinct developing for when he wanted her to work through a problem versus when he needed her to listen. "You fly like you're afraid of wanting it," he said once, 40 minutes into a cross-country. Sarah kept her eyes on the horizon. "I fly like someone who can't afford mistakes. Those aren't the same thing. In my life, they are." He didn't push. That was the thing about David. He left silence where other instructors stuffed advice. But she felt him thinking beside her, felt the weight of his attention even when his gaze was on the instruments. It was a Thursday evening, the sun dropping fast and turning everything copper, when the awareness shifted. They were reviewing her logbook in the hangar, standing close over the spread pages. He pointed to an entry and she leaned, in to see, and his shoulder brushed hers, and neither of them moved away. The contact lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then he stepped back as if stung. "That's enough for today," he said, his voice rougher than usual. Sarah drove home with her hands tight on the wheel, her body humming with something that had nothing to do with altitude. The summer deepened. Sarah's hours accumulated. Solo time, night flying, complex manoeuvres she could execute in her sleep. But what accumulated faster was the thing neither of them named. The gravitational pull that existed in proximity, in shared danger, in trust earned at 3,000 feet when the engine coughed, and he'd simply said, "You have it," and watched her bring them down with textbook calm. After evening sessions, when the heat finally broke, they began to linger. He'd lock the hangar and she'd still be there, and somehow they'd end up sitting on the hood of her car talking about her scholarship applications, about the airline, programs that wanted 90-day commitments and total geographic flexibility, about the future she was building with such careful determination. The conversation started surface level but deepened as the weeks passed. Sarah learned that David had grown up in Ohio, the son of a factory worker who'd never understood why anyone would want to leave solid ground, that he'd learned to fly at 17 with money saved from 3 part-time jobs, that his father had died never having seen him perform, which David said was probably a mercy given how the performing ended. She told him about her mother, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep Sarah in a decent school district, about the scholarship essay she had written at 14, mapping out her path to commercial aviation with the certainty of someone who'd never been given the luxury of uncertainty. About the night her mother had told her, pride and terror mixed, that she'd applied to become an astronaut, and what a shame about her eyesight. She wanted the moon, Sarah said, watching stars emerge in the darkening sky. I just want to fly people safely from A to B. It probably sounds boring. It sounds honest, David replied. The moon is beautiful from a distance, but the people who need to get home, they're the ones who matter. It was the most she had heard him say about his own philosophy, and she understood then what the accident had done to him. Not broken him, but rebuilt him along different lines. Made him someone who valued return over departure, safety over glory. Do you miss it? She asked. The stunts, the crowds. He was quiet for a long moment. I miss the certainty. When you're 20 feet off the deck doing a knife-edge pass, there's no room for doubt. You're either perfect or you're dead. It's binary, simple. And now? Now everything is grey. Every decision is a risk calculation with incomplete information. It's harder, but it's... He paused, searching. It's more real. The person I was at 30 couldn't have taught you anything worth knowing. He was all reflex and no reflection. Sarah thought about the man beside her. Thoughtful, careful, present in a way that felt like a conscious choice rather than a default state. I'm glad I got this version, she said quietly. When she looked at him, something had shifted in his expression. His eyes held hers for 3 seconds too long, and in those seconds, she felt the current that had been building between them suddenly surge into visibility. He stood abruptly. It's late. You should get back before the road gets any darker. But his voice was rough, and when Sarah stood too, close enough that she could smell the particular combination of aviation fuel and desert heat that seemed to live in his skin, he didn't step away. You'll get it, David said one night. You're the kind of pilot they're looking for. What kind is that? Competent, uncompromising, focused. Sounds thrilling. He smiled, rarely but genuinely. It's not supposed to be thrilling. It's supposed to be safe. And you hate that. I respect it. He looked at her then, really looked, and something in his face was undefended. I respect it because I used to be the opposite, and people got hurt. She'd wondered about the silences in his history, the years unaccounted for. What happened? David was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, I pushed too far on a stunt sequence. Low visibility, high stakes, ego higher than both. My wingman clipped a tower guide wire. Survived, but his career didn't. Neither did mine for a while. That's why you stopped. That's why I learned when to stop. He slid off the hood, put distance between them. It's the only thing I've gotten right since. But he'd gotten other things right, Sarah thought. He'd gotten her right. How to teach her, when to challenge her, when to simply be steady. He'd seen her not as potential to exploit or talent to claim, but as a person learning to trust herself in the air. The wanting started then. Not sudden, but surfacing. Acknowledgement of what had been building beneath every correction, every shared dawn, every moment his hand guided hers on the throttle. She told herself it was gratitude, transference, the predictable cliché of student and teacher. She knew, with the same certainty she knew how to read an altimeter, that it was none of those things. It was a Tuesday when everything shifted. She'd been practicing short field landings, and on the 4th approach, A dust devil materialized out of nowhere, a whirling column that grabbed the aircraft and shook it like a toy. Sarah's hands moved on instinct. Power, rudder, ailerons fighting for authority. For 3 seconds they were passengers. Then she broke through, wings level, and put the plane down hard but safe. "Good," David said when they taxied clear and his voice was shaking. So were her hands. They sat in the aircraft, engine ticking as it cooled. Neither moved. "I thought, Sarah," they started, then stopped. "I know." His hand covered hers on the yoke, just for a moment, just long enough for her to feel his pulse through his palm. "You did exactly right." When they climbed out, her legs were unsteady. He walked around the aircraft, checking for damage with methodical care. She watched his hands move over aluminum and fabric, capable, certain, and felt heat that had nothing to do with the sun. That night, she couldn't sleep. She lay in her rented room and replayed the moment. His hand on hers, his voice rough with something that wasn't just relief. The air between them that had felt charged, ionized, ready to spark. She wanted him, not as an instructor, not as a mentor, as a man she was absolutely, dangerously, unsurvivably in love with. The article appeared on a Wednesday. Sarah was reviewing weather charts when her phone lit up with a text from another student. "Have you seen this?" The headline, "Where Are They Now? The Fall of David Maverick Carver." The piece was part retrospective, part exposé, a detailed cataloguing of his stunt career, the accident, and questions about whether proper oversight had existed. There were insinuations about recklessness, about inadequate safety protocols, about incidents that had been quietly settled, and there was footage, a decades-old video of David pulling a barrel roll 50 feet off the ground, smoke trailing from his aircraft, a crowd screaming in delight. He looked young in it, fearless, alive in a way she'd never seen. The comments were brutal. When Sarah arrived at Meridian that afternoon, David's truck was in its usual spot, but the hangar was locked. She knocked. No answer. She found him at the far end of the runway, standing alone in the scrub, looking at nothing. "David." He didn't turn. "You should go home. We have a lesson scheduled." "Not anymore." Sarah walked until she stood beside him. Up close she could see the tension in his jaw, the careful blankness of his expression. "One article doesn't... It's not one article." His voice was flat. "The FAA wants documentation I don't have. The insurance company's reviewing my certification. And you," he finally looked at her, "you need to find another instructor." "I don't want another instructor." "Sarah." Her name was rough in his mouth. "You're 3 months from program applications. You can't afford association with someone whose credentials are being questioned." "Let me decide what I can afford." "No." It was the voice he used when discussing non-negotiable safety limits. "I won't be the reason you lose this. You're not the reason for anything. You're the best instructor I've ever had, and I'm not walking away because someone dug up old footage to generate clicks. This isn't about loyalty." His control was fracturing, something raw showing through. "This is about your future, the one you've worked for. I won't touch it." "You already have," Sarah said, and immediately wished she could pull the words back. His eyes closed. "Then I'm sorry." When she left Meridian that day, she didn't know if she'd ever return. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence from David, of watching her phone not ring, of lying awake and replaying their last conversation. The FAA found no cause for action. His credentials were solid, his recent record impeccable. The article's innuendo died in the noise of the next news cycle, but the damage was done. Sarah tried calling, texting. She drove to Meridian 3 times and found the place locked. David's truck gone. No sign of life except the desert wind moving through the empty hangars. Other students had scattered to different instructors. The field felt abandoned. a dream half remembered. She finished her hours with a competent professional instructor in Phoenix who praised her skills and asked no questions about where she'd trained before. The lessons were fine, perfectly adequate. She learned nothing and remembered everything. At night she lay in her efficient studio apartment and thought about David's hands on the controls, the way he'd said her name in the cockpit, steady, certain, like an anchor in rough air. The moment on the hood of her car when she'd known, absolutely known, that he felt what she felt and was choosing not to act on it out of some misguided nobility that made her want to scream. She'd been so angry with him, so hurt by his assumption that she couldn't navigate her own risks, make her own choices about what mattered and what didn't. But underneath the anger was something worse, the terrible fear that he was right, that she would look back on this in 10 years, established and successful, and realise she'd dodged a bullet. That the intensity she felt was just proximity and adrenaline, the predictable chemistry of student and instructor, and that David's withdrawal had been the kindest thing he could have done. She didn't believe it, but she feared it might be true. The acceptance letter from Phoenix came on a Tuesday. Sarah stared at it for an hour, this thing she'd wanted since she was young enough to think wanting something was enough to make it happen. 90 days, full immersion, direct pipeline to exactly the career she'd mapped out. She should have been celebrating. Instead, she booked a rental car for Saturday and told no one where she was going. Sarah received her acceptance to the accelerated training program in Phoenix. 90 days, housing included, direct pipeline to regional carrier interviews. It was everything she'd worked for. She was supposed to leave in 5 days. She drove to Meridian on a Saturday unscheduled. The gate was open, but the hangars were dark. For a moment, she thought he'd already gone. Then she saw the light. Not in the hangar, at the end of the runway. The approach light, the one that hadn't worked in months, was burning steady in the dusk. Sarah walked the runway's length. David was standing beneath the light, his toolbox open, looking up at what he'd repaired. "I'm leaving Thursday," she said. He nodded slowly. "Phoenix program, I heard. Congratulations. I came to say thank you and goodbye. You don't owe me either. David." She stepped closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his face, the careful distance he was maintaining. "Why did you fix the light?" "Because it needed fixing." "Why tonight?" His hands flexed at his sides. "Because you deserved a proper runway for your last flight." "I'm not flying tonight. I'm here to tell you that you're wrong." "About?" "About protecting me. About deciding what I can handle." Her voice was steady now, certain. "About thinking I'd choose career over—" She stopped. He was looking at her like a man at the edge of a cliff. "Over what?" he asked quietly. "Over you." The words hung between them, irrevocable. Sarah. Her name was devastation. "You have to go to Phoenix." "I know. You can't. We can't." "I know that too." She closed the last distance between them. "But I need you to stop deciding what I'm strong enough to want. I need you to trust that I know what I'm choosing. If I've compromised your judgment—" "You haven't. You've clarified it." She reached up, her hand gentle against his jaw. "I see you, David. Not the pilot in that old footage. Not the scandal or the silence or the way you've spent 15 years being careful. I see you, and I'm choosing you anyway." His control shattered. His hands came up to frame her face, his thumbs tracing her cheekbones with a reverence that made her breath catch. "I'm 23 years older than you. I can count. I have baggage you don't even know about. Then tell me. I will wreck this. I wreck things. Then we'll rebuild." She leaned into his touch. "David, stop running." He kissed her like a man who'd forgotten permission existed, like devotion, like surrender. They barely made it inside. The hangar office was cramped, cluttered with charts and manuals and the accumulated debris of years. David's hands shook as he fumbled with the door, and Sarah pressed herself against his back, her mouth finding the nape of his neck, tasting salt and sun and the particular flavour of him she'd imagined 1,000 times. He turned and caught her face between his palms, and for a long moment they simply breathed together, foreheads touching, the enormity of what they were choosing settling over them like dusk. Sarah. Her name carried every question he couldn't ask. She answered by rising on her toes and kissing him, soft at first, almost chaste, then deeper as she felt him yield. His mouth was warm and careful, learning her with the same methodical attention he brought to everything. When his tongue touched hers, she made a small sound of surprise and pleasure and felt his arms tighten in response. They moved backward through the cluttered space, bumping into filing cabinets, knocking a sectional chart to the floor. David's hands were everywhere. Her waist, her hair, the small of her back, mapping her through cotton and denim as if committing her to memory. "Wait," he breathed, pulling back. His eyes were dark, pupils blown wide. "If we do this, we're doing this." Sarah caught his hand and placed it over her racing heart. "Feel that? That's not uncertainty, David. That's yes." Something in him broke open then. He swept his arm across the desk in one motion, maps and coffee mugs and the accumulated paperwork of years clattering to the floor, and lifted her onto the cleared surface. She gasped at the ease of it, the casual strength in his hands as he settled her there, then stepped between her knees. "Tell me to stop," he said against her mouth, even as his hands found her hips and pulled her closer. "No." His laugh was ragged, almost pained. "I'm trying to be responsible." "You've been responsible for 15 years. She wrapped her legs around his hips, feeling him pressed against her, separated only by layers of fabric that suddenly seemed unbearable. "Be reckless with me, just this once." He pulled back just enough to look at her. Really look, his eyes searching her face with an intensity that made her feel seen in ways she'd never experienced. "This isn't... I won't be what holds you back." "You won't." Sarah caught his face in her hands, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms, the heat of his skin. "Phoenix is still happening. My career is still happening. But David..." Her voice broke. "I can't walk away from you without knowing what this is, without having this." "It's everything," he said simply, and the naked honesty in his voice made her chest tight. "It's been everything since the day you showed up early and corrected me about punctuality." Then he kissed her again, and the careful distance he'd maintained for months dissolved entirely. His hands found the hem of her shirt and hesitated there, trembling slightly. She answered by reaching down and pulling it over her head herself, dropping it somewhere in the darkness. The look on his face when she sat before him in just her bra and jeans was worth every moment of doubt, every fear, pure wonder mixed with hunger so raw it stole her breath. "God," he whispered. "Sarah, you're..." "Touch me," she said, and he did. His palms were rough from work, calloused from years of handling controls and tools, and they felt like revelation against her skin. He traced the line of her collarbone with his thumbs, then lower, following the edge of lace with a reverence that made her shiver. When he bent to press his mouth to the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, her fingers tangling in his hair. "Sarah?" Her name was prayer and question both. "Yes. God. Yes. Please." They shed clothing between kisses, urgent and fumbling and perfect in its imperfection. His shirt came off, and she discovered the topography of him. Shoulders broad from years of physical work, a scar along his ribs he'd never mentioned, the surprising softness of his skin over muscle. She mapped him with her hands, her mouth, learning the places that made him gasp, the spots where touch made him shudder. When his skin finally met hers, nothing between them but heat and want, She felt the rightness of it in her bones. This man, this moment, this choosing that felt like being chosen in return. David laid her back on the desk, following her down, his weight settling over her like a promise. The wood was hard beneath her shoulder blades, but she didn't care. All she could feel was him, the press of his chest against her breasts, the rough denim of his jeans against her bare thighs, the way he braced himself on his forearms to keep from crushing her, even as she pulled him closer. "I need you to tell me," he said, his voice wrecked, his forehead pressed to hers. "I need to hear you say it. I want this. I want you." She slid her hand between them, finding him through his jeans, feeling him harden further at her touch. "I've wanted you since," she gasped as his hand found her in return, fingers sliding against slick heat. "Since forever." He touched her like he taught her to fly, attentive, responsive, learning through her reactions what made her gasp and what made her arch. His fingers moved with devastating precision, circling and pressing and withdrawing until she was trembling, incoherent, her nails digging into his shoulders. "David, please, I know." He kissed her deeply, swallowing her sounds. "I know, sweetheart. I've got you." When he finally freed himself from his jeans and settled against her, they both went still. Sarah looked up at him. This man who'd taught her to trust herself in the air, who'd shown her that wanting something didn't make her weak, and saw her own wonder reflected back. "Yes?" he asked, and the question held everything: consent and tenderness, and the terrifying vulnerability of wanting someone this much. "Yes," she said, and wrapped her legs around his hips, drawing him home. The first press of him inside her was exquisite, a fullness that made her cry out, not in pain, but in recognition. He moved slowly, carefully, watching her face for any sign of discomfort, and she'd never felt more cherished or more desired. When he was fully seated, they both exhaled shakily, overwhelmed by the intimacy of the connection. "Okay," he managed. "Perfect," she breathed. "Move, please move." He did, withdrawing almost completely before sliding back in, and the drag of him against her sensitive flesh made stars burst behind her eyes. They found a rhythm together, slow at first, then building, his hips rolling in deep, purposeful movement that hit something inside her that made coherent thought impossible. Sarah clutched at him, his shoulders, his hair, the flexing muscles of his back, anchoring herself as sensation built and built. The hangar was silent except for their breathing, the slick sound of their bodies moving together, the small sounds of pleasure neither could contain. "Look at me," she demanded, and when he did, she saw everything, desire and devotion, and the terror of wanting something this much, all laid bare in his storm-coloured eyes. "I love you," David said, the words torn from him like confession. "God help me, I love you." "Good." Sarah pulled him down into a kiss that was more breath than contact. "Because I love you too, and I'm not letting you forget it." His control frayed then, his careful discipline abandoned. His thrusts grew harder, deeper, and she met him movement for movement, chasing the pleasure building at the base of her spine. His hand slid between them, fingers finding the place where they were joined, and when he touched her with exactly the right pressure, she came apart beneath him, her whole body arching off the desk as wave after wave of pleasure crashed through her. She heard herself cry out his name, felt herself clench around him in rhythmic pulses, distantly registered the way his breathing went ragged against her neck. "Sarah, God, I can't, Yes," she gasped. "Yes, David, let go. I want to feel you." He buried his face in her shoulder with a sound that was half groan, half sob, his hips stuttering as he followed her over the edge. She felt him pulsing inside her, felt the trembling in his arms as he tried to hold himself up, felt the wet heat of what might have been tears against her skin. For a long moment, they stayed like that, tangled and breathless and complete. Then David carefully withdrew and gathered her against his chest, turning so his back was against the desk and she was cradled in his lap. His heart thundered beneath her ear, gradually slowing as their breathing returned to normal. The night air crept in through the open window, cooling the sweat on their skin. Sarah shivered, and David reached for his discarded shirt, draping it over her shoulders with such tenderness it made her throat tight. "Okay?" he asked softly, his hand stroking through her hair. "More than okay?" She pressed a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt. "That was... yeah." His arms tightened around her. It was. They sat in comfortable silence, the desert night settling around them. David's hand traced lazy patterns on her spine, circles and figure eights and abstract shapes that felt possessive and tender all at once. "I'm still going to Phoenix," Sarah said quietly. "I know. And you're still going to worry. Constantly." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "But I'm also going to trust you, to know what you want, to choose your own path. Even if it's complicated? Especially then." He shifted so he could see her face. "I spent 15 years avoiding complications. It didn't make me happy, it made me safe. And those aren't the same thing," Sarah smiled. "You sound like a good instructor." "I learned from a brilliant student." They stayed until the runway light flickered and died, its bulb finally exhausted. In the darkness they dressed slowly, reluctant to end the moment. "I'll write," Sarah said, "and call, and in 90 days you'll have your rating and your interviews and you'll be exactly where you're supposed to be." "And where will you be?" David pulled her close one last time. "Here, waiting, for however long it takes." 18 months later, Sarah returned to Meridian Field in a rental car nicer than the one she'd driven as a student. The desert looked the same, bleached and timeless, but she was different. Commercial rating earned. Type certification complete. 200 hours of right seat time at a regional carrier with a major airline interview scheduled for next month. She'd done it. Everything she'd planned, worked for, sacrificed to achieve. The 90 days in Phoenix had been brutal and perfect. 12-hour days, simulator sessions that tested every limit, check rides that separated the competent from the qualified. She'd aced all of it. Then came the regional carrier, the endless reserve shifts, the nights in crash pads and hotel rooms that all looked identical. She'd flown through thunderstorms and mechanical issues and passengers who treated her like a waitress with wings. She'd loved almost every minute of it. And through it all, David had been there, not hovering, not limiting, but present. Letters that arrived on hard days, his handwriting careful and old-fashioned. Calls that lasted hours, his voice a thread connecting her to something solid while she floated through the transient machinery of commercial aviation. Visits when her schedule allowed, brief and fierce and sustaining. The first time he'd come to see her, 2 months into Phoenix, she'd barely recognized him in the airport crowd. He looked smaller somehow outside of Meridian, out of context. But when he'd smiled at her, that same rare, genuine smile, everything had clicked back into place. They'd learned how to love across distance, how to trust without possession, how to be separate people building separate lives that nonetheless orbited each other with gravitational certainty. It wasn't easy. There were nights she'd wanted to quit, wanted to choose the simpler path of being with him full time, building something conventional and contained. But David had never let her. "You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do," he'd say when she called crying after a particularly brutal training session. "And I'm going to be here when you're ready to come home." Home. Somewhere along the way, Meridian had become that. Not despite her ambitions, but alongside them. Now she was home. The runway light was burning again. A new fixture, LED bright and steady. David had written about installing it, about small improvements to the field, about 2 new students whose hunger reminded him of someone he used to teach. She found him in Hangar 2, elbow deep in an engine rebuild. He looked up when her shadow fell across his workspace, and his whole face transformed. "You're early," he said, that old familiar line. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected and walked into his arms. He held her like something precious and hard-won, like coming home. "How was the flight?" he asked into her hair. "Perfect. Textbook. Boring in all the best ways." She pulled back to look at him. "How's the field?" "Surviving, improving. The new light works." "I saw." She touched his face, thumb tracing the lines that had deepened over 18 months. He looked tired, happy, real. "I have 2 weeks before training starts again." 2 weeks? I was thinking... She hesitated, then committed. "I was thinking we could stop being careful." David's eyes darkened. "Define careful. Separate cities, visiting schedules. Acting like this is something I can compartmentalize." Sarah stepped closer. "I want messy, David. I want complicated. I want to figure out how to build a life that includes both flying and you, and I don't care how many logistics that requires. Your career is mine, and it's going exactly where I want it to." She smiled. "Turns out you can be an excellent pilot and in love at the same time. Someone very wise taught me that wanting something doesn't make you weak." "He sounds insufferable." "He is. I'm crazy about him." David kissed her then, slow and thorough and certain. When they broke apart, he was smiling, truly smiling, the kind of joy she'd spent 18 months working to earn. 2 weeks, he said. "We better not waste them." They didn't. They flew together, Sarah in the instructor's seat now, calling out corrections with the same exacting precision David had taught her. They fixed the windsock that had been broken since her first day. They sat under the new runway light and planned logistics, her flying schedule, his teaching commitments, the apartment they could rent halfway between Meridian and her base. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worth having ever was. On her last night before returning to base, they lay in David's bed above the hangar, windows open to the desert, stars. Sarah's head rested on his chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. "I used to think love would ground me," she said quietly, "that it would be weight I couldn't afford to carry. And now I think it taught me how to land." She tilted her head to look at him. "You taught me that coming back is just as important as taking off, that there's no shame in needing a place to return to." David's arms tightened around her. "You'll always have clearance here." "I know." She kissed his jaw, soft and certain. "That's why I'm not afraid to fly." Outside, the runway light burned steady. No longer the last light of a dying field, but the first light of something beginning. A beacon for the lost. A welcome for the returning. A promise that some landings are worth the risk of flight. And in the desert darkness, 2 people who had learned to trust the space between earth and sky held each other close and understood. Love, like flight, requires both courage and precision. The willingness to ascend, the wisdom to return, the faith that when you find the right landing you'll know it not by ease, but by the certainty that this person, this moment, this choice is exactly where you're meant to be. Sarah Olsen had wanted to fly since she was 6 years old. Now she finally understood why. Not to escape, but to return. Again, and again, and again, to the man waiting beneath the runway light. To the love that taught her that wanting something didn't make her weak. It made her brave enough to claim it, and brave enough finally to land. The end. Between layovers. The snow had been falling for 3 hours when Dr. Clara Vasquez first noticed the outlet situation. Gate C-47 sat at the terminal's furthest edge. an architectural afterthought with only 4 electrical outlets for nearly 200 stranded passengers. Most had migrated toward the food courts or claimed territory in the business lounges. Clara had stayed, partly from inertia, partly because she'd already translated 40 pages of medieval Catalan poetry that afternoon, and moving felt like admitting defeat to the weather. She was reaching for her dying laptop charger when someone said, "The left one's broken." Clara looked up. The man was perhaps 35, dressed in layers that suggested either homelessness or deliberate aesthetic, a distinction Clara had learned not to make hastily during her years teaching in Berlin. Dark hair escaped a wool cap. A camera bag sat at his feet. Professional, but worn. "Thank you," Clara said, switching. "Outlets. Though I'm not sure it matters. My flight's been cancelled twice now." "Where to?" "Boston. You?" "Nowhere specific." He smiled slightly. "I had a connecting flight to Sao Paulo, but I'm beginning to suspect the universe is intervening." Clara felt the small shock of recognition that came when someone's diction matched her own private vocabulary. Most people didn't attribute agency to the universe in casual conversation. "I'm Marcus," he offered. "Clara." They shook hands, a curiously formal gesture in an airport where normal rules had already dissolved. Marcus's palm was warm, calloused in a way that suggested manual work, not academia. "You're a photographer," Clara said, nodding toward the bag. "Street photography mostly. And you're a professor of something precise. Literature? No, linguistics." Clara laughed despite herself. "How did you... Your fingers," Marcus gestured. "You've been tapping your thumb and index finger together every few seconds. My ex-wife was a simultaneous interpreter. She did the same thing when she was translating in her head." The casual mention of ex-wife landed between them, a stone dropped in water. Clara registered it, filed it, felt something shift in the tenor of their exchange. "I was working on a 13th century poem," Clara admitted, "trying to preserve the rhythm in English without destroying the meaning. It's impossible, of course." "Why translate it at all, then?" "Because we have to try." Clara heard the earnestness in her own voice and winced internally. "Sorry, that's my academic soapbox." "No, I'm genuinely asking." Marcus settled into the adjacent seat, his attention complete in a way Clara rarely encountered outside seminars. "If the translation is necessarily incomplete, what's being preserved?" "The attempt at connection," Clara said slowly, surprised to find herself articulating something she'd never quite put into words. "Language doesn't create reality, but it's the only tool we have to share, our experience of it. The translation says, I existed in one linguistic world, and I'm trying to build a bridge to yours. The bridge is rickety. That doesn't make it worthless. But doesn't something die in the crossing? Something transforms. That's not the same as dying." Marcus's eyes, dark brown Clara noticed with amber striations, held hers for a beat longer than necessary. "I think we fundamentally disagree about whether transformation and death are different things." "Then we'll have to argue about it," Clara said, and felt the conversation lock into place like a key turning. The departure board flickered. All flights now showed simply delayed. They migrated. First to a cafe where the barista had long since stopped caring about closing time, then to an observation deck where snow accumulated on the tarmac in sculpted drifts. Marcus photographed the patterns of footprints around abandoned luggage. Clara found herself explaining the etymology of liminal while watching. Marcus's hands move, quick, decisive, intimately familiar with his equipment. "You said something dies in transformation," Clara said, returning to their earlier thread. "What are you afraid of losing?" Marcus lowered his camera. "Specificity. The precise angle of light at 6:47 a.m. in Prague. The exact timbre of my mother's laugh before her stroke. Things that only exist once, in one configuration, and then they're gone. I photograph them because I don't trust language to hold them. But photographs are translations too, Clara argued. Three-dimensional reality reduced to 2 dimensions. Time collapsed into a single instant. At least they're honest about what they're losing. Are they? Clara felt her pulse quicken the way it did during a good debate. Every frame you choose excludes infinite other frames. Every decision about aperture and exposure is an interpretation. You're just using light instead of words. Light doesn't lie the way words do. Light lies constantly. Every shadow is a deception about what's behind it. Marcus laughed, sudden and genuine. God, you're stubborn. I'm consistent. There's a difference. They were leaning toward each other, Clara realised. The observation deck was empty except for them, the snow creating a white noise that made the silence between their words feel private, conspiratorial. Tell me about the marriage, Marcus said quietly. Clara should have been startled by the intuition, but wasn't. How did you... You have a slight tan line on your ring finger, and you said we earlier when talking about preservation, then corrected to I. Clara touched the bare space on her left hand. His name was David. Is David. We're not dead to each other, just separate. It ended 2 years ago. What killed it? Entropy. We were both so careful to never hurt each other that we stopped being real with each other. One day I realised I was translating myself in my own home, choosing words that would land softly instead of honestly. When language fails in a marriage, there's nothing left. I've been married, Marcus admitted. It lasted 2 years, ended amicably enough, but it taught me I'm not built for staying in one place. I don't trust permanence, or maybe I don't trust myself with it. Because things die when they stay still. Because I do. Marcus's voice was steady but not light. I need movement the way other people need stability. When I stay in one place too long, I start disappearing. Not metaphorically. I literally start to forget who I am. My marriage lasted 2 years, but I was gone long before it officially ended. Since then, the longest I've managed is 11 months, and by the end I was so erased I couldn't remember what I liked to eat. Clara understood then that they were both running, just in opposite directions. She from the collapse of chosen stillness, Marcus from the terror of it. Where would you go? Clara asked. If you could go anywhere right now. Honestly, nowhere. I'd stay here. The admission hung between them. Beyond the windows, a snowplow traced patient paths across the tarmac, its lights golden in the white darkness. I've been thinking, Marcus continued, about a photograph I saw once in Lisbon. It was in a gallery, not a museum, this tiny place in Alfama. The print showed an empty chair in morning light. Nothing else. But something about the angle of the light and the way the chair was positioned, you could almost see the person who'd just gotten up. You could almost hear them making coffee in the next room. The absence was so specific it became a presence. That's what good translation does, Clara said softly. It makes you feel the weight of what's missing. Marcus turned to face her fully. They were close enough now that Clara could see the faint scar through his left eyebrow, the way his pulse beat visibly in the hollow of his throat. I want to photograph you, Marcus said. Why? Because I'm trying to remember this, and I don't trust myself to get it right in words. Clara felt the request settle in her chest like heat. Okay, Marcus lifted his camera. The shutter clicked, once, twice. Then he lowered it without checking the screen. I already know they won't capture it, he said. What won't they capture? The way you looked at me just now, like I'd asked you something more significant than a photograph. You did, Clara said, and watched Marcus's breath catch. The space between them had contracted to inches. Clara could smell his scent, something like cedar and dark coffee. Her own heart was loud enough she wondered if he could hear it. Clara? Her name in Marcus's mouth sounded different. Considered. Kept. Yes. I think we should acknowledge what's happening here. And what is happening? I don't know the word for it in any language. Marcus's smile was crooked, uncertain. But I know I stopped wanting to leave the moment you started arguing with me. Clara felt something in her chest, crack open, not painfully, but like a window she hadn't known was sealed. I don't do temporary, she said. I can't. I've spent 2 years learning how to not evaporate, and this, whatever this is, it feels like weather. Beautiful and impossible to hold. What if weather is enough? Marcus asked. What if we stopped needing it to be more than what it is? I don't know how to do that. Neither do I. But I'm tired of leaving before I find out what staying might feel like. The departure board in the distance flickered again. More delays, more gates reassigned. Time stretched and doubled back on itself. In the morning, flights would resume. Decisions would be required. But now, in this moment, suspended. Clara reached out and touched Marcus's face. His hand came up to cover hers, holding it there. Come with me, Marcus said. They found a hotel inside the terminal, one of those anonymous spaces designed for missed connections and early departures. The room smelled of industrial, detergent, and the particular loneliness of places no one chooses to be. Marcus dropped his bag by the door. Clara stood at the window watching snow erase the runway markings. I should check my flight status, Clara said. Okay. Neither of them moved. This is a bad idea, Clara continued, still facing the window. I don't know you. Tomorrow you'll be on your way to Sao Paulo or Cape Town or wherever the next frame calls you, and I'll be back in Boston teaching undergraduates who think linguistics is about grammar. We're operating outside probability here. Probability, Marcus repeated. Is that what you call it when you're afraid? Clara turned. I call it pattern recognition. I've done this before. The intensity that feels like fate. It never survives logistics. So you'd rather have nothing than something temporary? I'd rather not start grieving while I'm still in the room. Marcus flinched. Clara watched it happen and hated herself for the precision of her words, for weaponizing her gift for language. That's not fair, Marcus said quietly. No, it's not. Clara sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. I'm sorry. I'm good at dismantling things. It's a professional skill that bleeds into everything else. You think I'm going to leave? I know you're going to leave. You said it yourself. You need movement, and I need... Clara stopped, surprised by the truth rising in her throat. I need to matter enough to make someone stay. The admission stripped her bare. Marcus crossed the room and knelt in front of her, not supplicant but equal, bringing their eyes level. You do, Marcus said, matter, but I can't promise to be what you need me to be. I don't know if I'm capable of being anyone's permanent anything. Then why are we here? Because maybe probability isn't the only math that matters. Maybe sometimes you bet on possibility even when the odds are terrible. Clara touched Marcus's face, traced the scar through his eyebrow. I don't know how to bet on terrible odds. Then let me, Marcus said, and kissed her. The kiss was not tentative. It carried the weight of their entire conversation, every argument, every confession, every moment of recognition. Clara felt herself surface into it, her careful defences scattering like snow. They moved together toward the bed, shedding layers, Marcus's jacket, Clara's cardigan, the insulating distance they'd maintained until it became unbearable. Clara's hands found the warm skin beneath Marcus's shirt, and he gasped against her mouth, a sound of surprise and surrender. Tell me what you want, Clara whispered. This. You. All of it. Marcus's voice was unsteady. I want to know what you taste like. I want to learn how you move. I want... Clara silenced him with another kiss, deeper this time, her tongue sliding against his. He lowered her onto the bed, following her down. Clara's careful control fracturing into something more desperate. She pulled Marcus's shirt over his head and paused, drinking in the sight of him. Lean muscle, a scattering of freckles across his collarbone, the vulnerable hollow of his throat. "You're staring," Marcus said, but he was smiling. "I'm translating," Clara corrected, and bent to press her mouth to his sternum, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. "I'm trying to find language for this. Try touch instead." So Clara did. She mapped Marcus's body with hands and mouth, the soft skin of his inner wrists, the sharp jut of his hip bones, the surprising strength in his thighs. Marcus arched beneath her attention, fingers knotted in Clara's hair, breathing her name like punctuation. When Clara's hand slid lower, Marcus made a sound that was almost a laugh, surprised, delighted, utterly undone by her touch. "Yes," Marcus said, and then again, "Yes," and Clara felt something in herself unlock completely. They took turns leading and following, the power shifting fluidly between them. Marcus's hands were sure, practiced, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply, exactly where to touch her. Clara found herself making sounds she'd forgotten she could make, her body responding with an eagerness that felt both foreign and entirely true. When Marcus's lips moved to her chest, Clara stopped thinking altogether. When his fingers slid between her legs, she stopped remembering why she'd been afraid. There was only the immediate grammar of skin, the vocabulary of breath, the syntax of pleasure building toward crescendo. He moved lower, kissing a path down her stomach, and then his mouth was on her and Clara's back arched off the bed, one hand fisting in the sheets, the other tangled in his dark hair. He took his time, learning what made her gasp, what made her hips lift, seeking more. When she came apart beneath his tongue, she said his name like a revelation. Marcus moved back up her body, finding her lips again in a kiss that was deep and claiming. Clara reached between them, wrapping her hand around him, and he shuddered at the contact. "Clara, I want you," she said simply, "all of you." Both of them moved together, gasping at the intimacy of it. They moved together, finding a rhythm that felt inevitable, like something they'd been doing for years rather than minutes. Marcus buried his face in her neck, breathing hard, and Clara held him close, her legs wrapped around his waist. The pleasure built again, sharper this time, more urgent. Marcus's rhythm stuttered, and Clara could feel him getting close. She tightened around him deliberately, and he groaned, his control fraying. "Clara, I know, me too." They reached their peak together, or nearly so, Marcus first, then Clara a breath after, pulled over the edge by the feeling of him losing himself inside her. They collapsed into each other, sweat slicked and trembling, Clara's face pressed to Marcus's shoulder. "I take it back," Clara said when she could speak. "What?" "Language isn't the only way to share. Reality." Marcus's laugh was soft against her hair. "I'll add that to my list of academic victories." They lay tangled together, the hotel room's thin curtains filtering the sodium lights outside. Clara felt the familiar dread beginning to creep back, the awareness of mourning, of decisions, of all the practical reasons this couldn't work. "Don't," Marcus said, as if reading her mind. "Don't what?" "Start building your exit. I can feel you doing it." Clara closed her eyes. "I don't know how to not protect myself." "I know, but you don't have to figure it out tonight." Morning came in stages. First the gradual lightening beyond the curtains, then the muffled sounds of the airport resuming its operations. Finally, Clara's phone vibrating with an update. Her flight to Boston was boarding in 90 minutes. Marcus was already awake, sitting at the window with his camera. He'd photographed Clara sleeping. Clara could tell from the direction of his gaze, the slight adjustment of his lens. "Show me," Clara said. Marcus crossed to the bed and handed over the camera. The image on the screen showed Clara's face in profile, hair spread across the pillow, expression unguarded in a way she'd never seen herself. She looked peaceful. She looked like someone capable of trust. "I'm keeping this one," Marcus said, "even if you disappear on me." Clara set the camera aside carefully. "My flight. I know. Mine to Sao Paulo is in 3 hours." Marcus sat on the bed's edge. "So we should probably have the conversation now." "What conversation?" "The one where we decide if this was a beautiful anomaly or the beginning of something we're both too scared to name." Clara felt her throat tighten. The morning light was unforgiving, illuminating all the logistics they'd ignored in the dark. Marcus lived out of a backpack. Clara had a rent-controlled apartment, a tenure-track position, a life constructed around stability. They existed in different gravitational fields. "I don't see how this works," Clara said. "I'm not built for uncertainty. And I'm not built for staying, so we're at an impasse. Is this where we exchange numbers and make promises we won't keep?" Marcus's expression shuttered. "Is that what you think this was?" "I think this was real and unsustainable in equal measure." "Fuck your probability, Clara." Marcus stood, started gathering his scattered clothes. "Not everything is a risk calculation. Some things are worth trying even when they're unlikely." Says the man who's never stayed anywhere longer than a year. "Because no one ever gave me a reason to," Marcus's voice cracked. "Everyone I've ever been with has treated me like a temporary condition, like something exotic that would get boring once the novelty wore off. You think I don't want permanence? I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified I'm not capable of it, but I was willing to try." "Willing to try what?" "A long-distance relationship where we see each other twice a year between your assignments, where I sit in Boston waiting while you rediscover yourself in every new city. You're so convinced you know how this ends." "Because I've read this story before." The words echoed in the small room. They stood facing each other, breathing hard, everything they'd built in the dark crumbling in the daylight. "I should go," Marcus said finally. "Marcus, no, you're right. This was probability pretending to be possibility. I know how to read when I'm not wanted." He grabbed his bag, moved toward the door. Clara felt panic rising in her chest, warring with the part of her that insisted this was the rational outcome, the safe conclusion. "Wait!" The word came out strangled. Marcus stopped, hand on the doorknob. Clara stood, wrapped the hotel robe around herself. "I'm not. This isn't about not wanting you. This is about knowing myself well enough to admit I can't be what you need. I can't be comfortable with uncertainty. I need structure, commitment, the promise that today's intimacy will still matter tomorrow. And you think I can't give you that? I think you've spent your entire life running from exactly that kind of promise." Marcus turned. His eyes were wet, but his voice was steady. "You're right. I have. Because every time I've tried to stay, I've watched myself disappear into someone else's idea of who I should be. But last night," he stopped, gathered himself. "Last night I felt like I could be entirely myself and entirely with you at the same time. That's never happened before. It's been 12 hours. I know how insane this sounds, but I also know that I've been waiting my whole life to argue with someone the way I argue with you. To have someone match my intensity without trying to sand down my edges. You scare the hell out of me, Clara. Not because you're unstable, but because you make me want to try something I'm convinced I'll fail at." Clara felt something crack in her chest. The same sensation as the night before, but sharper now, more painful. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I'll stay, or I'll go and come back, or we'll figure out some third option that doesn't exist yet, but I'm not walking out of this room without knowing we're at least trying." "Trying what?" "To build a bridge. Isn't that what you said translation was? An attempt at connection even when the tools are inadequate." Marcus crossed back to her, close enough to touch. "I'm fluent in leaving, Clara. Teach me how to stay." Clara's breath came shallow. Every rational part of her brain was screaming warnings about rushed decisions, about incompatible lifestyles, about the statistical likelihood of failure. But there was another voice, quieter, insistent. What if he's right? What if probability isn't the only math that matters? I don't know how to do this, Clara admitted. Neither do I. But I'd rather fail at trying than succeed at running away again. Clara reached for Marcus's hand, their fingers interlaced with the same rightness as the night before. I'm going to be terrible at this. I'll need reassurance. I'll need plans and schedules and concrete evidence that this is real. And I'll need space to move. I'll need you to trust me even when I'm not physically present. I'll need you to believe I can come back. That's a lot of needs. Yes. We might be completely incompatible. We might be. This is possibly the worst decision I've ever made. Marcus smiled then, tentative but genuine. Welcome to possibility, Dr. Vasquez. Clara pulled him close, buried her face in his shoulder. I'm going to need you to miss your flight to Sao Paulo. Already planning to. And we're going to need to have about 500 conversations about how this logistically works. I'm excellent at logistics when I'm motivated. Are you motivated? Marcus pulled back enough to meet her eyes. I've never wanted anything the way I want to figure out how to keep you. The kiss was different this time, not the desperate exploration of the night before, but something steadier. A promise made in the full light of morning, with all its attendant risks visible and acknowledged. Clara's phone buzzed. Her flight was boarding. So, Marcus said, what do we do now? Clara thought about her life in Boston, the apartment that still smelled like David, the tenure-track position she'd worked a decade to secure, the comfortable predictability of academic semesters. Then she thought about Marcus's photographs of absent presences, about language that tried and failed and tried again, about the courage required to translate yourself to another person, knowing the result would never be perfect. Now, Clara said, we figure out if I can teach from anywhere with Wi-Fi. 6 months later, Clara stood in the Alfama district of Lisbon, photographing Marcus photographing a street musician. Her apartment, their apartment, was a third-floor walk-up with terrible water pressure and a view of red rooftops that made her chest ache every morning. She taught her seminars via video conference, spent afternoons in cafes translating medieval poetry, and had discovered that uncertainty, in careful doses, could be exhilarating rather than paralysing. It wasn't seamless. Marcus still left for assignments, Paris, Mumbai, Buenos Aires, and every departure reopened the wound of Clara's fear. But he came back. Every time he came back, with new photographs and stories and a visible relief that Clara was still there, still solid, still willing to try. They'd had their first real fight in month 3, when Marcus had extended an assignment in Tokyo without consulting Clara first. The argument had been brutal, exposing every incompatibility they'd tried to smooth over. Clara had said terrible things about Marcus's inability to commit. Marcus had accused Clara of trying to domesticate him. They'd almost ended it. Instead, they'd stayed up all night talking, actually talking, not arguing, about what commitment meant when two people's needs seemed fundamentally opposed. They'd emerged with a set of agreements. Marcus would never extend an assignment without discussion. Clara would practice sitting with her anxiety instead of demanding immediate reassurance. They would check in every day, even when Marcus was 12 time zones away. It wasn't a perfect system, but it was theirs. You're doing it again, Marcus called now, lowering his camera. Doing what? That face you make when you're translating your emotions instead of feeling them, Clara laughed. Marcus had gotten better at reading her, at recognising when Clara was retreating into analysis. I was just thinking about the airport. Yeah? About how convinced I was that we were a temporary condition. Marcus crossed to her, slid an arm around her waist. They stood together watching the street musician, tourists dropping coins into her case. The late afternoon light turned everything golden. Marcus's hair, the cobblestones, the laundry strung between buildings. We still are, technically, Marcus said. Everything is temporary if you zoom out far enough. That's very comforting, thank you. But we're temporary in the way weather is temporary. It keeps happening. Different configurations, same essential system. Clara turned to face him. Did you just make a meteorological metaphor about our relationship? I'm learning from the best. They kissed there in the street, in full view of tourists and locals and the street musician who'd switched to a song Clara almost recognised. When they pulled apart, Marcus was smiling in that way he had, crooked, surprised by his own happiness. I love you, Clara said. She'd gotten better at saying it, at not needing to qualify or contextualise the statement. I know, I love you too. Even though I make you fill out shared calendars. Even though the colour coding is actually growing on me. They walked home hand in hand, stopping to buy bread and cheese and wine from vendors who were starting to recognise them as regulars. The apartment key stuck in the lock the way it always did. Inside, Marcus's photographs covered one wall, a growing archive of their life together. Clara's books lined another, spines in 6 languages. That night, after dinner and wine and the kind of unhurried lovemaking that came from knowing each other's bodies well, they lay in bed with the windows open. Lisbon sounds drifted in, distant traffic, conversation in Portuguese, the eternal hum of a city that never quite slept. Do you ever regret it? Clara asked into the darkness. Staying? Marcus was quiet long enough that Clara wondered if he'd fallen asleep. Then, every time I leave for an assignment, there's a moment when I think about just not coming back, when I remember how easy it used to be to drift. Clara's chest tightened. But then I think about you, Marcus continued, probably colour-coding something unnecessarily, or arguing with yourself about verb, tenses, or making that face you make when you're trying not to need me too much, and I want to see it. I want to come home to you being impossibly stubborn and brilliant, so no, I don't regret it. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, and it included an insult. I contain multitudes. Clara pulled him closer. Through the window she could see a sliver of sky, stars barely visible through the city's light pollution. She thought about probability and possibility, about the infinitesimal chance that she and Marcus had ended up in the same airport on the same snow-stranded night, about all the small decisions that had led to this moment, her staying at gate C47, Marcus mentioning the broken outlet, the conversation that unfolded from that smallest of openings. Love, she'd learned, wasn't about probability at all. It was about being willing to translate yourself to another person again and again, knowing the result would always be imperfect but trying anyway. It was about Marcus learning to stay and Clara learning to let him go. It was about building a life in the unstable space between their certainties. Clara, Marcus's voice was drowsy. Thank you for missing your flight. Clara smiled into the darkness. Thank you for giving me a reason to. Outside, Lisbon continued its ancient rhythms. Inside, 2 people who'd met as strangers in a snowstorm slept entangled, their breathing synchronizing as the night deepened. The photographs on the wall captured moments already past. The books held words in languages, some living, some dead, and between them, in that small apartment with terrible water pressure, love persisted, not despite its improbability, but because of their willingness to try.